Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Grand Swiss FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 round number 3. How are you all? थोड़ा बात करते हैं guys. 7:15 the games are about to start. It's 3 minutes to go. But how are you all? Like karo janta, like karo. I'm gonna get the camera very soon, but do like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and it's going to be an amazing day. Vedika Pal is 2 minutes late. अरे मैगी बना रही थी. Okay, there we have, you can see a very beautiful thumbnail here and all our players there. This has been made by Abhidaya, our graphic designer, and such elegant thumbnails there. We also have these details here. The tournament goes on from 23rd October to 6th November 2023. It's at Villa Marina, Isle of Man, and we have 164 players, participants from all the continents. That's what he says. But the very important thing about this tournament is the time control. It's a long game for an open tournament, but after all, it's not any other open tournament, but you get 2 qualifiers for the candidates. So as we have already experienced in the first 2 days, the long games on day 1, Hari had a very long game, and on day 2 we had Vidit playing a long game. Let's see today who is going to be playing the long game. This is the prize fund. The first place, $80,000. And also confirm to me in the chat if you all can hear, if everything is fine, let me know. This is the first place, $80,000. Second place, $60,000. Third place, $40,000. Fourth place, $35,000. And fifth place, $30,000. बहुत सारे dollars हो गए हैं. Moving to women's prize fund, the first place is $25,000. And yeah, definitely a huge difference between $80,000 and $25,000, but so is also the difference between about 2,700 players. You can see there are 20 players in the open section, but in women's section about 2,500 we have 7 players. So let me just show you here. About 2,500 we have 19 players. Okay, 19 plus 69 plus 20. Okay, बहुत ही ज़्यादा जनता है यहाँ पे. But guys, this is the schedule. We are on 27th October, round number 3. And there we have, the race is for the 2 spots for the FIDE candidates. That's how it is, guys. That's how it is. And let me just quickly finally show you myself over there. And the games have begun, but I've also sent the link to International Master Saravanan, who will be joining us soon. Do let me know if everything is fine in the chat. Okay, shall we begin, guys? Shall we begin? Oh yes, we have him here. We have him at the right time. Let me just get Saravanan on our screen right now.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are not there. Your video is not yet there on the screen. And for a moment, I was like, this voice sounds like Amitabh Bachchan's voice. Has anyone told you that?
My God.
That there is some similarity.
Accused of many things, but Amitabh is a new one today. That's a new accusation.
New one. Okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah. And I'm sure some of the people in the chat will agree with me.
At my age, any compliment is welcome. So thank you so much. And please give me the stream in Zoom also.
Yes. Thanks for reminding that. Do
Thanks.
check
Yeah.
if you're able to see it. Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, guys. Yesterday was a long night. Saravanan, did you get some good sleep?
Off and on. Yeah. Off and on. But somehow yesterday I would have been happier if, Pragdananda, Gukesh, the games would have gone our way. But anyway, it was a very, very intense day. As the days are getting more and let us say, as the rounds go on, we get more and more intense games. So that makes commentary probably more difficult, but at the same time, to be a spectator, it is very exciting following the Isle of Man tournament.
Yeah, I completely agree. And yesterday's game of the day, I think, was Arjun's game, I would say. Or
Yeah, probably the most exciting. I mean, first of all, any game with imbalance in chess is always very enjoyable. And so Arjun's exchange sacrifice and then the resultant very complicated end game. Yeah, it was probably the game of the day, definitely. Yeah.
yes, exactly. Let's say today, by the way, Arjun on board number 2 is playing against Alexei Sarana. He's white.
Yeah.
He starts with e4. Sarana goes for e5, knight f3, knight f6, and there we have the Petrov.
Yeah.
Knight takes e5, d6, and he goes knight f3. I always wait for such a sacrifice, but yeah, that's too much of a dreamland for me in such an important event. Probably not happening at all. But yeah, knight goes back to f3, knight takes e4, and Arjun goes knight c3. So bishop e7, bishop e3. What
Well,
do you
if you
have to say
remember,
about this? Yeah.
Petrov was the original the Berlin system, designed to straight away take the game into equality from the beginning for black, not giving much of dynamism for white. But then they invented this knight c3 system wherein white takes dc3, taking a doubled pawn for himself, but at the same time allowing the bishop to develop fast to e3 or f4. Now white will follow it up with queen d2 and triple O. So he will try to have some dynamism on the board and advanced pawns on the king's side with h3, g4, or direct g4 and h4 and all that. So I think today we are going to have a dynamic game on the board. That's what I feel.
Wow. But in this line also, you will castle opposite sides. But if the queens get exchanged, then that will go to an end game. Yeah, that's a possibility. So let's see.
Yeah, that endgame is almost nothing for white because you have a near symmetrical pawn structure without any weakness for both the sides. You can't really call the white's doubled pawns as a weakness. So for the sake of watching this game with some interest, let us hope that the queens don't get exchanged.
Okay, yes, cool. Guys, very interesting game. Arjun is white, Petrov happening on the board. Going to Anish Giri with the white pieces. His opponent has played c5, knight f3, e6, and Anish does not go for open Sicilian. He might go for KIA here. He goes g3, d5 by backrod, and queen e2. Okay, what is queen e2?
Well, generally you play knight b d2 to avoid the exchange of queens and also to, discourage black from taking d4. He plays early queen e2. There is nothing much of a surprise in it. Only thing is now he is telling that he might play bishop g5. Black commits knight f6 direct right away.
Okay.
Just a small wrinkle in theory. By the way, do you know historically? Let's ask our chat.
Okay.
Do you know historically who was the greatest world champion player who had King's Indian attack as one of the main repertoire in his play?
Oh, that's a cool question there. Any hint you want to give?
Let's say, actually, it's too easy. I thought to give hint. Anyway,
okay.
And a world champion after the Second World War, I can say. That can be a good hint.
By the way, Sriram says one small request. You should pronounce his name as Saravanan and not Saravanan. Is it correct? Or is it Saravanan? But don't they call you Sara also? Isn't that
anything is fine. My name is correctly spelled as Saravanan.
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 Oh,
Saravanan.
then Sara.
Saravanan.
Sara is simple.
Sarah is better. Sarah is better. Yeah. In fact, the second N of my first N of my syllable is a tough consonant which is there in Marathi also. It is no, not na, is no. Yes, Saravanan it is. So 99% of humanity doesn't get my name right. So that's why.
99.
So we have people answering. One of them got it right already.
Oh, one of them have got it. Yeah, let me guess then.
Two of them, three of them, four of them. Okay, four of them got it already. Five of them now.
Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, it's Bobby Fischer. Correct. Yeah, Bobby Fischer had King's Indian Attack as on a mainline repertoire. Admittedly, at the time, Bobby did not like to play against the timer. So whenever opponent played e6, he refrained from playing knight of 3 and d4. So he went for d3 there. And in his opinion, King's Indian attack is more powerful when the bishop on c8 cannot come out to g4 or f5. G4 especially. So that's why he played d3 against e6.
Wow. Oh, that is very interesting. So Bobby Fischer. So your queen e2 has been played and Backrot is thinking. Guys, if you remember Backrot, Vidit had sacrificed amazingly in World Cup. All of you might remember with the black pieces. Going to the next game, we are at SL Narayanan versus Nikita Vityugov. And opening went d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, c6, e3, knight bd7, bishop e2, bishop d6, castle, and SL goes a4 with 1 hour 42 minutes on his clock.
The small wrinkle in the semi-Slav, the Meran variation goes bishop d3, for which black takes dc4, bishop c4, b5. See, in this question, bd3 was, for example, the main clashes between World Championship 2008 between Kramnik and Anand. So Anand won, if you remember, 2 back-to-back games with black pieces in this variation by playing b5. So here, SL played bishop e2 instead of bishop d3. The point is, when you play bishop d3 in a later point, you are threatening e4 immediately. So when you play bishop e2, you are not threatening e4. So now he is not taking dc4 with you go. So by not taking dc4 here, he says that the bishop is not so greatly placed on e2 instead of d3. So he goes on with the normal development with bd6 and castle. So this is a small wrinkle. And now castle. Now a4, the point is, SL says at some point black has to play dc4 and b5. So at that point, by playing a4, he discourages b5.
Wow.
So generally black plays b6 here, for which a5 may be a good move. So a4, that's the point. Discouraging b5 after dc4. And the point of black is that the bishop on c1 cannot come out easily, right? So this is a intense strategic position. I think white will play queen c2 and play for e4 in such position. That will be the main line.
But
here.
Nikita goes d takes c4 now. And as you rightly said, that b5 not possible. Nice preparation by Narayanan though. This little thing, and very well explained by you. Let's go to the...
I think the point of dc4 is that now black is going to play e5 immediately for bishop c4. Generally in the Meran, e5 cannot be achieved so easy. So,
but then what do I d5? Can I go d5?
D5, knight b6 is always a problem. Yeah. D5 pawn is attacked.
Mistake.
Yeah.
It's a mistake.
Might be
but this is a threat then. And if I take here, I don't like this. Like it's equalized, already for black. With this bishop
generally white will
play.
Generally white will play queen c2 in this position. And this is one of the important wrinkles of the Slav defense. If black takes e cross d4, white always takes e cross d4.
Yeah.
I mean, this will look like a irony in terms of your basics. After all, you are allowing an isolated pawn. Yeah, the problem is the knight on d7 doesn't have the two good squares of e5 and c5. That's the point.
But it does
So
have this. But yeah, it's a game. It's a game. Nice.
it's a game. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a game.
So then we move to next game, which is did I miss anybody? 18th Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh game is something I'm also
Wait,
looking
no,
for.
Acha, is something happening too fast? Yeah, maybe we should check this first before other games because lots of moves have been played here. Knight f3, knight c6, d4. Gukesh is black, by the way. Sicilian, no wonder. And he goes Sveshnikov. Knight b5, d6, knight d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight goes back to b8. All standard preparation. Queen goes to a4. And there you have, guys. This is a pin. Knight bd7. Still not threatening takes. You also don't have knight c5, right? Because there's a double check maybe. c5. Still preparation, yeah? 1 hour 42 minutes, both of them. D takes c5 and d6. Oh, I'm very, very keen to see who has played this before. A b5, queen a8, bishop d6. He goes bishop takes b5, castle, castle, and Gukesh goes e4 with 1 hour 44 minutes on his clock. Let me, guys, take you to the ChessBase database over here and let's have a look at what's happening.
This is simply a crazy variation of the Sicilian Sveshnikov. By the way, if you remember, one of the stories I told about Gukesh on broadcast is that, with 2 days to go for a major tournament, he asked his coach Vishnu Prasanna, "Sir, can I play the Sveshnikov? Can I enjoy the Sveshnikov?" So Gukesh love affair with Sveshnikov started very early when he was about, let's say, 11-year-old or 12-year-old. This is one of the things I like about the current crop of superstars of India. Gukesh, Pragg, Nihal, and Arjun. They are not at all afraid to take risks in the opening with openings which are considered to be risky. See, when you play an opening like the Sveshnikov with black pieces, there is always a danger that opponent has come prepared for that one serious line where you have to find 10 only moves to achieve equality. See, for example, even the variation we are looking at right now, what has been being played between Gukesh and his opponent, even that may be one of those variations.
Yeah, I think we should be back. Just getting the board there.
I think we're back.
We're back. Guys, do refresh. I think we should be back right now. Yeah, we are back. Very sorry for the lag. Don't know why it happened, but we are back. So maybe last, I don't know when it went off. Maybe last 2-3 sentences what you were speaking. Is it possible for you to repeat that?
Yeah, so what I was telling is by playing such a sharp variation of the Sveshnikov, like in today's game, the first thing that the black player tells white is that I'm not afraid to enter a very sharp variation. This is the first thing I like about this current crop of young grandmasters of India, the prodigious young grandmasters of India. When you show such a fearlessness right out of opening, it is, the psychological battle of chess starts very early on the board. Yeah. So this is something I really like about the current crop. And also, Amruta, please give me the stream on Zoom as well.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So you were checking the opening of this variation, checking the lines. I can check as well.
Maybe you can check because I'm just a little now because it lagged. I'm just a little worried.
Yeah, sure.
But also getting the bars, guys. I'm getting the bars on the screen there. Yeah, there we have the women's bars as well. Vaishali is playing with Leah today. And we have Divya versus Alexandra Goryachkina, which is a very, very interesting match as well.
Yeah, these are two of my most favorite players. You know, let's ask this to chat again. This is a fun question. What is Alexandra Goryashkina's strongest chess strength? Strongest point of chess? What is her strength in chess? Which is which kind of position does she play the best? It's very interesting. I've been following Goryashkina since 2014 when she became the world junior champion in Pune. You know, from that time itself, Goryashkina had something special about her. And over a period of years now, she has matured into a very strong grandmaster among women players. And one aspect of her play, I'm very impressed with. No, none of you. Okay, let's see the answers. We are
Mental
getting answers.
strength, attacking, tactical, middle game, defending. No, okay.
So far, still waiting.
Middle game and tactical says Vignesh. Closed positions. Fearlessness.
That's funny. So far, none of them have got it.
Positional. Finally, they have
Guryashkina
moved
is
it.
a fantastic endgame player.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Parthiv. Well done. Just right. Like when you said it, he gave the answer. Like before you said it.
Oh yeah,
Like,
one of them
nice.
got it. Very
Oh,
nice.
really? I also was not aware of this actually.
Guryashkina's endgames are a delight to watch. I had the real pleasure of watching many of her endgames. 2022, one of the Grand Prix tournaments. I'm sorry, not the Grand Prix. The World Women Team Championship held at Gibraltar, I think. She played three remarkable endgames in one tournament. I had written articles for chess.com about that at the time. It was a sheer pleasure just annotating these games and analyzing the games for the sake of the article. Fantastic player in endgame. Okay, by the way,
Yeah.
as we are talking, this move c5 in Gukesh game, well, it is not played by the strongest and all, but at the same time, it is quite catching up. It was first played by Gregory Oparin, and c5 dc5. In fact, for c5, the main move was considered to be rook b8 so far. So dc5 is relatively a preparation of Gukesh, must be. I'm just checking the times taken by Gukesh to
No,
play
he played
this.
very quickly. He played
That means DC5 is
preparation.
preparation.
Clearly,
Yeah,
because later also he's out prepared his opponent actually. D6 was also played
fantastic.
very quickly. A takes B5
So
also very quickly. Queen takes
actually, so
A6.
far they've been playing very quick. Only for
Yeah,
W, I think White has taken about 2.5 minutes.
right.
So which means that this is preparation, but knowing Gukesh, first of all, this is one of the most interesting things in chess. For those who are students of the game, typically at the level of 1800, I would say, the best way to play chess and the best aim you should have is to play for imbalances, material imbalance. You know, something like today's game. Give up an exchange for a pawn or two pawns, or just give up an exchange for the sake of quick development. By playing for imbalances, you kind of understand what is a piece worth in that particular position. In a particular position, a bishop may be worth than a rook, in fact. In a particular position, a bishop may be worth than even two pawns. You know what I mean? So basically, playing for imbalance is a glorious thing to do in chess. And when a player like Gukesh goes for such an imbalance, by just observing the game, by just analyzing the game as you are watching it, that itself can be a very good training here, actually.
Very well said actually. And for imbalances, I think what if you know Arun Vaidya. international master Arjun Vaidya, he used to always say one piece is equal to one force. So it doesn't matter if it is a rook or a bishop. Like you have one rook, I have a bishop, I am an exchange down, but we have equal forces there. That really help to understand, increase the understanding about this material imbalance.
Yeah, this is basically a very important subject. In fact, those who are watching the stream, I can suggest you all one thing, especially those of you who are young, who want to develop a game.
Yeah, many people.
Correctly done, watching a stream can be a very good training. Typically, what you should do is you shouldn't be seeing any computer analysis anywhere. And in any position, take the stronger player. Okay, for example, in this game, you should take the side of Gukesh definitely. And try to guess each and every move and then see what he played and what computer told for that particular. So you are actually, if you are watching a stream for 5 hours, in those 5 hours, you will be seeing about 20 games. In all those 20 games, by consistently guessing the move done by the player, you're actually training for 5 hours. So correctly watched stream can even be a very good training session.
Absolutely right. In fact, in one of the interviews or interviews with Vishy Anand, he did mention that watching live games is very important. At that time, I don't think commentary. I mean, it was not about commentary as such, but even the live games, because the freshness. Right now, the guy is thinking, and you are thinking along with him, and then what he plays, at least as close as possible to you are playing. If you are taking that seriousness into you, so I completely agree. That's guys. Really, if you are a very serious, seriously wanting to improve, do take a notebook and a pen and all the questions. Please do write your answers as well.
By the way, this game already something has gone wrong for white and already black has achieved equality.
Yeah, here
You
he
can
went
go
bishop
if you can
e3.
go to 14th move castles if you can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is where white played double O, which was not the most obvious move, is not the correct move in this position. Here, basically, white should have played bishop e3. Idea is to play, I mean, instead of double O, white could have played bishop e3 here. The idea is to play triple O here.
What?
Yes.
Come on.
Bishop e3. See, for example, if you play the move what was played in the game e4, for example, the best move for white is triple O here. The point is, having the queen on a8 discourages black from attacking on the king side, and the rook comes directly to d1, and most importantly, black's pieces. See, for example,
No,
let's just
I'll
play.
not go e4 actually. I'll go maybe queen b6 is my first consideration.
No.
Then
I just want to explain one
okay.
thing. Just
Let me go
e4,
e4.
floor 95. Yeah, see, in this position, the black queen, the black bishop on d6, and the black bishop on c8, and the knight on e5, all are pointing out to the king side attack, correct? So in this position, by playing triple O, you have actually dodged your bullets and already gone to a side where black will not be able to attack easily. That is the point of playing bishop e3, idea triple O, rather than playing double O. I think this is where Gukesh home preparation has already paid him dividends. See, guys, I told you, just observing the stream can be a good commentary. This is your commentary. Understanding those small nuances which enable strong players to take these crucial decisions. Difference between a double O and triple O can make all the difference in this game. So if you can just go ahead with, yeah, I'm sorry, Amruta, you wanted to ask something.
This is great. Yeah. I do think this technique can be also used while arguing. Sometimes we can dodge the bullet.
I don't know where you're coming. I don't know. Anyway, let's stick to chess.
Yeah. So then he goes. No, my question was, if you go bishop e3, what looks natural to me? Like now that you say that long castle is a very fascinating idea for me. Actually, I would not think of it.
See, queen b6 I don't like because the queen looks clumsy on b6 for me. And at some point, you have to play e4 and knight e5. That was the point. For queen b6, white will play queen a4. This is my complaint.
Not a4, yeah?
Not a4, not a4. I'll play queen a4 attacking d7. If black goes knight f6 here,
Yeah.
knight doesn't belong to f6 in this position. That's the point. So now I will play whatever. I can play h3, stopping knight g4. Instead of just castles is the only move I shouldn't be doing here. Computer wants to go b4. That's too much. So I would prefer a human move like h3. Idea is to play double O. And white is clearly better because black doesn't have much of a compensation for the exchange. Now, if you go back to my move, and play e4.
Yeah, I think that
See
looks
how many
like the
things
best
are.
move now, suddenly.
It is. See, now see how many pieces are coming to very nice squares. Let us assume for
Long
e4
castle,
white
yeah.
play took low. Now
Knight
let's
e5.
continue with knight e5.
Yeah.
Now I'm actually I have a very venomous threat here. I'm going to play queen c7. Chat,
Oh,
can you understand?
you should have asked this question because the word venomous and the move queen c7. It's like kya chal raha hai? I would never
Exactly.
have guessed it.
It's a small venom. Okay, even now we can ask the question, what is the idea of queen c7?
Okay,
Can anyone
that's a
tell
good
me?
question. Great
Castle
question.
right? If black is going to play queen c7, what is the idea of queen c7? Chat. Is our stream stuck or something?
No, sometimes the chat gets stuck like the live, so you have to just refresh, close and
Okay.
start. Yes, I
Yeah.
make
Yes.
Arjun, like if I am also right, then this move is right. Let's
Yeah.
Sarah actually confirm that.
Actually, okay, many of them got it right. It's kind of obvious here. The idea is to play queen c. I'm sorry, bg4. Okay. Now the point is, if you play a natural move like queen a4 after that, what is okay? bg4 is the obvious threat. I mean, I'm not telling queen a4 here.
Yeah, queen
If
c7
black had
and
played queen
yeah.
c7 and white plays queen a4, okay. bg4 is the obvious threat, but what is the other major threat in that position? Very interesting.
Can I try?
Yeah,
Is that c4?
Yes, exactly.
I want to breathe. It feels like I want to breathe. I want to break open there.
Yeah. See, now I'll look about this. All this was possible because of e4 and knight.
Whoa.
Whole plan of development was possible because of e4 and knight e5. That is why e4 is very important in that.
Beautiful.
Yes, it is. It is really
man.
very interesting. Sicilian Sveshnikov is a very, very interesting opening. Okay, in a way, it is nice that our Guki has already equalized because of White's error of playing castles rather than bishop e3. So in the game, castles was played, castles e4, queen a4. Now black played
e4, queen a4. Yeah, but Guki's preparation is just mind-blowing now, actually.
He's one of the best right now. And remember, he has traveled to Isle of Man with his favorite second. Gaevsky, who was Vichy's second, Vichy's permanent second till about a year ago. So this is a very nice help to have during tournaments. Gayu is a fantastic opening theoretician as well as a nice guy. He's full of good jokes. And, excellent company during a chess tournament. So Gukesh is in very good hands by now.
Wow, lovely. So queen a4 was played and he's attacking the e4 pawn. Gukesh now goes knight f6. So here, can you explain that we wanted to go to e5? So, or is it a different scenario with castle already on the board that this knight is at some point can have these kind of tricks?
No, the idea of queen a4 was to make black play knight f6 because e4 is attacked. Yeah. So by playing queen a4, white is attacking e4. So there, black has two choices. He either had to play knight f6 or he had to play queen e7. See, yeah, knight e5 is the right place for the knight, but at the same time, playing queen e7 is a little unnatural, you know. This is another very, very important practical principle. See, these are principles that nobody will explain you in nobody has explained in books or other material. These are things you purely learn by playing the game or having a very good coach. Any game where initiative is involved, especially what you're seeing in front, where black has sacrificed an exchange just for one pawn and for the sake of activity. So initiative is very important. In any game where initiative is involved, you have to think 2 times before making a strengthening. Whenever you are not making a tactical move with a threat, you have to be very careful, because where in any game where initiative matters, any strengthening move is a loss of time. So it is logical to play Queen E7, but practical to play Knight F6 because you are developing a piece. Whereas Queen E7, you may need the queen to go to C7 or to H4 straight away. Yeah. So, and also Knight F6, by the way, is threatening bishop into H2 here. Might be threatening the Greek gift with bishop into H2 here. So that is why he went Knight F6. That is why
that's cool. This you should ask the tactical this thing. So guys, today a lot of questions are going to happen. Stay alert for such ideas. Bishop goes back to E2. Basically, he's stopping the Greek gift here. Bishop H2. And Gukesh now goes Queen E7. Again, how much time did he take here? He had 1 hour 44 minutes, 17 seconds. And then he now has 1 hour 43 minutes, 15 seconds. So 30 seconds. He took 30 seconds.
Let me ask a question in the chat. From what I explained in the last 10 minutes, Bishop E2 is a bad move. Why?
Bishop E2 is a?
Bishop E2 was a bad move, in my opinion. Why was Bishop E2 a bad move? Even if not chess-wise a bad move, it's psychologically a bad move. So why is Bishop E2 not an ideal move? Can chat answer this? Don't bother about moves. Tell me from the strategic point of view, which I was explaining in the last 10 to 10 minutes. Any answers, guys?
Second, pieces place bad.
Pieces plays bad.
The rook. Bishop is passive. Closed bishop. The open E file for white. Blocking the rook.
It's not coming. It's defensive. So Sai Sarath is the first guy who got it kind of correct. It's defensive. Once again, a risky but better move, in my opinion, would have been G3 there instead of Bishop E2. Bishop E2 stopped the threat of Bishop at H2. G3 also stops, but G3 stops in a crude way. The point is, after G3, let's say you play a move like Bishop G4. Okay.
Yeah, no, the first instinct is like G3 looks like a bad move because of the light square. They just feel, so weak. That's the reason I believe he would also have avoided it. But Bishop G4, suppose.
Now, if white wants to push ahead with his initiative, he has to start attacking somewhere. Bishop G5 for white now. See, this would have opened up a hand-to-hand combat. This is a straight fight with two knives by both the players. Now, white is threatening Bishop F6, Queen into E4, basically.
Let's say I go Bishop F3. Look, I have a clear-cut idea there.
Yeah.
What's your plan? Is it, you will simply move the rook, yeah?
Rook exactly. No, rook F1. See, the bishop does a better job of protecting the king side with Bishop F1 now. See, in any position with imbalance, initiative matters a lot, actually. So that is why Bishop E2, computers might say Bishop E2 is kind of acceptable, but psychologically, when you play a defensive move like Bishop E2, you are looking at defending for the rest of the game, which I don't like. You got me?
Yes.
So that's why, when you are analyzing such games, it's very important to ask yourself the question. Each and every move is one of the sides missing the initiative. If you ask that question again and again when you are following such a game, that will at least kind of guide you towards the right answer.
But then I would say that Gukesh has had a very smart preparation, because in a position like this, okay, to actually make the move g3 is somewhere against the rule. Like we're like, how the hell can you play g3 and weaken the light squares? That's the feeling. It is breaking the rule, and that's the reason in the game when you're not aware of this position, you will make still a natural move like bishop e2 instead of g3 if given a choice. That too with
Very correct.
Gukesh. You don't want to have these weak squares. Of course, if you go deeper, I agree with your ideas of bishop g5 and rook e1 and bishop f1. But to find on the board, I think it was very, very difficult. So, smart preparation by Gukesh. Very, very much.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
think Gukesh already has achieved equality, definitely. Fantastic compensation. And now it is black who is dictating. For example, after rook d1 now, already after knight g4, we have a near equal position on the board, I think.
Yeah, you have to take, and Gukesh is still an exchange down. But let's say I just develop the no, rook is hanging.
d1 is attacked.
Actually, where do I go is a big question because back rank looks weak. But if I go rook d5, my rook might be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't consider rook d5 here.
No,
Honestly.
just queen e6. You can attack the rook, and once again, the rook doesn't have a good square. So
Yeah, okay.
This is comfortable. Gukesh's position is comfortable here. The queen
I
can go
can
to
even go
g6.
bishop
These
e6.
ideas are
Amruta,
there. Yeah.
I can even go bishop e6 there. No need to go queen e6. Bishop e6, rook moves now f5. Once I get f5, f4, I have a very good initiative in that position.
Yeah. So Gukesh is
And
having initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Now you see, after this exchange of knight g4, bishop g4, bishop g4, black will miss his light square bishop very badly. Rest of the game. So this is this is not an exchange down position. This is an attacking position for black now.
Beautiful. Okay, so Gukesh's opening has been amazing today. Going to, by the way, we have Nakamura versus Aryan Chopra today, and Aryan is black. Aryan has actually first round Pragnananda with him was a draw. Yesterday
Yeah.
also he drew with Vincent, and today he's
Vincent
playing with Nakamura. So he's actually having a very good event until now. Bishop d3, and he goes queen e7, rook c1, rook f c8, rook fe1, bishop b4. He goes bishop e4, but look at Nakamura's time. He's still prepared or what? This knight
By the way,
d2
did you
moves.
see that Nakamura also has played the opening setup chosen by Narayanan today? Yeah.
Oh,
He
really?
played bishop e2 today instead of bishop d3. Meron.
Yeah.
He went for against a Slav, semi-Slav. He went for bishop e2, bd6, castle. But instead of Narayanan's a4, he went for b3 Nakamura. By the way, b3 is a typical Nakamura move. I'm very sure he would have paid minimum 5,000 games in such positions in Blitz. So b3 is a typical Nakamura move. Just keep a game going. Let's not bother too much about opening preparation.
Yeah. So yeah, he's gone knight d2, and white is threatening e4, right? If I'm not wrong here, he's all prepared for that. So yeah, he's thinking. Aryan is thinking. He's down to 1 hour 19 minutes. Can we look at Arvind Chidambaram's game with Tabatabai?
Yeah, sure.
So here they played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, and he goes knight g5. Is it fried liver attack?
Yeah, fried liver attack, one of the most sharpest.
So the question is, who is going to out prepare? Very first question.
Very theoretical, actually. Almost every variation is in fashion nowadays. I mean, in this bishop e2, which has been played by Arvind Chidambaram, that is in fashion. Bishop d3 is an old line fashion. Queen f3 is a move which is in fashion. So this is basically a theoretical melee with lots and lots of theoretical points. Let's try our best to explain it.
But 143 for Arvind, and where did Tabatabai started thinking a bit? Or again, like we don't know if that is a psychological thing, but he goes bishop d6 after almost 8 minutes thought. this movement, which is a opening though. D4 takes. This was fast, and again he takes 5 minutes here, and like here again he takes another 10 minutes. So in general, this is clear that Taba is not in his preparation. He may definitely have ideas on his sleeve, but bishop h3, whereas Arvind is still in his preparation with 1 hour 43 minutes and 45 seconds. So that
But the
is
point is,
great.
he has played well so far, Tabai. He might have taken his time so far. He has probably, okay, Arvind is 35 minutes or so ahead on the clock.
Yeah,
But the
still
point,
44
Black has
minutes.
found all the correct moves in preparation as much as I can see.
Yeah, he must have found, but I think you don't use this much time, right? Even if you want to trick your opponent, like 40 minutes, 34 minutes of difference is pretty huge.
Of course, of course.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so over here B3 by SL, and I'm very keen to keep a watch. Sorry, by Arvind, to keep a watch until which point he's going to have more than 1 hour 40 minutes on his clock. So B3, last move. How do we assess this position here, by the way?
Okay, Black has definite compensation for the pawn, no doubt, because except for the knight on A5, all Black's pieces are very well developed. There is a certain crampedness about White's position. I don't like the knight on D2, knight on D3, and all that. So going back to our analogy yesterday of how Zigbert Tarash defined the game of chess. So space, material, time, and then activity. It is basically material that White is commanding, but it is time and activity that White is lagging behind. So this is a very tense position. This is basically dynamic equality when it comes to assessment. But the initiative is with Black. It is him who has sacrificed a pawn. So White has to be extremely careful in the remaining middle game. Okay, it basically goes with Taba Taba is the natural style. This is the way he plays chess, Iranian grandmaster. Amin Tabatabai, one of the very, very interesting grandmasters on the professional circuit. This is going to be a very interesting game. The only thing I'm a little concerned is this is not Arvind's kind of chess. A little defensive moves are necessary rather than aggression. So a little Arvind has to be a little careful today. That's what I feel.
And also, it is very much to Tabatabai's liking the position for the style of his play. So here we'll come here again and see what happens. But very very interesting with ideas like C4, and I like C4 by the way. It looks very forcing. I'm attacking, and B takes C4 looks a little ugly, but I'm surprised that computer says that's okay. Oh, maybe
Just give me a
because of the
second. I'll
C2
get
pawn.
some water. Just give me a
Sure.
second.
So for the C2 pawn. Yeah, let's go to the next game. By the way, today we have a very, very interesting matchup. Pragnananda versus Ronak Sadhwani. Yes, guys, we are here at Pragnananda's game. And I am joined with International Master Saravanan. We're all enjoying you listening to his stories. By the way, the bars are also on the screen. Can I get more of them? Let me just have a look, quick look.
Sorry about that. Yeah, let's go.
As per the bars, nothing is like too, too crazy as of now. Things all
Yeah.
in control. Going to Pragnananda versus Ronak, by the way, very interesting matchup.
They've gone for a relatively fresh position rather than following any theory. Pragg and Ronak were part of the Indian Olympic team and they definitely know each other a lot. So I'm not surprised that they go for a setup rather than an opening variation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bishop c3 played by Pragg. Knight goes to c6. Both are around 1 hour 27 minutes each. e3 and queen c7. Yeah, it's a thinking game, yeah. Now they... So I like Pragg's bishops here, actually. And
Yeah,
his
basically in the
development.
long run, White will have a fractured pawn center. white will definitely have CD4, ED4, let's assume in the long run,
Hanging pawns, yeah.
hanging pawns in the center. But you know this, right? Hanging pawns with all pieces is always a very dangerous proposition to face. As more and more pieces get exchanged, then black will get stronger and stronger. But as long as all the pieces are maintained on the board, black has to be very careful. So this is going to be a very good positional struggle. Anytime it may become tactical. That is the nature of positions with hanging pawns anytime.
Nice. So yeah, so that is the thing. The main imbalance here is the hanging pawns, which will land into. And for black, I think he has to pressure here. White has to create some play. Because tell me something. When I'm thinking about creating play, this bishop is on g2, and normally it's on d3, right? So like I'm not sure how to take advantage of the hanging pawns by white. Maybe Pragg has to show me.
See, in this position, the bishop, why the other bishop also doesn't belong to c3. Generally, let us say if black has already played ed4, cd4. Generally, the bishop will be on e3 and another bishop will be on d3. Let us say. But here, because the black bishop is already on c3, whenever black plays cd4, ed4, and the most natural square for the black's light bishop is b7. So let's assume that at some point black will play b6, bb7. In such a position, the bishop on g2 and bishop on c3 are much more powerful than a bishop on d3 and bishop on e3. So, these two both have a scope.
Nice.
Okay, there is another theory about bishops. When bishops occupy the long diagonal, g2, b2, g7, b7, the game will be slower generally. This is another gyan about middle game. So in a slow game, basically, when you have the hanging pawns as well, such bishops give initiative for white. So I think the bishop is better placed on g2 rather than d3 in my.
So piece activity here would be very, very important for Pragg, to be alert. That's cool. We'll come here again. Pragg versus Ronak, guys. Very interesting matchup. Going next to Vidit's game, because Vidit yesterday played a very long game. Very interesting end game there. e4, c5, and his opponent goes for Alapin. Benjamin says love from Germany. Oh, great. Thank you. For Alapin, d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, and d4. g6 has been played here. Knight f3, bishop g7, knight bd2. Don't they play knight a3 mainly? Over here, the main line is knight a3, right? If I'm not wrong.
Well, a lot of theory here.
Okay, so he goes knight bd2. For sure, he wants to take Vidit a little bit out of his preparation. How much? But Vidit has 1 hour 29 minutes. I'm very surprised, actually. Wait, because Vidit is very good in opening preparation. Oh, why would he have thought for 11 minutes here? He didn't expect c3.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the level of Vidit to think so much for choosing the second move, which means c3 was a complete surprise for him, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So e takes d5. Rakshit, don't worry, it was about the bar related thing. We can figure out tomorrow. So queen takes d5, d4, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, knight bd2 he takes, and bishop c4. But now he's made the moves very quickly. I think he was just kind of choosing which one to play. Queen goes to c5, and Dimitri plays c takes d4 here. Now he thinks for 7 minutes. Do you have anything to say about Dimitri Collars? His style of play or...
Well, he's one of those, as far as I know, he's one of those logical players, pro professional generally. Okay, it's very difficult to play against players like Collars with black pieces because they hardly make any mistakes in the game. But as you can see, choosing knight bd2 over knight a3, and then just having a very concrete setup and all that. there is an advantage in playing against such players also, that you will not be facing any major tactical attacking kind of a game. It will be a slow game. But the problem is, these players, Kohler's kind of players, they play for two results. They always keep equality in hand. They don't give much of a chance for opponent black pieces to attack anything. So it is very difficult to win against such players. That's the only observation I can.
Yeah, that's a good one. Very interesting.
Himang Ghosh says Bronstein once famously thought for 50 minutes to pick the first move with white pieces. Yes, very true. I'll also tell you one more thing about Bronstein Himang. Bronstein, in my opinion, is one of the too much of a bloated figures of chess history. There are too many histrionics that Bronstein has done like this. I mean, his famous line always was, "I will never give you interviews." Famous
Why?
interview of Bronstein in New in Chess telling that I am not going to give you an interview. But, Bronstein, he was an original player, no doubt. But many of the time, he was desperate to prove that he was an original player on the board. So many of his, so-called creative games and all that, if you put them to computer tests now, many of them fail the test actually. I'm not telling that, checking with computers is the best way to study classics today. But at the same time, please go and check the games of Petrosian, who was also an extremely creative player. They will stand up to the computer's test. So many of Bronstein histrionics, like playing, thinking for 50 minutes, and he won the game. By the way, the story goes that he won the game after thinking for 50 minutes, and after the win, he said that in those 50 minutes, I saw the whole game. That's typical BS to say. Jojita wo Sikandar type of sentences. Let's say these are nice stories to hear, but definitely not to be followed by young players.
That is an important advice actually. Nice stories to hear, but not to be followed. Otherwise, some 10-year-old goes on the board, thinks for 50 minutes, and then loses on time. It's not the same story. Oh, nice. Okay. So,
Let's go for after Vidit, I suppose
yeah.
it is
Wait a second. Leon.
Nihal.
We have
Nihal, Nihal.
Leon playing
Hey,
against
Nihal
Leon.
has already
I know
drawn his game.
Nihal. Oh, Durabaili.
Durar Bailey has drawn with Nihal. Looks like it is one of those games where the game straight away ends in a draw directly
Who
from
was
the
the
opening.
open? Yeah, just
Yeah,
a
it is
minute.
from okay, of course,
Okay.
it's a Berlin after all, the Berlin Wall. I'm surprised, first of all, why Nihal chose Berlin for today.
Um,
Just a third round game, and
I think what Nehal is also maybe aware is he was black here. That's fine, and it's a long game. So in general, he's preparing for some long end game tomorrow. 6-7 hours. So that could be it. Going to Leon's game here. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, Fedo cf, knight f3, b6, g3 was played, bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop e7, castle, rook
yeah.
goes to e1, he goes knight e4, stops e4, knight, no, anyway, that was not happening, sorry for that, knight d2, d5, c takes d5, e takes d5, and Leon is not yet developing the b1 knight there. He takes on e4. And Fedosiev has 1 hour 44 minutes still on his clock. f5. Bishop goes to f4. Bishop d6. Oh, here Leon takes 26 minutes to make this move, queen b3. King goes to h8. He takes this bishop, queen takes d6, goes knight b5, and Fedosiev has now started to think.
Okay.
I like his position. No,
The
Leon's
opening
position.
has gone well. Yeah, opening has gone well for Mendonca, definitely. So I'm happy with that. I mean, Fedosiev was an extremely strong player. So that is one. And the second thing, except for that 25 minutes thought, which puzzles me, everything is going his way. See, he has got about an hour now, but he is half an hour behind on the clock, which is a concern. So let's put it this way, positionally fine, position-wise fine, time-wise a little concerning. That's how I would say.
Got it.
One question I have is, was it necessary to play knight b5? That looks like a little premature for me. See, after black's 14th move of queen d6, bishop d6.
If you have a good move, which you have seen, then maybe the chat can find. Is there a good move?
There's nothing good as such. I thought, why not the natural rook a d1, bringing the queen, king, rook to the center.
Okay.
Or if you don't want the rook on d1, maybe even e3. So knight b5, I don't know if it is preparation. It is possible that it is still preparation because just a 14. But I don't know. See, the idea of knight b5 is if let us say black plays queen d8, rook a c1. Okay, now I'm tempting you to play c6. Okay, now when you play c6, I go knight a3. I'm inviting you to take queen into d4. After which, yeah, now maybe we can ask chat. What is the compensation that Leon has in mind? What is he going to play now? It is not just one move. You have to make a plan. Yeah. So let's ask chat. White to play. What will you play here after queen d4? Next idea. I want a plan rather than just a move. So maybe that's what he was thinking, in his long think of how many minutes did he say?
26 minutes.
26 minutes. In his 26 minutes, probably that is what he was thinking, what to do after in this present position, whether to play knight b5. Because knight b5 has taken hardly 2 minutes. If what I think he's going to do now, the pawn sacrifice on d4, maybe it was decided in his 25-minute thought, or maybe it's part of his preparation.
Yeah, it is actually possible because sometimes the opponent is going to feel that, it can't be a preparation. You're thinking for such a long time. Also, Fedosiev recently did have not the best results in Qatar initially with our Indian players.
By the way, knight b5 seems to be a new move, a novelty nobody has played before.
Then you are right, actually.
Maybe then it is preparation which he was trying to recollect when he was playing queen b3.
Sendel says rook ed1, not rook ad1. Yeah, maybe better.
What are the answers we are getting?
So, rook c1, f4, f3, rook d1, rook ed1. Rook ed1, knight c4, f4 is one plan. f4, knight c4, f4. Okay. Then rook ed1, then if queen e5. Oh, look at this suggestion. Rook ed1, if queen e5, Samhita says. That's a very good one. Very good one. Queen f7. What a move, Samhita. Very well done. If rook f7, yeah, there is a mate. So,
queen e5 is a bad move. For rook d1, black would be going queen f6 here.
Okay.
From what I see, Rupan, you got it right, but I don't know why white should play f4 here. There's no need for f4.
Many of them want to go f4. Actually, the problem is this feels like a fear for white.
Exactly. That is probably what they are all worried about. Don't bother. I mean, yesterday I told about the Dutch defense, right? Loss of chess will take care that you won't lose just for an f4 attack. Just continue knight c4. That's the point of giving up the pawn. Yeah. Now, White is threatening rook d6 as well as knight d6. That is one. And an important point is it is impossible to develop rook a8, knight b8 easily anymore.
You don't have knight d7. You might go
Yeah.
here, but then there is, yeah, knight d6, rook d6. Very cool.
See,
This is very cool actually. It has to be preparation because it's not so easy to, take this knight
see
over
now,
here.
for example, let us continue with our viewers' fear. Let's say black plays f4 here. It's a losing move. f4, let me just continue knight d6. I'm not bothered about your threat of fg3 at all because for fg3, I will coolly take knight into b7. So, no, I'm not going to take fg3. For fg3, let me coolly take knight into b7. There is this famous quote in Indian chess. Okay, come on, hit me, hit me, hit me by Sekhar Sahu, an international master, colorful international master. Actually, black doesn't have any attack here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Amruta, you can even go king h1. There is no need for king f1.
actually.
Remember, I have a queen on b3 which can easily swing to the king side and defend the king side.
Okay,
So
that's true.
actually, g4, f4 is not a threat. So let us go back to knight c4. I mean, after all, this
1 second.
queen
Yeah,
d4 and
knight
all that.
d3.
Yeah. I have a feeling all this is going to happen on the board today.
In
So now,
fact, yeah.
black's best move is c5, idea knight c6, rook d6 now, queen f7, let us say. And even with a move like rook c d1 or even knight e5 exchanging the queens, white has very good compensation for the pawn already. So the idea of knight e5 is to prevent black from developing at all completely. Idea of rook c d1 is to play rook d7 if black plays knight c6. So either way, white has very good compensation already. Yeah.
This is very good. And, I think what Leon has very smartly done is that Fedosiev, who is again quite creative and attacking chess player, he is going to love this kind of a setup there. It's just in the mind, all these F4 and these ideas there. But Leon might be even provoking him there.
Correct. Remember, we were talking about imbalance. Best way to beat stronger players is to play for imbalance. This is what I tell whoever I'm training. I tell them the best way to beat stronger players is to play for imbalance because the first thing, psychologically, it gives you a bigger advantage that you are not afraid of them. You are not afraid of going for a sacrificial game and you are going for imbalance. So I really like let us hope all this, all this will happen in the game. If all this happens, it will be really wonderful for Leon
Yeah.
today.
So then going to Hari's game against Murli Karthikeyan. By the way, Shaurya says Hikaru is winning already with Aryan.
Really.
Can we have a look at that first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, not winning as such, but okay, we last left at 92. He had played. Aryan
Yeah.
went for e5 over here. Bishop f5. E takes d4. Yeah, but this move for a moment feels like you won't consider, right? When the rook is on e1.
Yeah, it's very committal actually. I
But now
mean,
it was
committing.
queen d8.
That's what the whole thing looks highly suspicious for me. Remember, I was telling about Aryan Chopra. He's basically his natural strength is tactics, and he's a very good calculator on the board. Once in a while, when it comes to conceptual play, Aryan lags a little behind. I'm a little surprised that ED4 and Queen D8, these are so unnatural.
Hmm.
He played
Exactly.
them. It's very unusual.
Would you want to go back? Why would you want to give him an open file? It doesn't look so good.
And remember, I told you that Hikaru would have played thousands of games in B3. This is precisely what Hikaru wants. He just plays a setup and then he expects the opponent to do something rash. So this is
Hmm.
precisely what Black should not be doing in such a position.
Yeah, maybe Aryan thinks that this on one side having all the pawns there, he might equalize. He assesses it that way, I believe so. That would be the main reason. But then too many soft points. Okay, so that's Aryan's game. By the way, we'll also have a quick look at Gukesh because after Queen e7, Rook d1 was played and Gukesh goes bishop e8 after a long thought finally. So he goes like around 17 minutes thought and he goes bishop b8 over here. And Alan
So,
Pichot has slight better position now.
Gukesh game looks very interesting for me right now.
Yeah, because I think all the time he's kind of thinking that g3 is going to weaken, so that doesn't seem like the most natural move. So for white, once again, if you try to, let's say, develop the bishop to e3 or something, this seems natural. And
Yep.
for queen e5, what, g3 finally you will have to play. Is it kind of forcing here? Knight g4 with the ideas of queen h5. You will have to take. You take. No, this is not so easy, yeah, to defend actually with this material balance. Gukesh has a task, definitely a task. Okay,
I have a
so
feeling he mishandled a little in the previous few moves.
who?
That's I mean, Gukesh.
Here,
Uh,
bishop e8, you mean?
no, I'm just thinking. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of what is happening.
You know, here what the computer said that instead of queen e7, develop
Yeah.
the queen on c7 and already ask him whether you want to play g3 or h3. So firstly to
Rather,
provoke that.
remember we were discussing about this earlier. For Rook d1 instead of Bishop b8, he should have gone Queen c7 directly. I mean, Queen e7 is fine. Even now, for Bishop e2, Queen e7, Rook d1, still he could have gone Queen c7. I don't know. Or okay, that's very unnatural.
Hmm.
Yeah, but as you say, remember Bishop e2, we discussed Knight g4 here, correct?
Ah, yeah, knight g4 was
No, no,
also.
no,
No,
no.
no,
We
not
discussed
here.
Queen
Queen
e2.
e4 was hanging.
We discussed Queen c7, g3. Did we discuss? No, we
No,
didn't,
we
right?
didn't discuss here. It was some other position. But here, if
Okay.
you go g3, then of course there are number of ways to go ahead. But even simply going solid, like keeping c5 under control, and I don't like the bishop on b7 though, because with bishop e3 that would be bad. Maybe the idea is something else. Yeah, h5. That's the idea, man.
Yeah, actually, there is no need for even b6, Amruta. Black can
Yeah.
play h5 directly. Yeah. Yeah, see, this something like this would have made a lot of sense because now you're going for an
Hmm.
attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Gukesh mishandled a little bit by playing this Queen e7. And definitely Bishop b8 doesn't look good at all. See, now White has very natural moves like g3, followed by Bishop e3 and all that. And what is the Bishop doing on b8 is a question. I think Gukesh has mishandled a little bit, but of course, this is too early to say.
We will
Maybe
still
nothing.
know, but in case it is still a part of preparation, it may not be the best move, but is it still a part of preparation? Could be a question.
See, how it happens is when they prepare such kind of positions, strong players, they analyze a lot of variations. So when they analyze a lot of variations, they get a lot of stereotype ideas. So probably one of the ideas Gukesh felt which was helping him again and again was his bishop b8. So that is the reason. So it may not be preparation per se in this particular position, but it might have come up during analyzing variations a lot in this opening itself, in the opening system itself. So bishop b8 comes out of kind of intuition or a fuzzy logic, you can say, fuzzy logic memory rather than concrete memory.
Got it. So, by the way, Pragnananda seems to have got some advantage already. After bishop c3, we left at queen c7 here. Knight bd2 was played, and Ronak went b6 here. And Pragg actually made this next move, which I am a little bit, surprised. Like, I would never consider d takes c5 because you are isolating the pawn. But what
Okay,
timing? D takes c5.
that's
What a
very
move.
interesting.
What
Let's
a
try
move.
to make
Yeah.
sense of it.
Bishop c5 was played by Ronak here. And now, oh my god, Pragg actually is thinking. How long has he thought? Guys, here Pragg has a very strong move. Very strong move.
The clue is that's the point of DC5 itself. If you think why white played DC5, you will immediately get the answer.
But even the follow up with it, let's see firstly. Guys, come on, what are you doing? Kitna slow? Write your answers. Fatafat, fatafat. White to play. Think fast.
Well, it's a Friday evening.
Can bar engine analyze all the exchanges and sacrifices cooking in player's mind? No, Bikiran. Knight. Okay, many people are wanting to go knight b3 here as well. Knight b3. And natural move, you want to attack the bishop on c5, but black can, okay, firstly he'll get a tempo and then the bishop will go back to e7 where you will have this isolated pawn. So positionally it's not working out. So who all said bishop f6? Let me just quickly bring you on the screen here. Oops. What did I do? Yep. That's cool. That's cool. We have 9 people: Sendil, Samir, Parth, Sujit, Digitology, Ijen, Murli, Himanshu, Pranav, and Aryaman. Well done. Bishop takes f6, but Sarah, over here, if you take,
Yeah.
and even here, like knight e4 would be natural for you to play, right? In this kind of a
There is a
position, or
trick.
is
There is
there
a
any?
very clever. There is a clever way to play here. Play knight e4 first. Knight d4 first.
Yeah, this is such a difficult move again, or maybe there is just this spin, so that's why you are banking on that bishop here, fianchetto.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to play bishop b7 here. And now I play knight e4. The point is, for knight e4, now if you go bishop e7, knight b5. This is the point.
Oh, nothing to do with this pawn or the queen coming here, yeah? Oh.
Takes care of everything, let us say. I'm taking care of all the elements of the position. For
Let's,
knight b5, if you go queen
no,
b8, now
actually queen
I
e5.
clock
No, queen e5.
queen e5. Queen e5 is wrong, Amruta. Queen e5 is same, knight d6, let us say.
Oh, my
Or
c6 is under trouble, yeah?
yeah,
Oof.
your c6 as well as the b7. I mean, yeah, b7 is under trouble. So logically after that c6 is under trouble. The
So,
point is rook d8 doesn't work because of queen g4 check here. Knight d6 I play. No, knight d6 first. Knight d6
acha.
first. Queen b8. I said
Sorry,
queen
queen
b8,
b8,
knight
knight
d6.
e6, and now
Yeah,
rook
now if you play
d8.
rook d8, I have queen g4 check
Then
winning the game. Yeah.
check. If
And
king
now
h8, there is
somewhere
knight f. Let's ask the chat. Final, guys. Quickly, very quickly. Checkmate in one move.
it's too easy, Amruta. We have strong viewers.
Just making the, yeah. That's the problem, guys. You're too strong. I can't ask you simple questions. Oh, by the way, Sandeep Kulkarni says I saw Saravanan sir in 1992. Now that is like 31 years ago. And can you please elaborate where did you see him? Because I'm very, very curious to know.
Hey, dude, really? It's
1992.
only in 1992. Yeah, that's a surprise.
Yeah. Oh, great, guys. Knight f7. Well done there. Going to the main board. That was too easy of a question, but always a lovely mate like this. So Pragg is
By
getting
the
a
way,
forced advantage here if he takes on
yeah. See, that's what
f6.
I'm very surprised that Black decided to go bishop c5.
Ha, if
It
he
you
would have
almost
gone,
say that I can almost say that it's a trap actually.
oh,
DC5, bishop c5 is a trap, and Ronak fell into this.
yeah,
See, after bishop 6, gf6 now.
okay.
Okay, Pragg is still
No, the
thinking.
problem
Very
is,
few.
no. So, here also, if you play b takes c5, this is also a problem.
What is that?
This knight jumps into e5. Now, how do you defend? Bishop b7 looks first very
Uh-huh.
natural. And now a very important move here.
Okay, that means DC5 is a good move, Amruta.
Oh, it should be preparation, kya?
Probably in that position for DC5, black was forced to play bishop e7, sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, but here it is very hard to play this move. Yeah, rook b1. You are threatening to take. Well done, Sendel. Rook b1 and winning a piece here, winning the thing. So if this is forced, knight going to d8, you land up in this position as a forced thing. Still, white is better in many ways. You take here, and you can go rook b5. You can bring your queen to f3. So positional advantage with c6
Yeah,
weak, with the knight on
yeah.
e5.
This is clearly better. Main thing is light squares are weak.
Yeah.
The variation you showed. So in the game after bishop c5, bishop c6, gf6, knight e4, I think white is going to have a clear advantage. So this game, I think it is advantage Pragnananda. We haven't seen the game of Hari at all.
Yeah, we
Amruta.
were going to Hari and we just came back again to other games. So
Yeah.
let's go to Hari's
So
game.
Hari is playing our own countryman Murali.
So two games,
You know,
for Indians, Pragg Ronak and Hari
yeah.
Murli.
And in a certain way, this is a game of two different personalities as well as two different styles. Hari and Murali Karthikeyan.
By the way, Raj says I seen him in Sangli during that period. Oh, Sangli. Did you play
Really?
any
Sangli.
Parsalgikar circuit there?
Possible. But Sandeep Kulkarni says nationally in Pune Prabhat Road. Yeah, of course. That I know very well. That's a very painful tournament for me. I had such a good start, but I messed it up towards the end. And yeah, Varghese Koshi finished second, and I helped him by losing to him with about 3 rounds to go. So yeah, that was a very good tournament. Fantastic tournament. What I remember very well was it was very friendly organizers. You know, in 1990s to have such friendly organizers doing the national A. I very well remember Joseph De Souza from that period. Very nicely organized, comfortable hotel, comfortable tournament hall. Yeah, I remember the tournament very well.
So Nimzo Indian over here in Hari's game. D5, bishop d3. C takes d5, e takes d5. He goes knight e2. Bishop goes back to d6. Castle. And rook e8. Knight goes to g3 and Murali Karthikeyan goes for c5.
This is one of those extremely solid variations. You know, Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, Indian Grandmaster, whenever white would play knight g2, he would ruthlessly offer a draw within a few moves after that. He hated playing this with black pieces.
Oh, really?
Precisely because what is happening on the board. See, you have to go for a position where you have to, accept something like an isolated pawn because white's setup is extremely solid, basically. So, in a way, can we say that, the experienced Hari Krishna has chosen a very solid setup against the young Murali Karthikeyan, we can say. It's too much of a cliche, but maybe possible.
So we have to see how if Murali is going to be able to, is there any, will he have this, aggressive possibilities in such a scenario, or is it more about the central control? Because for white, I guess the main idea is to go f3, e4, right? Or am I wrong?
With a knight on g3, no, when black has played c5 so early, you cannot play f3, e4.
No, not now, but in general, the final idea, eventually.
Yeah, of course. If black doesn't do anything, yeah, but there are a lot of nuances like f5 square is generally f5 square is not a concern in a Carlsbad structure. But here f5 square is a concern. So there are nuances that way. Basically, white's center is very solid. White's pieces are very solidly placed. So this is the Rubinstein variation of the Nimzo Indian. So in Rubinstein variation, especially this knight g2, extremely solid. See, now, let's say if white plays b3, bb2 here, and if black plays early d4, he will be very, very behind on development if that happens. If you don't do that fast, then your d5 pawn on isolated pawn may be caught forever. So I understand, ma? So all nuances, all said and done, basically it's a very solid system.
Yeah, Hari has chosen an interesting line for sure. And now we go to Abhijit Gupta, because yesterday he did have a tough day. Actually, he was almost there drawing the game, but then it slipped away. So he's black with Alon Grinfeld. I guess Grinfeld has worked with Indian players, right?
Yeah. Alan has worked with the Chennai coach Vishweshwaran. So at that period when Vishweshwaran was had a cooperation with Greenfield, they had Arun Prasad, Seturaman, Adiban, and who's that Indian grandmaster who went to America and settled there and lived in St. Louis for a long
Mukesh?
time?
No,
No,
Mukesh
not
to you would
Mike.
know.
Earlier, younger than that. He's originally from
Priyadarshini
Bangalore.
ke.
Not Priyadarshan, originally from Bangalore, a Tamilian grandmaster. So him also. So four of them, they were under the time, and all four of them went on to become grandmasters. So Greenfield was a good coach who helped Indian chess in a way.
Nice.
Yeah. So Amruta, with that, can I have my 10 minutes break and have my dinner
Yes.
and come back? Yeah, I'll be back soon.
Absolutely. By the way, sir, 1 second, if you can hold on. Raj says during that period, Saravanan sir was budding player in Sangli tournament that time. Vaidya sir, Jain Gokhale, Kiran Pandit were all the players I remember. Okay, that's what he says about you. And
Now, one
Sriram
of the
says, Saravanan, my classmate in Stanford University, was a student of Vladimir Tukmakov. Apparently, Tukmanov had mentioned his game against you with King's Indian and used it as theory for the same.
Yeah. I played Tukmakov in BL 1998. I think that is the game he is referring to. Fantastic Grandmaster Tukmakov. By the way, I was a budding player in Sangli when you said, there is a very ironic quote about chess players. This is a very talented chess player with a great future behind him. just a joke, nothing else, just a joke. So I'll come back.
Yes, please. Oh, Sandeep, you played the Changli tournament. That's so cool, right? And guys, I actually also want to show you something. Let me see if I am able to show you very quickly while Saravanan will have dinner and join us. Sagar over there has shot something today. The starting moments have been very nice, and I would like to show you some moments from that video. Okay. Tell me something if you are able to hear this or not. Yes, you are able to. Just do wait. I'm also going to bring my dinner and video.
Hello to the spectators.
how did you like the video? Hey, Sagar shot this. Very nice feel of the event. Hari there playing with Murali Karthikeyan. That's Hans Niemann there playing with Shamshuddin Wakido. Nihal Sareen. He drew his game. That's Artemia. Vidit, guys, can you try to type the name of the player who is on the screen? Wherever the camera is going. Let's say how many people do you know? That would be epic. MVL. Vidit. Arey. ज़्यादा पता नहीं लग रहा है इन लोगों को। Hikaru. And that's our Gukesh playing the Sveshnikov. Yo, you can see, oh, which is this position? Queen 8, yeah? And he's thinking. Nice. That's Alan Pichot. Look at his time. Oh, nice close-up, Sagar. Well done. I can stop the music. That's Ronak versus Pragnananda, but Pragnananda, I don't see him on the board. No, I doubt. Harshit Raja is from recent times, so I doubt. Niels Grandelis sipping some coffee there. Oh, this is a nice video, Sagar. Oh, that's Pragnananda, yeah? He's roaming around. And we have SL Narayanan here, which is the opening position. Show Erigacy. Maybe he went in the first half or what? Or here. Pragg Ronak. Sagar comes back to this board when both the players are there. Yes, this is the round going on, guys. Right now, this exactly in this venue, Villa Marina. This is the tournament hall, and this is today's round happening. So beautiful atmosphere there. Okay, thanks, Sagar. That was excellent. We got a great feel of today. What I could actually do is maybe put this on so that the people get some. Oh, that's Arjun there. Let's Just take a look one last time. I think he begins here with nice. Look at Arjun before the game. Okay, so that was it, guys. I think it was a good break. Can we look at the games now while side by side? I also have my dinner. Also, what are the bars saying? Anything happening? If I look at the bars, Arjun's game equalish. Anish has a big advantage. Narayanan not the best position. Arvind slight edge with Tabatabai. Hikaru has a quite a lot of advantage with Aryan. Gukesh slightly fighting but material down, and position is complex. Let's not trust the engines for Gukesh's game. Pragnananda having a better position, clearly better. With its not yet clear, so that is for the men's section. We are yet to see the women's section, but nothing seems very crazy as of now. Going to Pragg's game, he did play bishop f6, gf6, knight d4. He found this move. In fact, how long did it take here? He took only 3 to 4 minutes. So huge probability that Pragg is still in his preparation. Bishop b7 by Ronak, and knight e4, the exact same variation that Saravanan was showing us is actually happening on the board. Here Ronak plays f5, an important move there, because if you go a move like bishop e7, now that was a mistake because of knight b5. This is what we are seeing. He goes f5, kicks this knight away, but Pragg takes the bishop, b takes c5, and now Pragg is thinking. Guys, what is your suggestion for Pragnananda? Let me give you two choices. Will you go knight b5 or will you go knight c6? That was my question. And Pragg goes knight b5, but apparently that is not the best idea. But the question is, why is knight c6, or even is it even a better idea here? If you take, what should white play here? What are your thoughts? Can you please share your thoughts? White to play. Are all Indian player bars on the screen? No, there is definitely a limitation because I cannot have more than in that row, more than a number of bars. So whoever were in the top boards, the bars are right there. Naveen says, why did you also not travel with Sagar? Recently I'm not traveling much. So, yeah. Also, getting a visa and all of that must not have been easy. I don't know, I love it at home. Okay, queen h5 is the suggestion from all of you over here. Queen h5. What's your threat here? Do you want to give a perpetual with queen g5 and queen f6 check? Is that the draw you want? Can I try a move like queen e4, saying I'm attacking your c4 pawn? What do you do here? What do you do? Think, guys, think. Plan. I mean the plan. What do you do? There's nothing tactical happening immediately, but why do you think white is so much better? Pindaro putting pressure on Levon. Okay. So queen g5 check over here. King goes to h8. Let's say you defend a pawn on c4 with rook c1. And let's say black says, okay, I want to take the open file, take the control of the open file. The problem is the queen will enter and you see you have these isolated pawns and my queen is very, very active. And also your king is weak. So given the pawn structure, which is one of the biggest imbalance here, look at the pawn structure. You have an isolated pawn, even I have an isolated, you have it here, I have it here. But there's an extra island for black and that makes the king a little weak. So 7th rank is because you have 2 open files. This is the reason white can press here. But this doesn't look practically, what to say. It looks a little towards drawish in that sense. To assess, I would say, is not so easy there. So Pragg retains his knight and goes knight b5. That comes to him naturally. Knight b5 feeling like retaining the knight. He attacks the queen and immediately Raunak goes queen e7. So here Pragg, I guess, has a move in mind. A move which is going to change certain things. It's like a change on the board. So what? Oops, sorry. Hello, Saravanan. Thank you for joining.
Amruta.
White to play, guys. Here, white to play, and this is the move I find very interesting. Let's see whether you all can also find. Saravanan, in Pragg's game, he's actually seems like the position has now been equalized because as we had, as you had shown that variation, knight d4 and knight e4, that did happen on the board. But Raunak found an important move here, f5. Pragg took the bishop, takes, and here goes knight b5, which personally for me is very natural to, retain the pieces. But somehow it's...
Yeah, I think here white missed an opportunity. Instead of knight b5, which actually looks very natural, this could have been a good moment to enter the major pieces endgame. Let's say instead of
this is the one which you can explain because we did see queen h5 here and I was trying to look at some options. But let's say if I do nothing much, if I go rook f d8.
See, that's the point. Actually, queen h5 is the threat here. If you play something like rook d8, I go queen g5 check. King h8, queen f6 check. I established the queen on f6 f6 first. And queen f6, king g8. Now I play h4. Actually, the threat is quite strong here. h5, h6. So, let's say black plays, let's say
rook d2 maybe.
1 minute. Now that I'm sorry. Now that I seen it, instead of queen f6, let me go queen g5 check, king h8, direct h. Yeah, direct h4 here. The point is, even if you play queen f3, I have defense of. I can still play h5. Okay. So now h4. Let us say what's a more
what's
natural.
Black's counter play actually? Let's say I want to attack these guys. I ignore your threat and I go rook d2. You will go h5.
Yeah, why not? H5,
oh yeah,
yes.
h5 just over, no?
Yeah, this is very difficult for white.
I don't have rook g8 because then there is check and h6 and lost. Okay.
So because of all this, for queen h5, black shouldn't play rook of d8. You should play something like f6 in the question.
Yeah, that's kind
queen
of.
h5, f6. Yeah, see, this I think is a significant advantage in a major pieces ending because let's say queen h5, f6. Now let me play something like rook a d1. The point is the most natural move of rook a d8 means I go queen h6. I go queen h6. So I'm threatening rook d8, queen into f6. Actually, it is a crisis in black's position already to stop this threat.
Maybe I'll go e5.
Yeah, when you play moves like e5 is where you weaken your king side. So now, can I play h4 anyway? So
queen
I
e6.
think I have a queen e6. Idea of playing h4 was to just give a white king a breathing square. Now let me play queen h5. The question I want to ask you is, see, I have a clear-cut plan. I'll play king h2, rook d8, rook d8, rook b1 here.
But
Or
do you
I
think
can even
practically it is going to be enough, like practically to kind of
very much enough. In a major pieces endgame, such a weakened king side is very decisive generally. I think this is basically what Pragg should have gone, because the current position after knight b5, queen e7, I honestly don't see much of an advantage anymore for white, because see, there is no knight d6 which was possible earlier.
yeah, rook
The
d8.
earlier knight d6, rook d8, you had queen g4 check. So with f5, that has been prevented. So actually, white's advantage is negligible now.
But
Black
I
has
thought
equal.
here if e4 was very interesting here, no? I mean, this looks scary for black if I get e4, I thought.
The point is, in the long run, you are giving the d4 square away. So
Yeah.
let's say rook a d8 first
And queen
for
h5,
e4, queen h5, and now take fe4.
bishop e4 force.
Before I play f5 now. Now I'm all set for my knight coming to d4. Yeah.
Oh, so in this weakness, the advantage
Not
would
immediately. I'll kick your
Yeah.
knight away first with
Oops.
a6 and then go knight d4. So
Yeah.
after f5, bishop g2, a6.
Yeah.
Honestly, white has to be careful.
Yeah, in fact, the light squares will become weaker for white. This can get very risky. So,
Knight on d4 is a very commanding piece.
so e4 is
I
what
mean,
I
e4
meant.
doesn't serve anything, even though it's a break, but it doesn't serve anything. So, actually, white has to play something like queen d6, exchange the queens.
He did
And
play.
try.
He played queen d6 and rook a b8 was played in the game. And now Pragg goes queen f4.
By the way, did you see Amruta? Rook a d8, rook a b8 was a fantastic move. It's one of those deep defensive moves, which is the only move in the position.
Oh my god. 1 second.
Yeah.
So the threat is takes, and white is winning a piece here. So if I go a move like rook e8, then there is knight. No. If I go rook e8.
If you go rook e8, I give queen e7, rook e7, knight d6. Knight d6.
Knight
that's a
d6,
problem.
that's over tactically. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't move the knight. Yeah, this is forced. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually, by the way, for rook a8, I think Pragg also had bishop c6. No, maybe not. Yeah. For rook f8, bishop c6.
Bishop c6 was just winning a piece.
Yeah. So, rook a b8 is a fantastic defensive move which was found by Ronan. So that's actually, you should clap him for that. That's a really good move under pressure. Generally, finding precise moves in a regular scenario is fine, but finding precise move under pressure is always a talent, always a strength in chess.
But I thought that when it is a blunder, then for 2600, it is like generally 3 moves are eliminated. And then actually it is easier to find a precise move. Then sometimes, these moves where it's a little more complex. The other
I
options.
would put it this way, whether you're a 2600 or a 2200, finding exact defense moves is a specialistic talent, I would say. So that's why, rook a b8 is a fantastic move.
Nice.
So after rook a d8, queen d6, in fact, I have a feeling that queen f4 is nothing great. This is just Pragg's feeling that, oh my God, I had a better position and I messed it up. That is why he plays queen f4. I think it was better to play something like rook a b1 or rook a d1 and exchange the queens away and try your luck in the end game. See, basically now after queen f4, let us say black plays queen f6. Okay. So the idea of queen f6 is...
One second. Yeah. Queen f4, queen f6.
So this is a simple trap. You cannot play knight d6 because of... Can chat find the move after knight d6? What happens here? What can black play after knight d6? After queen f6. Nice. People are finding it fast, Amruta.
Sendil is a very regular viewer and young viewer, and he is very fast. He's planning to play some nationals and all. Yeah. Okay, let me
Okay.
show the
All of them are finding it. Whoever is finding a move is finding the correct move.
Sendil,
E5.
Samita, Saksham, Vidhan, Pratik, Aragyadeep Das, Scott, Bala, Praharsh, Jendran. Aragyadeep Das reminds us
Nice.
of.
So, yeah. So, Queen f6 is a cunning trap, and Queen f6 has a very big threat. Now, chat, can you find the threat of Queen f6? What is Black planning to do here? Very, very nice idea of Queen f6.
Threat of Queen f6, yeah, you are asking?
Yeah, after Queen f6, what is Black threatening to play? It's not e5 anymore, guys. See, now if you play e5, you will weaken the d5 square unnecessarily. So please don't do that. It's not the same answer. Yeah, again, your Senthil got it. Senthil Nathan. Quite a strong and huge community here you have built up over the years, you and Sagar, which is very nice. So much enthusiasm, active, very nice. Yeah. So the idea of Queen f6 is now that Knight c3 square is controlled, Black wants to play a6 here.
Nice.
After a6, actually White Knight will struggle to find a good square. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. So Queen f, but he didn't play Queen f6 here.
He played Knight a5, which is a bit of a slip. Okay, here Amruta, White has a very nice way to make an advantage. I think White can play bishop into b7, rook into b7, and e4. And
now e4 is happening because this knight for the while doesn't control the square.
Yeah, exactly. So after e4, fe4, queen e4, this king side weakness will tell at some point. Definitely, Black will get into trouble in the long run, in any ending. Of course, it's important that White should preserve his queen. That's very important. That's for granted. So in any major pieces ending later on, Black will be in trouble because of the king side weakness. So okay, so
but I also prefer queen and knight. Also queen and knight, because that would be
well, it is very difficult to exchange away both the rooks. So I think at some point, yeah, White will gain an advantage. So I think it's advantage Pragg in this game. So
he did play bishop b7, by the way.
Yeah, that's an obvious move. So bishop b7 is fine, but I'm just curious to see whether he will play e4 or not. Playing e4 is important, I think.
Yeah, rook b7 is played, and now Pragg is, by the way, Pragg is down to 38 minutes.
Ronak has won more than an hour. So yeah, Ronak has some.
Actually, Ronak had played this f5 move also very nicely. It was forced there, so he had equalized. So this knight a5 definitely will haunt him if White is able to get more advantage slowly.
Okay. So, what about the other games you have been watching?
No, so let's go to Gukesh because that was very interesting.
Yeah, Gukesh. Yeah, exactly. I really wanted to see Gukesh game.
So we had e4, queen e7, rook d1, bishop e8, bishop e3 is only one move actually. Good that you had dinner. So
basically, Gukesh took 27 minutes for his move bishop
b8.
Gukesh has taken time. Gukesh has taken 27 minutes, and Pichot has How do you pronounce his name? Pichot.
I'm also calling Pichot, and knowing that maybe it is not the right way to pronounce.
It's a Spaniard, so typically the T will be silent. So maybe it's Pichot. Anyway, Pichot has played bishop e3 after 35 minutes of thought, which is well.
Oh. So almost an hour they have taken, both of them together, for one move, for one complete move.
And honestly, I don't see much of a nuanced points behind Bishop E3. So it's a little puzzling that he took 35 minutes for a natural looking. But anyway, he would definitely have his reasons. Probably he was considering Bishop G5 or Bishop E3 because after all, Bishop G5 threatens take and Queen E4. Maybe he was considering that. That's my guess.
Got it. So maybe we can go to Arjun's game because on second board, after long castle, knight f6 happened. He went bishop d3. D5 was played. Just a moment. Yeah. D5, H3, C6 was played. Looks like 1 hour 40 minutes means it should be opening. Rook He1 by Arjun. Knight went to E4. Arjun goes Queen E2. Again very quickly. Knight C5 and Arjun goes G4. Again with 1 hour 40 minutes in hand. Bishop D7. King B1. Here is the moment where he used almost actually 26 minutes for King B1. And Rook E8 played by Alexei Sarana. And now Arjun goes Knight E5.
Knight E5 also he does after a long think of 30 minutes, which looks very unnatural for me.
But an important move. According to the computers, it's like best move here in this position. So...
See, the point of Knight E5 is that in the long run, White wants to emphasize dark square control. See, after Knight E5, see, for example, if Black plays Knight into D3. So Knight into D3, Knight into D3. And now a move like C5 will run into Queen D2. Idea Knight F4. Black's pawns will come under pressure. So assuming that Black cannot play C5, now I'll sidestep with Queen F3 and I'm controlling the C5 square and I can play something like Bishop D4 to control the E5 square also. So I think the idea of playing Knight E5 is ultimately to capture the dark squares.
Oh, nice. So that's a very good move. And in fact, even if they have used a lot of time, both of them together are almost like there is no big time gap. And this is move number 16.
Okay, all said and done, the position should be equal. But there is another idea, Amruta. For Knight D3, Knight D3, let's not play C5. Let Black play Bishop D6. Now
Bishop
I
D6
play
or
D6. Bishop D6 because I have to control the C5 square.
Okay.
Now White's idea is to play F4 here. The point is, again, let's say if you play C5, you cannot play. So what can Black play here for F4? He can tactically play C5 because Bishop on E3 cannot move. Now Queen F2, attacking C5. Now Black has to play B6. So he's just holding his center. Now White has F5 and Bishop F5.
F5 and?
In the long run, I am choking your Bishop on D7.
So you want
this
to go
was
with
the
this
idea behind
versus
Knight.
This bishop. Okay.
That was the idea of Knight E5 to free the White pawn, F2 pawn from rolling ahead, So nice idea, Knight E5, quite deep. I'm not, now I don't doubt why Arjun took Knight E5 30 minutes more than Knight E5. He came up with this very nice concept probably. There is this theory in chess, it is not always that tactical calculations will take all the time on the board. Sometimes a complex position like this, even strategic decisions, one needs to take time to, to go into the depths of the position. There's a nice story I can say here. Anand used to be this very, very fast player. He used to play the entire game taking just 10 to 20 minutes on his clock. He even used to beat Grandmaster. He defeated Zoltan Ribli in Dubai Olympiad in 1986, just taking 20 minutes on his clock, for example. Not Dubai, Yugoslavia. The name escapes me, the name of the place, in 1988 or 1990. So then he got to play Anatoly Karpov in 1992 candidates semi-finals. So before the match, he had a training session with Grandmaster Mikhail Gurevich, a very strong Grandmaster, one of the best endgame players in the world at some point. So Mikhail Gurevich told Anand the importance of taking time in any position and thinking. He used the analogy of an onion. See, any onion, only when you peel a layer by layer, you will get to the core of the onion and the actual softness of the core, which is a speciality of any well-cooked onion will matter. Yeah. So Gurevich told Anand that if you want to get to the soft core of the onion, you have to peel the layers one by one, and all this requires time. So stop playing slowly. So, that analogy of the onion really was interesting for me, the way he used it to, make people take the time to play chess. But of course, one should play by their natural instincts. But the point is, there is a difference between playing fast due to intuition and playing fast due to impulsiveness. This is the important. So when
Nice.
Arjun, who's a naturally strong tactical player, takes some 30 minutes for a move like 95, it's a little too much, but at the same time, probably is justified in understanding and working out all these concepts.
Yeah, and I think firstly 93, as you showed, was one quite difficult in that sense, quite deep. But as another move I would really worry while going 95 would be bishop f6 here, because I'm attacking the knight, I'm opening my e file here. So what is white
That's the point.
thinking
Now,
for
white can
this?
play bishop c5. Now, let's say bishop c5 here.
Yeah,
And if you
but
play e5 here.
rook e5.
See, the point is after the queen f3, natural
No,
move.
sorry, maybe bishop e5.
Maybe it doesn't matter. So if you take bishop e5 as well, now I just go, let's say, no, if you play bishop e5, now I'll play queen d2. Idea to play f4.
Oh, it's coming like a
This is
storm.
very interesting.
Okay. No, wait,
So-
rook e5.
So rook e5, now I go queen f3. And I
Yeah,
have
if I
captured the
take-
c5 square, right? That's a bit of a pain here.
Yeah, and if I take and develop in fact, queen to a5.
Yeah, if you make the
does
natural
take
move
queen.
like queen a5 here,
Hmm.
I have this very strong move. Guys, white to play. What is the best move? Let's ask our chat. White to play.
White to play, yeah. Once
The
again,
best.
even I must try. Not easy for sure, right? But okay. If that move is right, then I'm going to feel happy. Oh no, my move was such a big blunder, Sarah. I cannot believe it. My concept was to exchange the dark square bishop, but then I played bishop d4 and it is a.
Happy birthday.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so
See, the
I
point
know
is,
happiness here.
the clue to finding the best move in this position is a beautiful quote by Grandmaster Lev Sakis, one of the greatest coaches of the world. He says, a good move is one which always has more than one idea.
Hmm.
That's the clue. A good move is one which always has more than one idea.
So
Can you find such
in
a
the
move
chat, let me
Uh-huh.
show you. Oops, 1 second. I think so many candidate moves means they are confused. Okay. So there's g5, there's bishop e7, bishop b4, b4, queen e3. What would you say is the right move out of this?
G5 is a bad move because of bishop into c3 coming. Might lead to equality.
Hmm.
So the best move in that position is queen e3. So queen e3
Ankur
and
Sah,
stopping rook.
Giri Jacks, only 2 people actually found it. It was a very tough move in that case, I would say. Queen
So queen e3, the
E3.
idea is to stop rook e8 first of all. You cannot play
Okay.
rook e8 because I'll just take queen into e8.
Back rank mate.
Yeah, and after queen e3, I'm threatening.
G5.
See, first of all, b6 is a mistake here. That's a nice variation as well. So if you play b6, I have bishop b4 and the white queen gets trapped. Black queen gets trapped. Very nice. e3 and
Nice.
there goes the queen.
Wow.
So this is one idea.
Wow.
But the main thing I was looking at is, okay, maybe that can be our next question.
Huh.
Go to queen e3. Now,
One second.
yeah, let us say black plays an X move here. Let's say something like, not b5.
H6.
What else? Huh?
H6.
Yeah, okay. H6 is a mistake because you are weakening the king side. When you play H6, I'll immediately play F4 and start attacking on the king side.
Okay. So should I bring this position white to white? What is white's threat? That's what
Yeah,
you're
in this
asking.
position, what is white's threat here? Can you find out? After queen e3, white has a very nice threat in this position. I really like that. The clue is the variation which I showed just now before. Two variations I showed. One is rook 8, another is queen b6. One of the variations holds a clue. Okay, many of the
Nice.
are mentioning g5.
Nice. Got it.
What is nice?
No, the move is nice.
Guys, g5
Soham
is not
Gamotra. Hello.
g5 is not the move, guys. g5 means black can just take bishop to g5. White queen will be overloaded. Be careful. Yeah, now many have started finding it, correct? You can see
Yeah.
about 4 guys have found the move already. Yeah, that's the most found move in the position.
Bishop F5.
Bishop f5 is
Soham,
very
Ritviz
important.
Parab, Horror Goofy, Dragos, NSG, Girijax, Samhita, and Rahul.
Ritviz Parab is there on chat. Nice. So
Also,
Bishop
Soham is
f5.
Soham. You must be knowing, yeah. He's a junior national champion, right? Soham.
I'm sorry, I didn't know him. Hi Soham, nice seeing you.
So yeah, so that is very cool, guys. Bishop f5. I really love how the bishop is kind of.
Okay, by the way, g5 right away is not a threat, but it is a threat after bishop b4 and g5 here. You got me? So can you say that, overall, slowly, black is taking over, white is taking over in this position. See, this is one of the hallmarks of a strong player. Even if the pawn structure is symmetrical, and generally symmetrical pawn structure games are boring and they end in a draw naturally. And here, not only symmetrical pawn structure, all the pieces are symmetrical as well. Both have queen, rook, and 2 bishops. But see, slowly, white is able to find ways to make an idea to capture the initiative. So all that starts with knight e5. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
very
I really
important
like
move.
the way
Very,
Arjun is
very
playing.
amazing move. Also,
Yeah.
I mean, if I go back, even the engines, that for them that was an important move for white to keep this advantage, slight advantage. And I think
Yeah.
Arjun has figured out. Arjun is in alignment with the engines here. But this
Such
is
a strong player like Sarana is thinking for about half an hour now in reply, which means that he understands the complexities behind this move knight e5, the ideas behind playing such a move like that. Right? Very nice. I really like the way this game is going. Both of the players.
So much to learn.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So shall we go
yeah.
for the next game of ours?
Let's go. I just want to which game firstly. I think women's game. Can we check very this thing?
Today we didn't even see the women's.
Yeah, exactly.
So we should see once at least. Let's go.
Yeah. By the way, Vaishali is here. Soham is under 18 national champion, right? Under 18 national. So she went e4, c5. She's playing with Leia Garifulina. And nc3 d6, f4 Croppery, g6, Knight f3, bishop g7, bishop b5, check, bishop d7, bishop goes to c4, knight c6. Vaishali still has 1 hour 32 minutes. And guys, for women's, the time control starts with 1 hour 30 minutes, not 1 hour 40 minutes like in the open section. Knight a5, bishop d2. What a preparation. Do you know about this line, bishop d2 and...
Yes and no. I know the general ideas of this position, but not this particular position.
You
So,
see long castles.
Yeah, this is a little puzzling. She is taking, real risks in playing this game. But okay, carry on. It ultimately pays off.
And I'm sure this is also part of her preparation. If she has played until here so fast and now she goes long castle, a6, f5. Whoa, Vaishali already aggressive, playing aggressively. b5 there. And 100% it is preparation. f6.
It is preparation, but I think it was very risky.
Very risky.
Very
but
risky.
I think, generally what I feel is the best way to prepare such things are to play so many games in that position where first instinct, how is the opponent answering to you. And if that is happening again and again with different players, then you know that even in your game, your opponent majorly might answer in this way.
Right. Basically, playing practice games is useful. But in this position, she played f5, right?
She played f5?
No.
e5.
In an earlier position when she played
yes.
Here. Yeah, for a6, she played f5 here. I was wondering, okay, b5 was played on the board.
Yeah, first
F5,
takes would be very bad, because
so
open up
F,
and
yeah,
this
that's
bishop,
just
so that's impossible to play.
Sure. You're giving up the d5 square. So after b5, f6.
Yeah.
So how many minutes she took for f6? She took about 1 minute, which means this is also preparation.
Yeah, very much.
So
f6, by the
bishop
way,
F,
Vaishali has played this before against Bibisara Asubaeva.
So this is, I don't know, I'm a little surprised. Let's go along. I'll fish out that game as well as we're talking. Also, I'm curious to see why Vaishali is repeating it, because it looks to me not very sound, honestly speaking.
Yeah, but if b takes c4, by the way, guys, then there is fg7, and that would be just very devastating. Again, look at your rook and placement. So she goes f6, bishop takes f6, and here she, can you guess Vaishali's move, guys? Next move. Vaishali's, people already writing, e5 and 94. So yes, e5, vacating the square for your knight right now. Her opponent did not take d takes e5 because knight e4 attacking this, knight d6 check. It would be very scary to play like this, with black. So bishop g7 again. If you have decided to go for something like this based on the practice games and all of that, I think she is aware that this is the natural instinct for black. Then goes knight e4.
See, at this point, after bishop g7, knight e4, now this is my question. Black played knight b7 here, which is very funny. If Vaishali has already played this position, and if Garifulina had come prepared for this, I'm surprised that she played a move like knight b7 here. See, first of all, after b5, f6, she had a satisfactory position earlier. One question I would love to ask is, f6, bishop f6, e5, bishop g7, knight e4. Now, what happens to cold-blooded castles?
So if I am black, okay, and it's a classical game going on, and I'm to consider a move like castle, first natural instinct, these are the two candidates I have to see what happens there. So e takes d6, let's say a threat, and I would say knight f5, and then I would look at g4 here, which would look a little scary. But then I would look at a move like knight d4, and it would be about assessing this one position. Then when I go back, I would also have to consider knight takes d6 here. But
C4 is
oops.
C4 is.
Oh, but then c4 was all. Did I miss it all the time?
Yeah, C4 is hanging, so it's not easy. See, this was actually played in the previous game between Vaishali and Asubayeva.
Yeah.
In that game, castles was played by Asubayeva in FIDE Grand Swiss Riga in 2021.
Okay.
See, in that game for a castle, white played bishop g5.
Castle over here, no? She played bishop g5.
Castles, white played bishop g5. See, in the game, basically after bishop g5.
If you take on c4?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
If you take on c4, like if you take the piece?
Yeah, that's what. In the previous game, black played d5. Asubayeva played d5 and Vaishali got a fantastic... yeah, bishop g5.
Sorry,
bishop g5.
Very sorry.
Bishop g5 के लिए black played d5. Yeah, Ritviz Parab is asking, isn't this too risky if she has played it previously? Wonderful question. You know, this risk works both ways. One is, Asubayeva is taking a risk by playing something which Vaishali has played it before. And even if our analysis is kind of showing that it is better for black, but if Vaishali is repeating it, somewhere deep white has an idea. That is one. And it is risky for Vaishali because she is going for this 2-pawn sacrifice in a game which she has already played before. She is going for that. And for all you know, it looks like white may be giving up a piece also in this position. So the risk is on both the sides, right? So the better prepared player wins, or the player who has the better resources on the board wins. So it is actually not about preparation. It is risk for both the sides, but it is more about what you do on the board afterwards. Yeah, so instead of d5 Amruta in that position. So d5 nf6 led to a good position for white.
Okay.
My question is, what happens to bc for bishop g5, b cross c4?
Now if I give knight f6 check.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to analyze. So knight f6 check, bishop into f6, which is very risky, of course.
Bishop f6.
Bishop into f6, bishop into f6. Now cold-blooded bishop c6. Let's say.
Okay, and h4.
White has extremely good attack. More than h4, knight g5 is
such a tempting position. It's like
try knight g5. No, it's more powerful. See, this position, I really want to know if both of them analyzed very thoroughly, because the engines that I have and the position that I can see, white's attack is nothing all that great. But the problem is, I have a feeling that both of them would have analyzed with very strong engine, which has probably found a good attack for white. That's how I can confirm. But it would have been much more fascinating if the game had gone on these lines. Because, you know, in the game, knight b7 is like, you know, this is one of the games where you scratch your head and said, what, really? You know, kind of. See, she continues with bishop g5.
No, but do you think that Leia even would have seen that game, like the full game, or 100%. Would have given, no, until a point, but do you think she would be expecting exactly the same variation? Because when you see the game and you see that Vaishali after castle, if well prepared by black, then white would be in trouble. You kind of say, okay, my opponent is not going to play this because she knows that after castle there's going to be trouble. So you don't expect that. So you don't kind of check that with, you know, so many other things which Vaishali might be playing. You kind of give that as the last priority.
I would put it this way. This is the first thing you should be checking. Because, see, first of all, a Sicilian player's life is very difficult. It's not like a Ralopus medicine. Okay? A Sicilian player has to be always ready and well prepared in all the sharp variations first. So when you are coming to the board with the idea that you're going to play a Sicilian defense, you better check whatever your opponent plays before the game 100% thoroughly. So I have a feeling that definitely she should have been prepared. But see, for knight b7, she took 9 minutes. Before that, for each move, she has taken 7 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. I have a feeling that Garifulina was not properly prepared for this game. It's a little drastic to tell it in a commentary, but I have this feeling that preparation-wise, White has gone wrong in this game.
Black.
Because after Bishop G5, now what was played in the game? Bishop G5, Bishop C6, and now she has already played this beautiful move. Actually, I wanted to tell it as a quiz, but then we got started discussing the position. White has played
let's
beautifully.
see, guys. If you don't see the move and try to find what Vaishali played over here, really a nice move, nice shot there. But this is actually, I mean, hats off to Vaishali to go for the same line, to have that level of confidence, brilliant.
Vaishali, is a player who is, what to say, see the previous generation of women grandmasters among women players, Harika and Hampi. So Harika started as a logical player and remains as a logical player. Hampi started as a positional player with a very big preference for the end game, who has now become an all-rounder. She can play tactics also very boldly. Comparatively, two best girls of this generation, Vaishali and Divya Deshmukh, I'm seeing that they both love tactics. They both are, always ready for a tactic. So Bishop E6 is typical Vaishali.
Bishop E6.
Guys, all of you are too slow, guys.
Yes,
come
yes.
on.
Very
Dad,
slow, very
come
slow.
on. We
Chess is
told
fun.
you, attack, come on. Life becomes fun if you attack, sacrifice, and those kind of things. Come on.
So true.
Okay, you already played the move.
No, now, just right now. When you said Bishop E6, you said no?
I didn't actually. Anyway, Bishop E6.
That's why I played. Or did I hear that?
So,
But Bishop E6, what a lovely
Bishop
shot.
E6.
And her opponent is thinking, but the question, if F takes E6, then Vaishali surely has planned this check in hand. You can't keep the king on F7, right? Looks too risky with.
Yeah.
But still,
Knight F6.
but still she has to calculate here if king F7, because a whole piece, she's given a whole piece, and you want to open the E file there. But again, I would calculate a move like Bishop F6 here.
Well, ED6, Bishop F6.
Bishop
might
F6
be
and then
with Bishop and F6 is just completely winning.
Yeah, Queen E5, and this should be winning with Knight G5.
Yeah.
The king is completely busted.
So for ED6, Queen D6 is post.
Yeah. Oops.
So ED6, Queen D6, Knight E5. Knight E5, King F8. This is the point now.
And Rook F1 maybe.
Rook H1. Now Rook H1, Knight F5, G4. I have to calculate a little. But okay, ultimately White has a very, very strong attack here.
Too strong. Amazing.
I mean, I really,
sorry.
more, I don't know which one to pity more, to pity the king on F8 or the knight on B7. Who both have a very, very difficult life today.
That's nice. That's nice. So Vaishali's game, very, very interesting. Going to Goryachkina versus Divya. Oh, Divya is almost in big trouble here already with her king and this knight and the queen together. Almost lost, yeah. Queen F8 was her last move.
Where did things go drastically wrong? I don't know for Divya.
Here, drastically, if you want to say somewhere, this is a slight edge. She went F5, Knight F3, and here she went F6 also. Okay, actually, Knight went to H4, and she went Queen C5. Maybe not the best idea.
I don't know what is Queen C5, but
she
anyway,
the pawn. She
Knight
could
F5.
not. Yeah, because if could she defend the pawn? Like maybe F4 was a better idea, maybe, but still you lose a pawn there.
But tell me one thing, Amruta.
Yeah.
I think Goryashkina also missed something in an earlier move. If you can go to
Yeah.
oh yeah, no. The white played Queen E1. Yeah, I thought she missed Queen E1. She played Queen E1 on the 27th move. I have a feeling that Divya missed this move.
Ah, okay. No, here Divya had to, I guess, play knight c6 according to the computers, because I think if you play knight f5 now, then this should be okay. Takes and knight a5 and these double pawns on the, like, exchanging queens should be a good idea.
No, no,
So
with such a bad king on the on G8 for black, definitely white shouldn't be exchanging queens.
yeah.
But I'm surprised that
Okay.
Divya kind of allowed all this, exposing the king and then allowing a free attack for white overall.
I thought
I think
she must have thought after king h8 rook g8 she is getting a reverse attack. Is that possible? That is how she assessed this king h8, but then she had to go
I
queen
don't know.
f8. Hmm.
We'll have to ask her. Okay, one thing is she was very low on times for the last few moves.
Hmm. Oh.
She had taken copious amounts of time she had consumed in the early middle game.
Hmm.
Now her portion is just lost.
Got it. Yeah, this is big trouble.
Here, okay, we can ask chat here in this current position. What is a nice plan to continue for white?
So do they have to find a move or
Move for white. Move
for
for
white?
white.
So quickly.
Immediate move with an idea. Immediate move with an idea. Nice, actually. White is a very nice idea in this book. I really like it. We have a very informed crowd today. Huh?
Actually, it is not so easy, I would say.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's a little bit of a difficult move. I thought one of them found it so far. No. Sorry, none of them have found it so far. That shows how difficult the move is.
Is it by
Many
any
of you are
chance
going for.
bishop h5? Or
It's actually a beautiful move, knight g3. It's
what?
very difficult to see moves on the board in which the pieces are coming back.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
And that too, you're talking
G3.
about this beautiful knight. It's like at some other position, it's like, what are you doing? You have such a well placed knight and you're taking it back. So,
Yeah.
exactly, breaking the rule. Knight g3. Okay, why is it f6? Yeah, you're pointing at f6.
So knight g3, I'm targeting f6. And for knight g3, if you play the natural move rook d6, now can you find, guys, white to play? How will white win now? The most natural move. White to play. Okay, many guys are finding it easily. I'm going to give a tougher test now. This is going to be a real training session today. I have a tougher question now. This is easy. Okay, we can
What is the
conclude.
right move but here? C5?
C5 just wins the piece.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think why am I so obsessed with bringing the bishop on this diagonal,
C5 just is, I mean, the
Yeah.
white queen on h4, it's a double attack.
Yeah.
So it's quite
No, C5 is just simple. Now
h4
it
is
is.
attacking. Now let's go back. Many of you wanted to play knight h6, and there is something all of you didn't see. Knight h6, black has a fantastic. Okay, white's threat is to play rook into f6, I suppose. It is to play rook into f6. Black has a fantastic reply. It's very tough. Do you guys want to take a shot or shall I tell them?
No. Wait, at least I will try.
Let them say.
And I'm sure
Oh, yeah,
they
sure,
will
sure,
also try.
Black to play has a beautiful, beautiful way to play. Immediately one guy has found it. Yeah, after knight at 6, guys. White plays knight at 6. Now black to play. What is the best move for black? Very nice. This position is so interesting today. Many have found it already. You know, in such positions, it is almost not possible to calculate the whole variation and play it. It is basically your intuition. And to have an intuition to find a creative move here, that shows your talent in tactics, basically. So one should be a good tactician to find such moves naturally in any game.
Yeah, guys, if you have heard him right, if you have not found a move, you have no talent in tactics. Okay, just kidding
Be
there.
gentle. Be gentle with her, guys. They're all trying their best. Yeah, many guys have found it. Rook d2 is the move.
Rook d2, yeah.
Rook
I was
d2,
also
there is a
looking
knight.
at direct bishop g2, king g2, and then rook d2. But if
You know,
rook d2,
whenever we analyze any position and if you sacrifice too much, Vishy Anand's sarcastic comment would be, I don't need so much talent from you. A little bit less talent is fine. So don't sacrifice. Now, the point is, white is going to play rook f6. Okay. Now, for rook f6, what is black's best move? Black to play?
oops, sorry. Wait, sorry.
You ran away from the battlefield with queen b8. Now, we had this senior player of my generation named Pavanasam. So he used to say, you might know there are only two types of attack. There is sound attack, there is unsound attack. Then he used to say, but there is a third type of attack called Indian attack. I mean, those days, this is just a joke, okay? So in Indian attack, you keep on sacrificing pieces. And if you checkmate your opponent, you say that it was all brilliant. And if you have given too many pieces away, and if you don't have compensation, you say that I just didn't see opponent's response. That's all. So this might look like an Indian attack. Black to play.
I didn't clear the moves, but
Full free training session today for our boys at ChessBase India.
nice. And they are right. So actually, I think two moves they are confused. One is queen g7 and one is rook e2. So these are the two candidates they are struggling with. Let me add.
And the best move is rook into e2, queen sacrifice.
Oh my god.
You know, the problem is this is a very deadly threat. Rook into g2 is a deadly threat, and there is no defense against rook.
No, what if e4, bishop e4? It's no defense, man.
If you play e4, I shouldn't take bishop e4. I should say thanks first and then take bishop.
Yeah, and if g3, that should be.
Oh, that you can just resign. Instead of playing g3, you can just resign because this should be.
So this is brilliant actually, but how is he defending? Yeah.
Amruta, there is one more. Here, there is only one way to save white actually.
Queen g5 or queen g3, yeah? What else you will take?
Queen g5, just take rook g2 and materially I'll be fine, yeah?
Oh.
Okay, maybe queen g5, rook g2, that ending is probably just a draw. There is a cute way to draw here. Knight f7 check.
Nice. Wow. If takes, then there is this perpetual. Nice perpetual.
Yep.
Wherever you go, the perpetual exists.
If you go bishop
e8. One second. Yeah. Okay, here bishop e8.
Bishop e8. Now I think I have rook f1, right?
I thought queen d6, but that won't work because if I try to take your knight,
yeah,
I can, yeah. No, I thought rook f2 or bishop c6.
Okay, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Instead of
What is the winning move?
Instead of rook f1, can I play queen d6 check?
Yeah, this is the position. Queen d6 check.
So king g8,
No,
queen
which
b8.
one second. I am at this position where.
Yeah, here I go queen d6 check, bishop e8. If you play bishop e8, I have queen d6 check. b4 is hanging.
Yeah.
And if you go king g8 here,
Oh, king
if
G8.
king g7, I will play queen into e5 check. Your king gets more
Yeah, this is
exposed.
angle also.
So king g8. Now I have this beautiful move, queen b8.
Nice. This is nice. Very nice.
And suddenly it is black's king which is exposed. See, the problem is I cannot take queen into b4 for
Yeah.
king g8. If I
Correct.
take queen into b4, you have bishop c6 with the deadly threat of rook g2 now.
Yeah, and now if king f8, you take with a check. So that
Queen,
helps.
exactly. This is the point. This is the point of playing queen b8. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Wonderful.
So for queen b8, you have to play rook f8, I suppose. Yeah. Now, again, I cannot play queen into b4 because of bishop c6. Now I have queen into e5. Do you see the point of queen into e5? This is very interesting. I mean, what happens to bishop c6 now?
Check, no? Say, no draw? You don't want to draw?
Actually, it's a simple... No, I don't want to draw. I'm winning now because, see, the point is a material. I gain e5 pawn, right? Now I calmly play queen g3 check, king h8, rook f1. And if you exchange everything, and I'm winning the game. That's the point.
Check. Oh, sorry, I didn't get you. Here, if my king is on g8, what are you planning to play?
I go queen g3 queen g5 check. I'm sorry, queen g5 check, king h8. Now I go rook f1 calmly.
Got it. And you still maintain that ability to keep pushing. Wow, this is a lot, very deep calculation. Actually, we've reached the move 42nd and 29th. So knight at 6 was not the right move, but it did lead to many of the interesting it was very tempting, very tempting.
But of course, knight g3 is beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, she finds it, man.
Of course, she found it, man. She is Guryashkina after all. I told you, she's one of my most favorite players. Actually, I expected a future world champion in Guryashkina when I saw her first time in 2014.
Exactly. I think we were at Pune, right? And it was in World Junior. And there we did think that she would become a world champion. So
in a way, she has basically, that way she didn't go on to become the world champion, but still she is a fantastic player and definitely a player for the future, actually.
By the way, Harika's game right now, Harika playing with Millet Sophie here, and it's it looks like it could end in a draw.
Yeah.
Going to also Savita Shri versus Anna Ushenina. Savita Shri is in some trouble.
Yeah.
And we have Tanya also playing with. Also, Vantika drew her game with Monica Soko. She has been having a tough tournament in the last 2 rounds. She had lost both the games, so today she drew. And Tanya is playing with Marcel, and it's a night end game and still some imbalance, but if played in the right way, should end in a draw.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's about
go to the guys now.
Yeah, let's go to the guys. And
Arjun has made some real progress.
So knight e5 was played. Knight takes.
Sorry.
Okay, bishop d6 was played for knight e5. Then he took on d7. Queen takes d7. And here he goes bishop f5.
Yeah.
Queen goes back to d8. One question is, queen c7 would be very natural. Maybe he wants to keep an option. I don't know. Maybe back rank. But he goes queen d8. And now
I think queen
Arjun,
c7 was better than queen d8. Queen d8 is a slight mistake, I think, because now Arjun played the correct c4
but
for
yeah,
queen
this
d8.
move was so, what a timing, c4.
See, that's the point. You have two bishops and you have to open the position, and you are also dissolving your doubled pawn. So slowly, our man is taking over the initiative in this game. That's what I would say.
So bishop f4 played. He takes on d5. Bishop
Yeah.
takes e3. F takes e3. And maybe c takes d5 will happen. And then over here, Arjun will attack it again on the open file. Is he winning a pawn right now?
I think he is. The second c4 is coming. Yeah, okay, you put it on the board already. I think white is already clearly better here. Let's say he supports it with bishop rook e5 for c4 rook e5. And now
F3, no?
white has queen g2. Oh, okay, queen g2, queen f3, both are fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Arjun is winning material. Very well played by Arjun there. And queen d8, yeah, you kind of, it does show that the back rank fear was there. It just
Exactly. This whole thing happened because the queen was on d8 rather than c7. So I think queen d8 was the critical moment where black went wrong.
Going to where? Let me go to Gukesh and Pragg.
SL drew. But the SL's game ended in a draw. Did you say that to our audience?
No, not that. And also Arvind Chidambaram's game also ended in a draw against the Tabar. So Narayanan, yeah. Yeah, Narayanan versus Vityogam. What was the final position they reached? Okay. That ended in a draw. And for Arvind, also the game ended in a draw. They had this final position. Nakamura is playing with Aryan, and Nakamura is still pressing here with a very solid knight on c5. Oh, look at this bishop. Oof. But Aryan is a pawn up. Do you think there is any possibility to manage to save this?
Well, the bishop on a8 can be called in very colorful words.
It can't be a pawn on a8, unfortunately. What can we call it?
I don't want to say it on live relay, on commentary, but bishop on a8 is a really bad piece. So there is absolutely no way that black can defend this realistically. This is just gone.
Gone, huh? Positionally. Okay, so Aryan in big trouble. Gukesh there after this move, bishop b8, bishop e3. He goes bishop g4. No, he goes knight g4 as expected. Takes, and rook goes to d5. Here he defends the c5 pawn with b6, h3 played by Alan, and Gukesh goes back with his bishop. Oh, queen takes e4. Has he? He's pinned there. You cannot take the rook. f5 by Gukesh, and the queen goes back to f3. But tell me something. So if Gukesh plays bishop d5 right now, then he's winning back the exchange and equal material. But white's queen might look stronger, and also this bishop here.
Correct, but I don't think he has much of a choice here. So, okay.
No, he has one move to insert here.
Yeah, shall we ask the chat now?
Yes.
Black to play.
Yes.
What you will do? Yeah.
Yes, black
so
to
black
play.
to play chat. If you can, do you have to withstand your temptation of taking BD5? Do you have anything better, or you want to take BD5? Please tell us. By the way, Vaishali goofed up a little bit, and the position is unclear now. She was completely winning some time ago, and she let slip a mistake. Yeah.
Okay. We'll also check that out. But f4 is the major intention for most of the people here. And we have Shaman and Rahul mentioning the move Queen c7 here with the idea of this check there. But if the rook defends himself with a move
Uh-huh.
like rook d1 there, then what is the problem? Because there is no mate here.
Yeah, here we can ask chat for a nice idea. Black has a very nice move in this position.
Chat, today you are in a difficult situation. You have to think and think and think, and you're going to fall on the bed at night. So
Come on, yeah, they're in a very nice situation. They're getting
no,
free
many of
training.
them are like, look, we have at 12 o'clock at night, we are going to study for 3 hours. So today, when they will go to study, it will be like.
Three lessons in tactics today for chat. They should be happy
Yes.
actually.
Oh, look at the temptation they have here.
Yeah, many of you are going out for the obvious move. Actually, the obvious move is not the best here.
Bishop c4 is what most of you want to play, and king would run, but
Just a bad.
it's a possible move, of course. But did anyone say? Okay,
Well, it's a
f4 is at least possible, but rook e8, Vivek. Rook e8 is a very hard move, right?
Yeah.
Rook e8 is
Did
very
anyone
hard.
find it?
Yeah, Vivek found it.
F4 is probably winning as well.
Yeah.
F4 is more human.
Hmm.
Rook 8 is a very deep move, obviously. The idea of Rook 8 is that later on, a future F4 comes stopping the king from coming to the E file. So,
Yeah. Nice. So, okay, Gukesh did not go for, no, he didn't, Alan did not go for this, queen f3. Sorry, Gukesh plays f4 here. Gukesh plays f4. In fact, he doesn't go queen c7.
Okay, that's a letdown. Oh, has he played at all? Okay,
Yeah, he played
I have
f4.
got the moves. F4 did he play?
Yeah.
Okay, F4 is probably also equalizing. F4, bishop d2.
Bishop d5.
But now the problem is there's no other move except for bishop into d5, right?
Yeah,
So
forced to take back, queen takes d5 and king h8. And actually, in fact, the engines favor this for white because they say bishop on c3, and this is a better bishop than Gukesh's bishop. But I would be very interested to see a move like f3 is so tempting, right? You're kind of spoiling the structure there, and I don't know how easy it is to play bishop c3 allowing
Amruta, if
again.
you wanted a draw, why did you play king h8? You could have just played queen f7, it's just equal. There was no need to allow bishop c3. You could have just played queen f7, it's just equal. If you take queen f7, king f7, bishop c3, a move like rook e8 or rook d8. Rook e8 idea, bishop e5 looks like the best bet. It should be just equal.
Yeah.
I don't see any advantage for white.
Yeah, that's actually happened. He did play queen f7. But then actually this draw with, suppose it ends in a draw with the black pieces with the kind of preparation Gukesh had, would not be the best result for him, I would say.
Yeah, I actually expected better because I think at many points in the game, I think he had better ways of taking over the initiative also. So, okay, it is good preparation and he got a draw with the black pieces, but I can summarize that probably Gukesh had better opportunities in this game. That's what I would say.
Okay. By the way, a big result. Pragg versus Ronak have ended their game and it's ended in a draw. At this point of time, when we were looking at rook a1, rook b4, was it this moment? Where did we leave? Knight a5. He did play e4 actually. Isn't this what we were looking at? e4, fe4.
Yeah, I was telling that this is probably a slightly better position for white. So all that happened, yeah.
Yeah.
I think somewhere Gukesh could have pushed better. I have a feeling. Anyway, so
in that game, in Gukesh's game, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, Pragnananda's game. White could have pushed. I think there's some advantage I felt, but overall, I think Ronak Plus played this game satisfactorily. Did you see yesterday and today? Ronak is a good defender. He's proving himself to be a good defender. Did you observe that?
Yes. With Nakamura also, he played.
Yeah.
Quite well.
He's a good defender. Plays solid chess. That's probably one reason why he wins tournaments. It's very important to be, not only be a good attacker. His best attacking game, Ronak Sadhwani, was the way he defeated Nisipiano in the last round of the Olympiad. Boy, he played a beautiful, beautiful game with white pieces. So you have one side of Ronak capable of attacking even against very strong players like Nisipiano, as well as playing a game like today where he played a controlled defense with black pieces. So we have a well-rounded player in Ronak Sadhwani.
Yeah, and I think he is way younger, right, than Pragg. He's maybe 2 years younger than Pragg.
Is it so? Okay, this is news for me.
1 year
For
or
them,
2 years. Maybe
anyone below the age of 30 are all young. So.
That's true. By the way, Sendel asks a question here in Pragg's game after f takes e4, knight d6 from white, and he asks this question. This is hanging.
Because the position looks otherwise hopeless, yeah? The reason why white has also played f4 that he had.
Oh my God, where did that come from? I think I clicked my play button on Chess24 of the live commentary. So it was Peter Liako.
Was it Peter Liako, no? Yeah. Yeah, so if knight d6, but what if rook b4 Sendel over here?
Yeah, Sendel wants the knight in the center, probably. That's the whole idea.
And if rook c4, oh, that's over, no?
But looking at what happened in the game in hindsight, this could have been a better alternative because in the game, white ended up having no advantage at all. So actually, yeah, knight d6 might have been a better move, correct?
Yes, very
Then
nice.
queen e4. Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, practically for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so have the bars updated, by the way? Yes, Arvind's game, you can see that is a draw there, Narayanan a draw there, Leon's very slight advantage, Nihal Sarin also a draw, Vidit now starting to press, Gukesh complex again, Arjun clearly better, Anish also clearly better, and Hikaru clearly better. So that is all the results over there. Vaishali, you said something went wrong. Maybe we can quickly have a look here. What went wrong after bishop e6? Bishop e4 was played, and then she goes e takes d6 there. But the question is,
very surprising. White had a very, very good move here. Can we ask
second.
chat to find here?
Yeah, chat and
White
maybe
had an
me also.
extremely good move in this position.
I'll come back in a minute. Yeah, just a minute.
Sure. See, the point is in this position, what you're looking at, black king is in the center. As much as possible, you should exploit the black king in the center. You shouldn't be bothering about material. And try to bring as many pieces into attack rather than looking at material in this. That's the way I would give you a clue as to how to find the best move. Try to find as many pieces into attack, open lines, bring out your pieces, all that. Once the bishop on e6 is given as a sacrifice, that just stands at e6. There's no need to retreat it or give it back and all. Can you find a move? I'll also just take a minute, Amruta. I'll be just back.
Well, let me see what the chat has answered there. I see a lot of confusion in the chat. Wow. Yes, let me read it out to you. The right move found by 4 people: Vishal, Ritviz, Nafis, BD, and Shivans. Most of you wanted to play Bishop f7, which did seem very, very tempting over here. So, Bishop takes f7. That's what you wanted to play. King takes f7. And what was your plan over here after king takes f7? Was it queen takes e4? Yeah, queen takes e4. This would have kept a position complex here. This would have kept a position complex. But what happened, what right move was, the 4 people who found, let me refresh leeches because it's kind of going back and forth. One moment. Knight, wait a second. Bishop e6, bishop e4, d4 was the right move. So we will have to understand the difference firstly, that what is the problem with e takes d6 over here uh, in the game, because her opponent took the pawn with the knight, and once again Vaishali got the chance to take the bishop with the pawn. Oh god. So knight d6, her opponent blundered again, and Vaishali takes the bishop. There's the pin over here, and once again, if you take here, there is e5. You recover the piece, but the king is completely weak in the center with this pawn structure. So that works very well for white. So knight d6 was a big mistake. Important was to play queen takes d6 over here. And the point is, what's wrong with my internet or what? Sorry guys, just checking my internet, or is leeches getting stuck again and again? Yeah, looks fine. Looks fine now, all okay. So after e takes d6, I was mentioning the move queen d6. No, this is... Ah. Is that happening to you guys as well? Is it happening on men's board also, or is it only on women's board that I'm not able to make the moves? Okay, let me try a game in the men's section there, because leeches over there, Vaishali's game is getting stuck again and again. So let me go to also Vidit's game, as some of you want to check it out. Vidit with the black pieces. We left the calculation at... no, we have not seen anything. This actually, after opening, we didn't see it. Knight e5 was played. He castled. This knight came to f3 by Dimitri. Vidit goes knight c6. This is an IQP there, and Vidit has the semi-open file to attack. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, another stronghold on the d5 pawn, but Vidit says, I'm okay with this isolated pawn as well, because I want to attack your d4 pawn. Bishop g4 pins the knight and loosens the control on d4. He takes the knight, queen takes, rook goes to d8, attacks the d4 pawn. Bishop develops to f4. Vidit calmly takes queen to b7, keeps an eye on the b2 guy. Bishop goes to e5. You can play queen b2, but then there is rook ab1. White would get composition. Vidit moves his knight to d5, a nice outpost for the knight there. Challenges the exchange of this bishop. b3 by Dimitri. Vidit goes e6. Again, you see the whole thing solidifying the knight here if it goes into the major piece endgame. d4 is the point of pressure. Rook ac1. Even white says, I'm going to attack this isolated pawn. Vidit takes his knight to e7, defends this, puts pressure here. Bishop goes back to d3. Vidit goes queen b4 there. Be careful, you cannot move this rook away so easily. So rook goes to e2. Vidit takes the bishop. Rook goes to c4 now, an intermezzo. Vidit comes back to b6. E takes d4. D takes e5. And Vidit now trying to exchange one rook. But after rook e4, rook fd8. Is there any initiative with the black pieces? Hey.
This is a very complex thing. In chess, the absolute basics when you start playing the game, things like center control and development, all that, that's what we go through. But later on, as a player gets stronger and stronger, ultimate positional knowledge or positional strength comes from having the ability to judge one factor, and that is which positional factors are important in a position and which positional factors will not work for you. See, for example, here, dark square is on the king's side. Yeah. So it looks almost as if, Vidit is in big trouble when it comes to the king's side. But then you look at the fact that white doesn't have a dark square bishop as well as he doesn't have a knight. So it's very difficult to exploit those dark square bishops. Then you go to the fact that Vidit has two rooks on the D file, one on D4 and one on D8. The very first thing a strong positional player will notice is that white cannot exchange all the rooks. If he exchanges all the rooks, then black gets a classic combination of queen and knight against queen and bishop. See, this is that one major factor which should tell us that it is white who should be more careful than black. So it's a very nice, this interpolation of different positional factors and then arriving at the correct judgment in a position by looking at what is the most important. This is, something very interesting I find, especially when I try to annotate games. This is something very interesting I find. I mean, it's not always that you should go by what the engine says and then put it into action. Rather, you try to think with your common sense. That is when it just becomes more interesting.
Oh, this is lovely what all you said right now. And yes, if rook takes d4, queen takes d4, already even the engines agree with you. There's this e5 weakness, and then there is this, very strong combination there with the queen and the bishop. Also, e5, you don't have time to save it, right? Let's say if you go queen g3 there, but then there is a2 is also weak, so you immediately win.
You know what? We shouldn't even be analyzing this question. If black goes to this position, he is the king after this. So we shouldn't be analyzing this question at all.
Nice.
But the question is, I honestly don't see a way that, white can avoid this.
No, he goes G3. He goes G3.
Yeah, he has gone G3, but the point is, isn't it inevitable? Slowly, black will force white. See, for example, queen D8 here.
Queen D8, you're attacking this guy. Actually, rook E3, let's say. But then knight D5.
Queen D8, no, rook E3 might get into. Rook E3, knight D5 maybe is very scary.
Yeah, I agree with you. So maybe bishop C4.
Yeah, bishop C4 or bishop C2, I was thinking. Anyway, bishop C4, let's try. So bishop C4, I just take rook D1 check and queen D2 and I come in.
D1 check.
And queen D2, yeah. See, this is why I thought bishop C2 is better than bishop C4 maybe.
Okay, you wanted to stop rook D1 check. That is the point.
Yeah.
But then rook
can
D2? Sorry?
See, that's what, exactly. It is white who will keep playing and I'm sorry, black will keep playing and white has to keep watching here.
Hmm.
That itself shows that he's under tremendous pressure. Yeah. So yeah, our man Vidit looks like our man Vidit starts playing only when there is midnight approach. Yes.
Oh, nice. I mean, we would like we cannot just discard this as a plain equality for sure. Like there is scope for black to keep pushing. That's what I understand with your whole explanation, which is very very nice.
See, absolutely. It is plain equality, straight equality only when you look at the engine. But when you try to see the question yourself and try to apply the human element of it, that is when we will be able to unlock the specifics of a position.
Yeah. By the way, the women's, I mean, I was trying to check Vaishali's game. People had answered, but it kind of got stuck. Let me see if it should be okay
Yeah.
by now. Here, we had asked a question, right? What is the move? And the move was d takes e4. Year before you left, you had asked the move, white to play.
Huh? Yeah.
In Vaishali's game,
Yeah,
she didn't
D
play
cross
this,
E4.
right?
Yes.
So,
D cross E4 was a fantastic move. So the clue I had tried to give the chat was bring more pieces into attack. Here you bring the D1 into attack by opening up the D file by playing D4. That was my logic.
okay.
So, if you play D4, FE6, ED6, the position is, overwhelming for white.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I think Vaishali missed.
So she missed this, but the funny thing is, after e takes d6, her opponent had to recapture with the queen. It was extremely important to do this. Queen
Okay.
takes d6, and
Yeah.
now if you play takes, there is queen e6. Yeah, if you play queen e6, and you are just a piece up because the king is not as weak. Next move you can castle, but she doesn't play queen takes d6. She plays knight takes d6. Why is this is some
The
chess
counter
issue?
blunder.
Yeah, knight takes d6, and once again Vaishali gets this chance to go d takes e4,
This
and
is lost.
she's once again winning. Queen b6, she goes e5. This is clearly winning. But again, going back to this position, what our chat had, many of them wanted to do was bishop takes f7 check. This is the move they all got tempted. King takes f7, and of course I can't deny this is beautifully tempting. But
I mean, there was, as Vishy Anand, as I told you, says, there is no
Indian
need for so
attack.
much of, no, not that. That is Pavanasam. Vishy Anand thing is, why so much talent? I need lesser talent to be good enough in this position. So,
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, guys.
there is this um, about Mihail Tal, Gena Sozonko, the fantastic historian who has written very beautiful books for New in Chess, who has written a lot of articles about old masters in the New in Chess magazine as well. He says, when Mihail Tal is attacking, his favorite war cry is forward Kazimierz. So apparently Kazimierz was the first name of one of his childhood friends with whom he used to play a lot of blitz. So, this is one of those typical position where Vaishali just has to say forward Kazimierz and just keep on pushing and giving and she will win the game. That's it.
Nice. Yeah. If given a chance, you can like how many hours can Saravanan keep sharing the stories? Yeah, and I think it can go on and on and on. Okay, so c4. By the way, Arjun's game, exactly the same thing is happening.
My one of my friends came up with this some time ago. So I was having a chat with two of my friends, and one of them said, "Go, yeah, you read a lot. You read well." I was like a little embarrassed, and I said, "Yeah, thanks." Then another friend said, "But apparently that's the only thing he does in life. What else has he done?" So it's all
but reading is one thing. I think remembering is another thing. Yeah, after you've read, that's very hard. I can say.
Well, again, chess is the only thing I do in life. So many things about chess I really like a lot. So they all stick to memory. That's about it. Yeah. Okay, so
yeah,
this I think is going very well in
Arjun.
Arjun's way, I suspect.
Yeah, until here we were like expecting Queen G2 or this.
Yeah.
Queen
The
E7.
second C4 came, right? This is something aesthetically very pleasing, you know. You have a doubled pawn, you play C4, CD5, and next get the second C4 and you win the game. You get an advantage. Aesthetically, it's very pleasing, you know. You have doubled pawns and use both of them to attack the same point, which is D5.
Absolutely. And over here, Rook D8, he puts pressure over here. Arjun takes back his bishop to C2. Rook goes to D6, and now Arjun plays Queen F3. But isn't it amazing the way Arjun, this is the third round, and in the first two rounds he's come up with brilliant concepts, sometimes very tactical, sometimes very aggressive and those kind. And here it was very much mixed, like a lot of positional moves mixed with tactics. So, but every game he has played beautifully. Arjun's form has been amazing until now.
You know, Arjun is an all-rounder. Among our top talents, I feel Arjun is the most of an all-rounder. Of course, Gukesh is a fantastic player when it comes to dynamics and, imbalance and all that. But Arjun is one of our most complete players among the younger lot who can play any kind of chess, which is very good, of course.
The G6 has been played. We are at, by the way, 13 minutes for Arjun. If you look at their time, they 16 minutes with Sarana and they are on move number 26. So 13 moves to be made in 13 minutes. But Arjun is better, so that should be good.
Arjun is better, Amruta, but I would like to point here one thing. See, all that things are fine and you've got a material advantage.
Yeah.
But here, if you see, if you have a bishop on c2, light square bishop, and you have a pawn on d5. So even though you have a material advantage, it might become a little difficult for Arjun to push the position, to get a proper plan to win the game in a exploit his material advantage. It's not going to be easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
but for me,
Arjun's
H4, H5 looks very tempting. And it feels like...
No, I know you have H4, H5, but at the same time, the central pawn structure is not very conducive for white. See, in this position, if white has dark square bishop, there's a bishop on c3, the game is immediately won. You can even afford to give up the d5 pawn and win the game. But you have a bishop on c2, which will be very difficult to find targets for. So I have this suspicion that it may not be easy to win this game.
Yeah, he'll have to do some work for sure because the knight is well placed and there is slight compensation in terms of active pieces for
Dark
black.
Squares.
But if
dark squares.
Dark squares, you're right. Nice. Okay, so let's see how Arjun is going to convert. Going to Anish Giri's game, this is the major piece endgame and Anish material is equal. Do you think this is possible to slowly push?
I will tell you straight away, Anish will win this game.
Oh.
It is one of Anish's trademark brand value that such positions Anish is fantastic in converting. Anish is extremely good in endgames when it comes to exploiting a positional advantage, and by Anish standards, having a protected passer on d5 is just enough for Anish to win this game. So I'll openly put my money on Anish. I'll take all the risks and put my money on Anish. Anish is going to win today.
Oh, that is cool. Okay, let's see. Connected pass pawn. Okay. And also he has a lot more time, only 4 minutes with back row. So going to SL has drawn, by the way.
He just gave the pawn, man. Anish just gave the pawn and back row took it. It's very surprising.
Oh. Yeah, and now Anish gives a check.
Amruta, I think we can stay on for this game for a few minutes because it's going to be exciting to see how Anish will convert. That will be quite a sight to watch.
Is there a d6 now or d6 has queen d7?
D6 queen d7 is tricky, so I will go for queen d6 now.
D6.
The point is attacking c5 as well as
nice
what am I threatening?
Move. Rook 8. No, Rook 8 is not there. It's controlled.
Rook 8 is not threatened. See, let us say queen d6, let us say you play a move like...
Hey, but Giri Jack says queen c8 check and you win the pawn.
Queen c8 check, yeah.
But what is... why
Queen
does
c8,
check?
rook f8, queen into c5.
Ooh, and black is a very powerful move here. Man, that's a tough move to make.
I would put it this way. I don't even want to win the d6 pawn only. I want to activate my rook also.
Where? Okay, but here
I
to
mean,
finish
by
this...
playing queen d6. By
Okay.
playing, see, for example, queen d6, you cannot play queen b4 because of rook e8 checkmate, yeah? So,
should I go there or should I just show you the
yeah, maybe you can go
way?
there. You can just go there. One
Okay.
more before. So for queen d6, you cannot play queen b4. Queen d6. Queen d6.
Here, rook f7, queen d6. You cannot
Queen
play.
d6. No, you cannot play queen b4 because of rook e8 checkmate.
Yeah.
So now I'm assuming that black has to play something like g6. Yeah.
If queen d7, then you take the pawn on.
Yeah.
c5.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. So now I take queen into c5.
Okay.
So this basically is the best way to push for white, I believe. Now, it's somewhere in the future, I have d6 and queen d5 and all that. It is not easy, but what I meant was, this is where Anish excels. So I would really love to see today Anish excelling and winning this position.
But here, at this point, when we were looking at queen d6, no, when we looked at queen c8 and what was it, rook f8 and queen takes c5, here black had to find this move b6, distracting the queen so that you win the pawn here, queen b6.
Actually,
but if you don't take, if you don't take and you want to save your c4 pawn, you go back, black can try to fight this, which is a very difficult thing for me to assess. This looks so dangerous.
d6, d7. But I liked queen d6 for another reason. When black plays g6, there's another weakness on the king side for black. Yeah. So same position you get with 3f6 and g6. So that's even better for white in terms of weakening the black king side. So I like queen d6 for that reason.
But here anyway, also queen a4. After queen a4, I don't know if this is correct or not. Is computer suggested to move queen e6 and d6, but directly d6. No, Anish found the best move. Anish did play the best continuation with queen e6.
If he wins this game and if he tweets tonight, it's going to be very interesting.
Anish understood.
Anish is another, probably in the top 10, he has the best sense of humor. Everyone has a good sense of humor. Magnus, of course. But Anish has a special sense of humor, which I really like.
If you had to compare between Vishy and Anish's humor.
Of course, Vishy. Vishy's sense of humor is unimaginable. And if you see naturally who has the best sense of fun, it is definitely Vishy. Vishy is not just a brilliant chess player. He's a brilliant brain who also plays chess. So, sense of humor becomes much better when your knowledge level in everything is much better. Why I say this? Because, you can make a joke with so many contexts, You can contextualize your jokes with so many angles, if you know what I mean. So,
very
Vishy's sense of humor. The Tata Steel, for whoever is in the chat today, I'll tell you, go to Tata Steel Rapid and then find the segment where Vishy Anand, Taimur Rajabov and Robert Hess were commenting. Okay, they commented together for about half an hour. There are so many jokes that Vishy Anand was cracking jokes and laughing on stream. We were all listening to him and laughing at the studio. It was like, a bunch of... the cameraman was laughing. 10 people laughing all the time and doing commentary. I've never seen anything like that in my life in a commentary booth. When it comes to sense of humor, Vishy Anand is like the boss.
Amazing. Amazing. I'll definitely let Anish know this.
You know this, right? You know this very famous exchange between Anish and Vishy. I think it was London Classic 2014, if I'm not mistaken. The tournament where Anand drew all his games. All 11 games ended in draws in London Classic, unfortunately. So Vishy had a minus position against Anish. Anish had also not won any game till that point. Rather, Anish had also drawn all 11 games in 1 year ago in a tournament in Moscow, Talben Mundial. So Anish couldn't beat Vishy, and they both were analyzing together in the commentary. And Anish asked, frustrated kind of, and mockingly he asked, "When are you going to retire?" For that, immediately Vishy came up with, "When are you going to win a game?"
Oh my
That was one of
God.
the best exchanges. It was a light-hearted, jolly banter, and I really liked the spirit
Oh,
of it.
nice.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. So here
The next game.
I think I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen, but definitely Backrot also has less time. Going to Arvind's game is over. Nakamura versus Aryan. Aryan has managed to equalize, which is very, very interesting to see how he could do that. How his bishop from 8 got out. I think that is my biggest thing, curiosity right now. He went queen e7, b4. Here I think we saw, yeah? He
Yeah.
goes bishop b7 immediately.
Bishop b7, queen b8, I was trying to calculate. What?
Oh, and h3. But Nakamura had this winning opportunity.
What was h3? Anyway, let's go on.
But he didn't play queen. No, but what am I going to do with the bishop?
Queen b8, exactly.
Was it bishop a6? Because if you take here, is there any perpetual here? Queen e4?
Wait, Amruta, how queen e4? How did the knight
Here,
go a6?
because here queen b8, right? You went queen
Queen
b8.
b8, you want to go bishop a6.
I mean, is this
Okay.
something what he thought? Bishop a6 or directly queen e1? Did he think of?
But there is no perpetual. The king can come out of the
For
cage.
king g2 right now there is no check. Correct. Then so bishop a6 with the idea of bishop f1 and all you have to take. Did Nakamura think it is a perpetual or something?
It cannot be, right?
And queen b1 check is there.
No, I have. Do I have king h3 here? Let me see. So queen e4 check. Queen e4 check. No, Amruta, I'm winning with king f1 here. Instead of king e3, king f1 is winning.
Okay.
The point is, if you take the knight on a6, the e8 knight is hanging. So for king f1, if you go
check
b3, what did you do? Queen d3 or queen h1?
Queen
you want to go queen b1? No, you want to go queen b1, did you say?
Yeah, but queen d3 is also
queen
good.
b1.
Okay.
Queen b1, I have this very clever move, bishop c1.
What?
This is my point.
Bishop c1.
So bishop c1, queen c1, king g2, no check. Now you have to go king f7, protecting your knight, right? Now I'll just win with queen into a7 check, and I have more than enough material to win the game.
Oh, but he's missed bishop c1, and I don't even think this is an easy move. Very tough move. Bishop c1.
Very tough move for mortals. For Naka, it should be, come on. You're looking at one of the most brilliant players who plays at the fastest rate of play in the whole history of mankind.
Yeah? That's the reason they do miss occasionally such moves.
There is this whole story about Nakamura. When a very young Nakamura was playing the US Open somewhere in 2000, he comes to the journalist room because he's bored and he wants to play chess, and someone gives him a computer. It turns out that the mouse doesn't work. Okay. Nakamura played 1 minute bliss typing out the moves. Can you believe that? It's a true story. It's not a joke. It's a true story. I think the one who wrote about this was either John Donaldson or one of the journalists from the US, the writers from the US.
And
Such a guy missing Bishop C1, very difficult to believe. Maybe he just thought he had all the time in the world to play H3 and win the game.
that way also. But I mean, this whole calculation, I was thinking with Queen E1 check, King G2, Bishop A6, Knight A6, there was too much to calculate. Like if you go F3, clearly Queen E2 and this should end in a draw. Yeah, King G1, you have check, check, that should just check.
Yeah, I got it.
That should end in a draw. So you kind of discard it. If the king goes to H3, once again you have what? Queen E6, Queen F5, Queen E6,
Yeah,
G4. I would have. I mean, no check, no, after G4.
No, Amruta, I should go Queen F5. So the G4 means you get Queen F3, right?
Yeah. Oh, but still G4.
No, Queen F3 or Queen G3. Queen G3. Wait.
So yeah, he cannot miss like everything.
Maybe you go Queen E6. You go Queen E6 anyway. Now if G4, am I having F5? H5 or H5?
Yeah.
Why Queen G3? Queen G3.
And then yeah, good move Queen E2 because always
That's
a double attack in hand. Very
that
cool.
is a double attack.
Very cool. Wow. Okay, lot of so what I think Nakamura thought was anyway this is a clearly maybe he overestimated his position as you rightly said. He must have thought H3 is anyway winning. And what happened then? Exactly. Bishop went to C8 and he goes King G2 because now if you go Queen B8 must not make much sense. Queen C7 already forced queen exchange. So King G2, Bishop goes to F5 but then the biggest problem is solved for Aryan. The bishop is out. Bishop D4.
Yeah, but the problem was Aryan was very less on time. That was the problem here.
Okay, I'm also keen to see how much Nakamura thought for the move H3. Here. He had 44 minutes, 52 seconds. And he makes this move in 3 to 4 minutes. Okay.
Of course. That's a long thing by Nakamura standards. Thinking 4 minutes.
So G4, G5. Aryan very, very alert actually. Forces the exchange here. Queen goes to A3.
Yeah, I think this position with Queen A3, this is where Aryan made a mistake. A6 was a kind of an escapist move. Remember our talk about Queen and Knight against Queen and Bishop? He should straight away go for counterplay here with Knight D2. Knight D2 is, remember me saying you about Saki's comment on Anand, the player with the maximum common sense. The Knight D2 is a move of common sense. You shouldn't be bothering about A7. If Queen A7, you have moves like Queen A4, E4 check. I mean, I don't think we even need to analyze this. Black may even win the game. Yeah. So I think this is where Aryan made a mistake. A6 is a very, I mean, come on, who's going to take that pawn in this position? If you go for Knight D2, the white king is in so much trouble. I don't think white is going to go and capture the A7 pawn in this position.
So Naka plays F3 and Aryan
Tata, someone is asking me Tata Steel Rapid of which year? I'm talking about Tata Steel Rapid Blitz India held at Kolkata just last month, which was Vashyar Lagre won the Rapid section and Grishchuk won the Blitz section. So Vishy Anand was there for the whole of commentary for the open section and boy, what a commentary. Okay, if you are asking me a question, those lines, I have a lot more thing to offer also. Go and watch all the commentary episodes of Vishy Anand in Carlsen versus Nepomniachtchi match, Dubai World Championship match, Dubai 2021. It was 21, right, Amruta?
Yeah.
Please go and watch all the episodes. It's like having a grandmaster master class for 11 days straight away. I mean, Vishy Anand was coming up with gems one by one on a daily basis. I found it difficult to work actually because I couldn't get myself out of commentary. Please enjoy watching those episodes. So yeah, Amruta. So I think Aryan's time pressure took the toll
Yeah,
here.
no, it's not going to be easy because queen takes a6 now. Oh, guys, black to play. Find an amazing move which Aryan has. Very difficult, but it is 41st move done. So there is a possibility that Aryan could find it. Can you all find it? Black to play.
Aha, nice. Guys found it immediately. You shouldn't give a hype when you give the
Arey yaar,
shit to guys. If you tell it in a
yeah.
simple voice, they may not find it. If you say it's a fantastic move, then they find the shot. If we find that, okay, black to play, what to play, and then they may think, okay, it's just a move. I'm just joking, of course.
Saumajit says, I can listen to Sarah sir's story all day. Wonderful. Please continue the Olympiad series. That's what he says.
Nice,
Yes,
nice,
and
nice.
now we are having another Olympiad in 2024 in Hungary, Budapest. So definitely, I think that sounds like a good idea to continue.
Well, Sagar Shah has opened a new ChessBase India studio where he has asked me to come repeatedly. So that I'm actually looking forward. We should make use of the studio to do more stories, actually.
Absolutely. You know, Saravanan, we are getting this tonight. Tonight, we are getting all the big shipment of around 6,000 books from UK and everywhere. So, all,
Do not disclose to the public what you're getting. You get the first priority to know what you're getting. By the way,
yes,
yeah,
yes, after the book video, you get this privilege. First, you
I
should
was,
know
I was,
that.
I was pestering Jacob Agard. Basically, when are you sending? He told me last week that he has sent a huge shipment to you to Bombay. So I did know this actually. Good.
Ah, nice. Okay, let me show the chat, guys. Your answer, your night of three. Wow, suddenly 21 people have found it right. Saumik,
Yeah.
A1, Nafiz, NSGPL, Pallavi, Narendra, Hatras, Harsh, and Tanvish. क्या बात है सब एक्टिव हो गए आई गेस यू गाइस have had
I'll
dinner
just
and
take a
everything
second.
now.
I want to show you something. I'll just take a second. Carry on. I'll just take a second.
Yes. Knight takes f3 is an important shot, otherwise Aryan will land in big trouble. So if he doesn't go for knight f3, but what happens for king takes f3 is very simple, because you give a check and this piece on d4 was not defended. Loose pieces, guys. LPDO, as Sagar says, and this queen endgame would land up in perpetual, so you cannot take here. So yeah, but this is an important shot. I think Aryan will definitely go for it. Yeah.
Talking about endgames and shots, this book,
A matter of endgame technique. Oh,
Technique
Grandmaster
by
Harris.
Jacob Agard.
Oh, his latest one.
No. The latest one is after that he has written one more called Endgame Labyrinths. This book, it cannot be written by normal human being. Jacob Agard is a maniac, I think, when it comes to working hard. This is a fantastic book. Fantastic book. It has 890 pages or so, and minimum about, let us say, 2 to 3 examples per page. It's full of complicated endgames. Okay. He has written in the preface that I don't think commercially this book makes any sense, because I don't think people are going to buy this book, because it is full of raw endgames, full of complicated analysis. This is a chess player's delight. This book is basically, what to say, if you love endgames, simply amazing. Simply amazing. I'm like, every day I'm sitting with it literally.
You can become old with that book, I think. I mean, 890
I
pages.
am getting older with the book. Actually, it didn't come to India. Amazon India is too expensive because of all the postage and all. So I pestered one of my students' mothers, Pranav Anand's mother, and she was very kind enough to buy it in Europe, bring it to India, and give it to me. It's literally a delight to have this book. See, that's what such endings that you see in front of you, between Naka and Aryan. Before understanding such endgames and before trying to play these endgames and work out these endgames, what you should develop is a love for endgames, a genuine liking for endgames. And such books and such authors make you fall in love with the endgame. Once you get a love of the endgame, analyzing these questions is a joy, actually.
Wow, nice. So nice. Here we have Sakar who says, keep 3,000 books for Sara sir. Oh,
Why?
nice.
If you sponsor that also, I'll be very happy. Why?
By the way, Arjun's game, everyone's like, let's go to Arjun's game.
Sure.
Aryan will find Knight of 3, I believe. I mean, if he doesn't, that would be a big shock there.
Yeah.
So here we last left at, I don't know where. Oh, what happened? G6. Queen H1 by Arjun. Actually, he does want to go H4, but Queen H1 is a very, what to say, creative move. Rook goes to B6. Queen goes to F3 again. Rook D6. And now Arjun goes Rook E2. Rook
Remember
F6.
me telling you that it will be a little difficult to push the position. So I think Arjun is finding it difficult to come up with concepts here to proceed.
We are at this position 94. But I believe with the Rook on F6, now there is no Queen H4. So isn't it a direct, push with H4?
Yeah, I think H4 is the way to progress here. The thing is,
No, no,
Amruta,
no. Maybe Rook B6 is in mind because Knight C3 and Queen H4.
but as we were talking, Arjun preferred to take Bishop D4, which is a big surprise for me.
Oh.
Why do you give the bishop away? It's a big question.
He trusts the D5 pawn more.
I think it's just a mistake. See, the
Really?
position after knight e4, remember we were talking about h4. What was your move? Rook d6.
Yeah, I thought Rook B6, but anyway,
No,
White
Amruta,
had
but
to take on E4.
there is no danger to the d5 pawn. So for h4, rook d6, you can just simply play g5 there.
But no, Knight C3 check, no?
Oh, rook b6. Okay.
You thought
Okay.
Rook D6.
Let's go. Yeah, I heard rook d6.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, queen h4 is not hanging, Amruta. Now I can take bishop d4 or I can even go king
Can you go King
a1.
A1? King A1.
Yeah, I can go king a1. No harm at all.
Oh, you mean I cannot take it? E4 is
There was
hanging.
absolutely no necessity for Arjun to take bishop d4 at all. I think bishop d4 is time pressure panic reaction. That's what I believe.
Yeah. He's gone Queen G3 now. I believe he wants to either go D6 or maybe first. I don't know if this check makes any sense. Isn't it very similar somehow to, I don't know, Anish's game and this game with the pawn on D5? Maybe let's quickly have a look at Anish, what has happened there. Rook F7, yes, he went D6 and G5 was played by Baccarat. Anish went this check, king goes to G7. He takes this pawn now because now if B6, he simply went to queen d5. Now that's a solid square there. Rook d7.
Anish has to find a way to probe black's king side. So I have this suspicion that you can go queen e6 here. Idea is to play rook f1.
Ooh, yeah. Wow, nice. This is
so
the
queen
weakness.
e6, if you go, see, for example, queen e6, if you go queen c6 here, white has this, okay, white can even go something like rook d1, supporting d6 simply. The point is, at some point, white is going to play h4 in such a position. You get me? So, Anish is going to push well.
Yeah, and I don't have b5 because then you have c5, right? Because you can't take.
You have no counter play.
Sorry, check.
If you're black in this position, you're gonna hate your life. So you don't have any counter play.
You were so right. For b5, h4 is so powerful.
Thank you.
Wow. No, this is tremendous. Yeah, I mean, h4 is so powerful.
See, it's basically again common sense. You have to attack the king side because the pawn on d6 only will not win you the game. So to attack on the king side, the only hook available is h. So it's a kind of a common sense move.
Lovely. Okay, so Anish is winning here. Arjun has to do a lot of hard work. He takes queen g3. Sarana goes rook d6 and Arjun went rook d3. They both are on equal time and they have to make 7 moves in 4 minutes.
a kind of a flux here. Okay, white is the pawn, but at the same time, it's not at all clear how he can progress here. See, unlike Anish, who has this king side pressure to hook up on the king side, it's difficult to suggest something like that for Arjun in this position. So this is going to be difficult. And bishop into e4, honestly, giving up the bishop for knight, that was uncalled for in my opinion. So a very surprising decision for me on this.
But I still feel he will be able to manage somehow, because the whole game Sarana has been defending, and it may not be so easy.
Of course, that is very true.
Oh, by the way,
Blunders
we have
always
a result.
Blunders always happen more to the defenders rather than the attackers in chess.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah, complete sense. Did I miss? Tanya has won her game. Vaishali has also won. Divya has lost. Harika is now slightly pressing. What about Vantika? Did I forget to add the bar of Vantika? She drew her game. Okay, but I will add it. Yeah. So for men's, I think currently on top we have Arjun, Giri, Hikaru and Aryan. Did Aryan play that? And Vidit. We have to go to Vidit. Let's quickly go to. He's still thinking for Queen A6. I think he will play Knight F3, so that is fine. Vidit's game, he was black and it's equalized, but I think he will be going around. He's 1 minute, 3 moves to be made. This does look weak, but I'm sure Vidit will try more. Can we stick with Arjun's game right now until the...
Yeah, sure. Vaishali won.
Yeah.
We showed that to our audience already, the game.
Last moves, no. After maybe this 40 moves are over,
yeah, maybe
we'll check it out.
Yeah, we'll stick with Arjun for now. Yeah, it's a good idea.
King G7 was played. Arjun goes Queen E1 here. What's the plan? Queen C3 or what? Queen E5. What would be the rook endgame for this game? Because let's say the computer suggests Queen C3, and for Queen C3, if you get the pawn BC3, and if you get these 3 pawns, looks like a strong passer. But how do you assess this rook endgame with such a imbalanced pawn structure?
Very difficult to win because, see, as long as the E pawn stays at E3 for white, it's difficult to win. So let us say, for example, if black plays King F6 here. So even if you achieve King F6, okay, you can't even achieve C4 actually. See, now if you play Rook D4.
Oh yes, guys, sorry. Tanya lost actually. Okay. Tanya did not win. I read it ulta. Yeah. If you go Rook D4.
Black need not necessarily take Rook D4, CD4, Rook D5. He can even play King E5 here, you know. Difficult to protect everything. So as you can already see, this might even be a trivial draw. But if white can exchange, see, let us say just the 2 queens are exchanged, I mean, removed right away from the board. Or can he play King C2 here?
But he played Queen C3, by the way.
He did?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That doesn't look like a good decision at all for me. So Queen C3, BC, King F6, my move. I'm coming for King E5 to attack D5. Amruta, for King F6, thankfully black has Rook F2. So Rook F2, King E7.
Not King E5?
Rook F. No, F7 is fine.
Yeah.
So maybe here, you know, now white is getting Rook F4. That may be progress. So for Rook C3, Queen C3, BC3. Let us say, what if black plays F5 here? No, don't play King F6, please. Play F5 in that position after Queen C3, BC. Yeah, here, F5. This may be very difficult to convert. So let's say king c2, king f6. You don't have rook d4. If you go more like king b3, say, idea c4, black even has b5, you know. This is very difficult to win in my.
But I find f5 move to be very hard if you are in time pressure. As a 36th move, looks a bit committal at this point of time. I mean, to calculate even gf5, gf5, opening up, just you know, in time pressure. Like if you are 40 after 41st move, this move has to be played. Might be easy, but maybe, yeah, very interesting actually. Not sure.
Yeah, you're right. This comes after. Okay, for f5, if it would come, it is the 36th move. So f5, gf5, gf5. Rook g2, king f6, rook g8. That's your intention, I suppose. Rook g2, can I go king f7 then? Then you have rook g5, king f6, rook g8 anyway. Okay, maybe it's not so easy as I thought, because after rook g8, white will get counterplane. So maybe after bc, this is the critical moment where you have to find.
For black, no? Yeah.
Maybe I can wait with a move like b5 first, you know.
And he did take queen c3, by the way. Arjun is thinking.
Yeah, queen c3 is.
So he will force kind of take here. So that's no doubt.
Yeah.
So this is a critical moment for black. Yeah, whether he will play f5, whether he will play king f6, or maybe even a move like b5, very natural to stop c4 ideas. Hikaru game. Guys, Hikaru's game is drawish, but if Aryan, did he play knight f3? Let us know that.
Saravanan is getting into his last few seconds.
Okay, once again. Oh no, knight f3 was not played. So Aryan is losing.
What?
Okay, we'll, yeah. How?
It's painful to see, man. What did he do?
Your 41st move, he played queen takes b4.
Uh-oh.
That's a blunder.
41st?
Yeah. How much time do you think? Maybe
very
6 minutes. Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
Queen went back to d3, knight went to c4, but then the black king is going to be busted.
It is busted. So after knight c4,
he's thinking.
Okay, some of my moves are not updated. Okay.
Hikaru is thinking. So we will come back here, guys. I think Aryan has missed that one chance there. Oh, f5 played. f5 played by Alexei Sarana. Okay, now
so gf, rook g2, and once again, white has his chances.
Oh, one question, yeah? I don't know how important it is. But the computer suggests here another idea is rook d4 for white. Now, how powerful does it look? Because the very first question is if you take on d4, e takes d4 and rook takes d5. Rook e7 check. What is this rook endgame?
The end of today, both of us will become stronger endgame players.
Or Jacob Agard gets another, chapter in his book.
Seriously, this book, for a couple of days after getting the book, I was just thinking only one thing: how can anyone write such a book? So I immediately praised him on a Facebook post. Fantastic book. Only a guy with a real love for the game. There are certain authors who love their end games. Glenn Fleer is one of them. Of course, when it comes to end games, nothing like the ChessBase author. What's his name again? The ChessBase columnist, video maker.
This endgame, no? Endgame trainer. Yeah. Carsten
Muller. So Carsten Muller, Jacob Agard, Glenn Fleer, they've all written books which are, you know, how to say, beyond normal comprehension or interest level about endgames. Of course, it's a very sad thing that Mark Doritsky passed away. So I have a feeling that he had much more to talk about endgame than just one endgame manual. But all these authors, when they write books on the topic which they all love, you don't get just instruction books. You get books which improves your knowledge of chess itself because of the complexity of the books. You know, anything, any subject you want to make yourself better, what you need to do is study the complexities, whether it's music or literature or painting, art, anything, chess, of course. The more complexities you read and master, that is when you understand the subjects even better, and that is when you become a better practitioner. So, endgames, complexity of endgames is a fascinating, fascinating subject, actually.
Beautifully said. Yeah, Carsten Mueller also. I mean, he has had at such an early time, he had made this endgame DVDs, you know, like specifically for each endgame, Rook endgame, Queen endgame. Fantastic, fantastic work
Actually,
he
that is
did.
one thing. ChessBase made videos on endgames, and but the problem is now, you know, for ChessBase Diamond subscribers, what do you call those subscriptions? Premium
Mm-hmm.
subscribers for ChessBase, you get this monthly videos of endgames, no? And also in ChessBase magazine, there's videos of endgames by Carsten Muller come. No?
Mm.
I think, you know, they have to be made as a separate course, in my opinion. See, you have to be a subscriber of ChessBase to go and see them every month. Rather, if you make it a separate course which is released periodically, like Chessable courses, I think, you know, that will be much more beneficial, and people will, the reach will be much better in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's another subject we can discuss in a bit. But right now, Sarana has made a big mistake. After
Mm.
Arjun's Rook G8, 40th
Uh,
move,
uh-huh.
position is actually as equalized here, but Rook E7, a big mistake by Sarana. And why is it so? Rook B8, it's the move here, attacking the B5 pawn. Now, if you go Rook B6, then I think there is takes and d6 or king b3, king b4, and these pawns look just very weak. But if you try to defend it with a6 there, then white gets this powerful idea with a4. And if now takes, as the important idea of a4 was to push the pawn to c4, and white
That's
has a
beautiful, right? Basically,
tremendous.
yeah, I mean, creating a passed pawn, which we never thought will come to exist. You know, we created a connected passer out of nothing, out of thin air. So A4 is a very nice idea. But remember when we were talking, you know, that Rook G1, Rook G8 became so obvious. We thought F5 wouldn't be played, but I think Sarana's trouble started playing F5.
Yeah, and also I think at the 40th move, I'm sure he would not have gone Rook E7 here otherwise if he had more time. But 40th move did matter somehow because Rook E5 was one very important move to consider, attacking the D5 pawn, which is the crux of the game. But he went Rook E7, and Arjun is going to take a long time, guys, here after 40 moves. Right now, they're going to get up, walk, freshen up, and all of that. But also, all of you want to see Vidit's game because he's winning now. And how did that happen? Because we just saw it was all going towards equalish. Queen f3, he goes knight f5, but the knight is very, very tricky. He goes knight at 6, queen e4, and that's a mistake. Queen e4. Now, why is this move a mistake? Vidit finds it, by the way. Guys, try to find what Vidit played in the game. I mean, do not try to find on leeches. Think on your own. Try to find. Oh, Himang says King Shirao is beating Abdu Satarov.
Yeah, I had a look. It was very complicated, but we had
Mm.
a man Arjun doing things, so I didn't bother to mention it.
Oh, by the way, this was also 40th move mistake by Dimitri Collars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so many moments of 40th move mistake. Yeah, this tournament is about 40th move mistake.
So basically now Vidit has a very good chance to increase his advantage. Did you ask it from our
Yes,
audience?
I
I
asked, but I
say,
had not cleared. But Mudit, Shaurya, NSG Gaming, and Abhi, well done there. That is the right move. Queen C3, which was played by Vidit in the game. Now, why is it so winning for black?
so Queen C3.
Why is it
This
winning? That is the
Queen
question.
C3,
Ah, because you can't go Queen C4 and defend a pawn. E5 would be lost. If you go Bishop C4 here, then knight G4 is going jumping in, attacking the E5 pawn. You can't defend it with F4 because G3 is hanging. Oof, very tactical actually.
Okay.
But what if we no time to even think, yeah? Taking such pawns with the queen and knight getting close to the king.
See, this is the problem with Queen and Bishop against Queen and Knight. When you have a Queen and Bishop, combined, you can attack only pawns or pieces in one square, that is light squares. Whereas Queen and a Knight, because of the Knight's ability to change into different colors, it can go to a dark square, attack a light square, and vice versa. No, no weak point is off the limit when it comes to attacking. I mean, Queen and Knight can attack pawns or pieces in any color, whereas Queen and Bishop can attack in only one color, that is the Bishop color. This is why Queen and Knight against Queen and Bishop is always a very potent combination for the Knight, actually. So that is why.
Yeah.
I mean,
Finally,
that
we are
one.
seeing in time, like somewhere, how much ever equalish, but whenever a queen and knight guy is playing and pressing in the equal position, the opportunity, like he does get the opportunity sometime. Yeah.
Here you have one weakness on e5 and another general weakness with the white king. That's the problem. Both of the onslaughts white cannot withstand. Actually, the best way to play for white is here to somehow give up one pawn but exchange queens and go for a bishop and knight endgame with a pawn down. That's the best way to fight for a draw, actually.
Got it. So Vidit does have right now has a great chance. No, can we say that Vidit has a great chance to?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely is doing much better already. So
Yeah. Also, Arjun, did he play? Oh, he's actually they didn't care about 40 moves at all. They're playing fast. Arjun gave a check, rook f8 check. King
yeah.
goes to e5, and now he goes rook d4. Okay. Oh, is he going for f5 pawn or what? No, what is his plan? Rook d5 is not possible here because of rook f5 or first rook d5 takes. And then you take. But what if king e4, rook b5 and king e3? This is winning for white, so winning. Oh.
This, I don't know, but was it all forced?
No,
The question where you came
no, I
from,
had a choice here. Like he played this, rook d4 is the position, yeah. And now
yeah,
if
rook d4.
Sarana takes on d5, white has a choice of directly taking on f5. Because if he
Directly
goes,
taking on f5 is better
yeah, if
because
he
rook
gave,
into f5, king into f5, rook into d5. Let's say king f6 here.
Acha, wait.
King e4 is not a good move. No. Yeah, rook
Here.
f5 check. Rook f5 check. Rook f5, rook f5, rook d5. Now king e4 may be a mistake because after rook b5, king e3, rook h5, this king on e3 is actually a bad piece. This is a rank cutoff, right? So if I push c4, c5, the black king is reduced to till the fourth rank. That's all. It cannot go beyond that. This is
Hmm.
supposed to be a big advantage. Rank cutoff.
Okay.
So, generally in chess, more than file cutoff, rank cutoff is much more crucial to win any game. So instead of king e4, let us say for rook d5 check, if you go king f6 here,
Yeah.
now, you can go for rook into b5, rook into e3, but I
Rook
think
b7, no,
white
now?
is better to play. No, don't play rook b5.
Because you
Play
will take
king,
it.
play king d3 and support e3. See, the point is, in any advantageous endings, you should not exchange pawns unless you are very sure of winning. This is a very basic rule about rook and pawn endings. Unless you are sure of winning, do not exchange pawns. So keep the pawn on e3. So play king d3. Ask the question to black how he's going to support b7. Okay. So rook b7 is forced, correct? See,
A6
now I
is
just
the
walk in.
but rook
A6,
rook
rook
a6
d6
check.
check. Yeah.
Okay.
So now for rook b7, you just walk in, king d4. This is where your opponent feels helpless. I'm very sure this is winning objectively. I mean, by chess wise also, but psychologically, it is just a cakewalk.
Nice.
Again,
Wow.
chess is a simple game if you know all the basics thoroughly, and of course, it helps that you are not playing the game; you are just analyzing. So, if the best of the endgame players I've always seen that they do nothing but implement principles properly. That's it. Just implement the basics, consistently. You will bring about winning positions, especially when you are the one who is pressurizing the opponent.
Nice.
So,
Yeah,
this is
because this was like at some point, sometimes there are moments when you have all the four isolated pawns and there is some compensation generally. But in this
yeah.
situation, it just doesn't seem so. The king and the rook, the way they are placed, and this pawn is ready to roll.
Yeah.
Definitely, Arjun will be better. So rook d4, and yes, Arjun maintains his advantage. He's also having a great position. Anish here now actually has equalized after 40th move. Did the mistake happen
Oh.
on 40th move? No, it happened before itself. Where did he go
The
wrong?
problem is now Anish has weakened his own king. That's the problem.
Yeah, but still, rook d1. He had to go with that h4 idea, I guess, at some point. He went rook d1, queen went to b3, rook d2, and queen e3. Yeah, this king is also weak. So Anish's game might end in a draw. Going to Arvind has
You
gone
remember,
now, Harika.
Amruta, we were talking about queen e6 and h4. I think
Where?
that is
Yes.
what, Anish game. I
Hmm.
think that is where Anish missed his advantage. He did not do
Yeah.
those things. E6 and h4.
Yeah.
So, okay, unfortunate for our friend Anish.
I am surprised, like, why would Aryan not play a move like knight takes f3 actually? Oh, did we completely miss? No, knight f3, we didn't miss anything because this was attacked and
Yeah.
check. Maybe he was looking at something like this, yeah? Bishop c5, and could you feel like this is dangerous? No, this is
Oh
for
no,
picture.
this looks quite fine for me.
Do you think it is
H6.
possible to completely not consider only knight f3?
Possible, very much possible. See, if you're playing chess at a stretch for 4 hours
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yeah.
and at the end of the fourth hour, a shot like this knight f3 always has a chance to escape your attention. Just give me a second, I'll get more water.
Yep. Yeah, chess can be tiring, guys, especially this tournament, a very, very long time control there. So, definitely not easy for all those who have joined late. Let me also show you some results there because lot of games have been over. There you go. There you go. First board, Erwin Lamy actually drew with Fabiano Caruana, which is amazing. Erwin in amazing form
Wow.
there. Yeah. Third board, Esipenko versus Predke, also a draw. Richard Rapport versus Volokitten Andre, a draw. Volokitten is the one, no, who wrote Perfect Your Chess.
Yeah.
Amazing
That's
book,
very,
yeah.
very nice
Yeah,
book with a lot of nice puzzles.
too good, too good. Cheparino
There's a,
Ivan. Hmm?
there's a joke about that book.
Uh-huh.
When Volokitin wrote the book, there was a huge army of very good Ukrainian players coming up. So Jonathan Rosen wrote, I perfectly understand why Ukrainians are getting stronger. Volokitin writes a book which has 366 puzzles, not 365. This goes to prove that in Ukraine, you get, in a year, you get 366 days, not 365 days. So all those Ukrainians, they all practice very hard on that one extra day of the year and they get very strong.
Oh, no, that book was so good. Like, actually, very before we got married, like for me and Sagar in long distance, we used to solve that book. Like, we used to have that competition. It was very, very exciting. We later had met Volo Kitten and we were telling him about that. So it was very
Uh-huh.
nice. By the way, Chaparino drew with Yu Yangi, SL drew with Nikita with Hugo Weir, Samuel Teresahakian lost with Samuel Sevian, Shankalan drew with Nair, okay, where are Arvind Chidambaram drew with Tabatabai, Gukesh drew with Alan Pichot, Pragnananda drew with Ronak, and Ponomario versus MVL today they also drew, and Vincent beat Irani. I'll check that game in between, guys. Yes, somebody told me about the Queen sacrifice. Nihal drew with Durar Bailey. Uh, Jeffrey Jeong drew with Yakubev, who just very recently won the Qatar Open, by the way, if you are aware. And who else? Oh, we forgot to check. Hari drew with Murli. Their game is over. And
We didn't see the
Adiban,
game.
yeah, we forgot to check Adiban. He's playing Adiban's game. Okay.
I find it very difficult to follow all the games,
Yeah. No, we can't
You have
follow
to
all the games.
analyze decently. Some games, even if you have to analyze decently,
Hmm.
that means that we cannot even see some games at all. That's a bit of a tragedy. But anyway, I hope what we are analyzing is interesting for the viewers. So I think it should be okay for them.
Yeah. So this is the position. Aryan in big trouble. Nakamura clearly pressing your white king is weak. Uh, and this has happened. Rook f8 check, king e5. Arjun played rook d4. Rook e d7 was played. He did not take the d5 pawn. And now Arjun plays rook f4 over here.
So the point of rook f4 is black plays king rook f6. I can take rook into f6, king into f6, and e4. I think that's the point. Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
what if king e5?
Yeah, rook f5, king
E4.
d5, and now I can go rook h5, I believe. But that may not be enough for a win. We have to check
Okay,
this
one
endgame.
second. This king pawn endgame, what is it? If I play rook d5 and you won't take rook d5, no? What is the
No,
king
that
pawn
should be a
endgame?
draw. King
Yeah,
pawn ending
draw.
should be a draw. Without
Okay.
any doubt, it's a draw. That's why I'm going rook h5. The point is rook d5, I'm going rook into h7. This endgame, I don't know, honestly. We have to check a little
Which
because
one? Rook h7.
generally there's one outside passer and fractured pawn structure on the king side. It should be in the other side. It should be a draw, honestly speaking. One pawn is not enough to win generally, one extra pawn. So we have to find a way to,
Yeah.
we have to check whether this works or not.
But otherwise, maybe he doesn't. Is there anything better for him, or no? This is the only way. If rook f6 is played, then this is the best position he can get.
Check that also.
Okay, if rook d5 is played, then you take here.
No, rook d5 is a mistake. Rook d5 is a mistake. Basically, in such positions with a lot of pawn weaknesses, two rooks are always very dangerous. See, such a position after rook d5, rook into f5, there is only one rook each. There is a lot of chances to draw, as we just saw in the other analysis. Two rooks, no, it's very difficult because generally the better side will always be able to have kingside attack or attack on the king also.
That's
Yeah, if you
right.
take rook into rook d5, that's a mistake. I'm very sure of that. I'm not analyzing, but
Okay.
I assume it. So rook f6, king f6, e4 is the ending that we have to analyze.
Yeah, this is where we are going.
E4,
King
king
e5 is only
e5.
move, otherwise you're gone.
Let's see it a little. Yeah, so rook into f5, king into e4. Rook h5. Now first let us check rook into d5. rook into h7,
A5.
and then let us say something like a5. See, this is winning means the whole ending is winning. Amruta, it is winning because of a minute point. Guys, this position, white to play, there is a beautiful, fantastic, nice, cute endgame. Please find it. White to play. It's a typical endgame element. It is not tactical. Okay, I'm getting excited because I love such kind of elements in this position. White to play. What is the best move? Nice.
Really, I'm tempted already with
Chess
2-3
is
moves.
beautiful. Nope, nope, nope. So far, none of you have found it.
I just
Nope.
didn't.
Guys who are telling me A4, what's the logic of A4?
Oh, even
How
I was tempted
make
with that
progress to
earlier.
A4? Yeah, one guy has found it. Two guys have found it now. 3.
Did you say that at some point as a tip, an end game
Yes,
tip?
of course. Yes, 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 yes. I said it. I said it. I said it. Rank cutoff is always important. Rank
Okay.
cutoff. Yeah. So the
There
winning
we
move,
go.
shall we say? Yeah, many have
Yes.
started finding it now. Rook h4 check is beautiful. Mainly because black cannot play king e5. The natural move cannot be played. So for rook h4 check, I'm assuming that king e3 has to be played. Now that the white blacking is cut off by the file, white coolly plays king b3, and the idea is to play a4, I believe, a4 or c4. Either of that, I'll be able to make another passer on the queen side. That's the point here.
But what if I go king f3, and now if you go king b3, I have king g3, or you don't really now care about cutting my king off from here because
No, you
your
cannot
king is too
travel
far.
so far. That's what I thought. So let's say rook, king f3, king b3, rook g3. I can just play rook h8 now, not a problem. The problem is
I
your
can
king
never.
is too far away. King is too. If you come back king f4, now I go rook a8 and win the game.
Got it. Okay.
Nice, yeah. So this
Very
rook
nice.
h4 check is a very cute move. These are the, what to say, these are the end game small pleasures that end games can give you, make you fall in love with the end game.
Wow.
Beautiful. Rook
Lovely.
h4 check.
And in the game, what happened actually? Rook f8 check, rook f4. He did not go king f6. He played
Okay.
king takes d5.
Yeah, this should be clear advantage for white, as I said, because when there are two rooks on the board, it is always a major problem because of, endlessly white rooks can harass the black king now. That's the point.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it may not be winning immediately, but, let us say something like rook 8, f8 check first. I'm assuming you will go king c6. See, now, for example, a4 here. Yeah. See, as I open more and more lines towards the black king, the checks will start. That's the problem. The
Yeah,
right way
your
to
rooks
win
are
it.
looks seem more strong because you also have this extra pawn, and clearly, yeah, that is being seen. Very,
No,
very
of course,
nice.
because of the extra pawn only, I'm confident. See, the point is now one more thing is you can find a very convenient moment to exchange all the rooks, or exchange at least one rook and go for an ending. There are many, what to say, many methods in which I can reach an ultimately winning rook ending or a pawn ending. That's what I mean to say.
Got it.
When I say rook ending, single rook ending. So that's what. Two rooks and advantage in material. It's very difficult to defend.
So Arjun will manage. I think Arjun will manage this for sure. Going
Manage.
to Vidit.
Seeing in this tournament, everyone getting tired towards the end. So
Yeah, that's a very
Arjun
big
should
thing.
manage his
By the
time. That's
way,
it.
after Queen c3, Bishop e2 played by Dimitri, and queen takes b3. So he did not even try to defend a pawn here.
Yeah.
He simply gave that. But then the c pawn, yeah, just going to roll. Plus the weakness stays on e5.
A kind of puzzling decision to give up this pawn.
What would be the best way for him over here to continue, you would say, still to stay in the best fight?
I told you earlier, the best is to give up give up
Ah.
even a pawn, try for a queen exchange. That's the best way to go. But honestly, for that, black should be your friend to exchange the queens here. So it's one of those depressing positions even to analyze.
you know, I remember somehow his name is Dimitri Collars, and Vaidya sir used to say कि collar पकड़ के मारना on the board. So it sounds very funny here. Vidit collar पकड़ के collar को मार रहा है, that kind of a thing. Oh, so Queen B3. So Vidit actually converting this, after 40th move mistake, sometime first round it happened to him, and now the same thing reverse, yeah, vice versa, kidhar na kidhar.
Well, whenever Vidit 1.0 gets an endgame advantage, let's say Vidit 1.0 will win the game. Good for him. What is the position you're having on the board right now?
Leon, I'm just checking Leon's position, but his king on h4 looks very deadly, and he's in ultimate trouble. Hikaru winning. Everybody wants us to go to Hikaru's game.
Mm-hmm.
How even Hikaru, the way he converts is something which people want to see. My goodness, it's reached this much. Bishop f6 we saw. Queen went to b6, a4, queen a7, bishop took the g pawn, queen takes a4, and queen a2.
I was very disappointed Hikaru Nakamura did not play the US Championship this year. US Championship was a fantastic tournament, very strong tournament. No, Qatar Open was after that.
No, it clashed.
Caruana won the US Championship and then came to Qatar, right?
No.
He didn't play Qatar, I'm sorry.
No. Qatar was clashing. Maybe he had earlier commitment there. That is also possible,
US Championship is, it was somehow difficult to accept US Championship as US Championship without Hikaru Nakamura playing. Oh, this Hikaru will win very easily. Black king is too weak. Impossible to defend such
positions. Finish quickly. Guys, white to play Hikaru's move. Next move, very easy for you all. Can you try and find it?
White is a cute threat. I almost missed it actually. It's a cute threat. You shouldn't give only one move, guys. You should give two moves.
Yeah, that could be a thing for the chat where they start writing two moves.
Two moves.
Wonderful. Earlier while solving the positions, it was always like, what is the last move? So I think so someday I'm really hoping that the chat is like saying the last move.
It's basically Ramesh always trained the students. He gives a puzzle, only the last move needs to be told. So what is this coaching camps that ChessBase India organizes from time to time in different cities in the country? What are you guys having a vision in the long term?
We had a summer coaching camp here in the Phoenix Mall. It was a free camp, and 700 people learned chess. It was very basic, and it was very cool. And we are now going to have a winter camp in November end. And the basic idea is that people, many times, chess is like, sometimes people just feel a little scared. Oh, it's a hard game and that kind of a thing. But in a mall, in that environment, what happens is few people start joining in, and then the other people walking around like, kya ho raha hai? Idhar kya ho raha hai? And I'm like, Acha, okay, there is thoda basics you will get to learn and that kind of a thing. And then there is no entry fee, there's nothing. And then they get interested. Acha, let's at least have a look at it. And they kind of understand, oh, I am enjoying. And then they kind of join many, many days. Like it's a 1 week camp and all. So it has been a very great experience, the first camp last time in the summer, which we had. And now, let's see how it goes, but it is a very different environment where it's not about serious chess players only, but it's just the whole atmosphere of learning in a fun way, that way. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we do have the full answers by a few people like Shivam and Tushar and even Queen e8, King g7. But Hikaru is taking quite a lot of time here, right, for this move, which is actually forced. But Queen e8 and Bishop h6, maybe these are the two candidates he might be thinking about. But Queen e8 is the only move. King going to g7, and did people say Bishop h6 here? No, Bishop e7, Bishop e7, with the idea of mating net. That's what they said. But guys, you've missed
That's
something.
a mistake. It's a mistake.
This is a mistake. Black to play. Let me now get the chat moves. I will actually get how many people are solving here. Black to play. Why is Bishop e7 a mistake? जल्दी जल्दी बताओ. टाइम नहीं है. अरे जल्दी बता कि कहाँ किधर जा रहे हो. इधर ही तो हो. Sanket asks, why is Divya being paired with so strong opponents in every round?
That is because this is a tournament with strong opponents everywhere.
Ram says, Arjun is such a fighter. Great to see him always make a comeback from a heartbreak in a Qatar Open and even FIDE World Cup before that. Characteristic of an evolving champion. Nice. So what are the answers, guys? Let me...
Many got it now, very easy.
But they did get quite confused. 93 connotation problem here. We knew it was पहले का. बहुत स्लो चल रहा है, but ठीक है. अनिरुद्ध, नफीस, पुरंजय, हतरस, अभी and Rinjin. Well done there. Knight e3 is the problem. Knight e3 check and king g3 ko. Is there a perpetual? Knight f1. King h4, queen f2, you would even lose here. Wow. Crazy. The queen and knight mate. Okay, so that was it. So you have to be alert. So after queen e8, king g7, that's what Hikaru is calculating, and he did play queen e8. King g7 is on the board, and here he only has to avoid a move like bishop e7. Still, Sarah, how do you, like, suppose you're calculating here,
Yeah.
what would be your first candidates?
See, in always these kind of endings, you should look at if there is any forced checkmate opportunity. So going by that, what am I looking at? So queen e8, king g7. You shouldn't, first rule of solving any position is, yes, you should look at the checks, but generally in such positions, a quiet move will work as good as a check. So then you see queen e5 check is not possible. Bishop e7 is not possible because knight e3. Then the answer is very simple. Just find the only quiet move here, which is threatening checkmate in 2. That's it. You'll find it immediately.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Queen e6 with the idea of bishop f6 check. And
you thought bishop f6. I thought bishop h6
bishop
check.
h6.
Yeah, bishop h6 check.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
why queen f7 also does not work. Yeah, bishop h6.
Bishop h6 check, king g8, queen c8 is made.
Nice.
Amruta, 1 minute. What happens to bishop h6 check? King h8 is not possible because of queen into f7 is hanging. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So that's nice. Yeah.
So the finish is nice. I think it was almost like Aryan did manage to equalize, even though Hikaru went wrong. And 41st move missing knight f3 would definitely make him a little bit. I don't know, once you go back to the room, how do you feel about it? Because knight f3 was plain draw, no? That you can say it's a plain draw. So it's going to be
It's
hard.
extremely difficult when you make such mistakes. No, it's very difficult to come out of it for a chess player. We were talking about mental strength in chess and all that yesterday. All said and done, still, very painful defeats arising from such painful blunders, you actually carry it to your grave. It's a very, what to say, these are all struggles of a chess player. These are all tragedies of a chess player's life. It's next to impossible to escape those, what to say, very negative feelings that you experience when you make such very bad blunders. You really carry it to your grave, honestly speaking. This is a very cruel game that way.
What would be your let's say the most heartbreaking moment in chess?
That's...
No, don't remember. If you don't remember, it's amazing. So I think I've asked you a
I
very
remember many.
wrong question.
I remember many. There was one game which, if I had won, it would have changed my entire life. Actually, unfortunately, I lost the game. I needed a win for a Grandmaster norm in the last round of a Budapest tournament. I was an exchange and a pawn up. I was completely winning. And I managed to lose it in time pressure. And I came back home, and in another year or so, my sponsor pulled the rug out of my feet for not winning the game. And my confidence went low. And I almost never achieved such a kind of form in my professional career after that. This happened in 2010. If I had won that one game, my entire life would have been changed. I probably would not have become a commentator or a coach after that. I would have continued, and most probably I would have completed my Grandmaster title also. So that one game, it's extremely painful. But of course, another thing is there is another side to a chess player, another side to being a human being and a good chess player. There is this beautiful, beautiful quote about chess. I love this quote. Chess ennobles men. Ennobles. ENNOBLES. Chess ennobles men, for it's full of disappointments. What is meant by ennobles? It makes you very holy. It makes you a lot of wisdom and all that. Wisdom, more than humility, I would say wisdom. When you know how to face even such very heartbreaking moments in life, still when you carry such a strength of personality as in your character, that you can even withstand that, come out of that, and then still live a good life. That basically is the essence of what chess gives you at the end of the day, strength of character. The way that chess builds a strength of character in a human being is amazing. This is one of the reasons why I feel that every kid should play chess, because learning to lose and still losing in chess is much more painful than losing in cricket or football or basketball, badminton when you're in school. So, any kid who knows how to accept a loss in chess builds a character along with it. So, well, this is a good take of, even though I lost that game, it's a very painful memory. I'm able to talk about it objectively. So
Nice.
that's what chess gives you.
So how many norms, like for GM norms, you were able to?
I never made any after that. That's the tragedy of it. I never made any. I mean, in my peak, between 1998 to 2010, I had about 6 to 7 opportunities where I could have made norms easily. This was the easiest I came to. Well, it so happened that I didn't make it, and that's about it.
Oof.
So, our man is taking a lot of time for this move for some reason. I'm wondering why, actually.
Yeah, while coming so close to
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Not Hikaru style for sure, no?
Yeah, that's what. I don't know what's happening. Hikaru Nakamura, of all the people, Well, at the same time, there is this principle Sakis taught me and Ramesh. There is something called Kasparov's lost concentration, LAST lost. So what he meant by was that when Kasparov is about to win a game is when he will become the best concentrated on the board, because he knows that if he concentrates for this one moment, he can win the game and have a good dinner afterwards. So when a game goes towards the end, he knows that the maximum chances of blunders also creep in. So that is where you have to concentrate the maximum. So, probably Hikaru is having a Gary's lost concentration.
I do think so. And I also think he might be thinking of something like, just like h4 looks like a very interesting idea there with h5 and h6 mate. So something like this, which can be just a different kind of mate. Might be tempted to go for that. Okay, while Hikaru is thinking, we are here at. In fact, guys, look at this. Everybody's thinking after 43rd move somehow, not on 41st move. Your King D5 has been played. Arjun is thinking since. Man, that's 20 minutes since Arjun is thinking what to do here. Then we go to Vidit's game. Actually, Vidit is. Oh no, he's played here. Queen b3 was played. Queen a8 check. King went to g7. Queen takes a7. Maybe this is what Dimitri thought, that he's recovering the pawn. But the c pawn is crazy strong. c4. Queen goes to d4 and c3 is definitely the next move. How do you stop it?
Honestly, don't know what his caller is doing. He just gave the pawn free and then he lets the pawn advance, c3 pawn.
No,
Honestly,
I
it's
think it's
difficult
energy.
to see
It's
what
just
he's doing.
energy, yeah. Like at this point.
Energy? What do you mean energy?
No, it does. It seems like a lot of lack of energy to not.
Lack of.
I mean, after 40 moves somehow. Okay, we had a Vincent beat Idani Poya, and where was the just queen's? Was there a queen sack? Somebody said there was a queen sack. I'm just looking. Okay,
Actually,
here.
Colors is 24 years here. What energy? Come
Oh,
on.
he's. Oh.
24 years, your energy is supposed to thrive. You should be able to play 3 rounds in a day and still have energy for the next day. That is what you should have at the age of 24.
True. But look at this. Vincent here plays queen takes. Okay, he's anyway winning. But queen takes d4. Check moves here. Takes the queen. Takes. Queen takes g2. And the b pawn is unstoppable. So yeah. So it was not like a queen sack in the middle. He was already winning. But yeah, nice shot for sure. Uh, Anyone else? Adiban, we can have a quick look. He's playing with Kolbus and the position is.
Well, what is happening here?
He's gone knight f4 last move. Now is g6.
I thought he had a much better position than this. Anyway, we can see this also.
Yeah, knight f4. But this is also isolated. Correct.
Okay,
No, I
objectively,
like
this position is equal because, see, let us say even if I take knight into f4 here, for example, knight f4, gf4, and just play king e7, I don't see any way that white can make any headway in the long run. In fact, it is white who has to be careful because remember, he has the knight. Yeah. Rook and knight against rook and bishop. So it is actually white who should be a little careful.
So mostly should end in a draw, but Adiban will need to be careful. Abhijit Gupta has ended his game with Alon Grinfeld. It's ended in a draw. So right now, by the way, very important, Arjun's game is for one more reason, that if he beats Sarana, moves have happened there, he will be the sole leader of the event. So he goes rook f5, king went to c6, he goes rook d4 over here.
That's. I think
But
he messed it up. He messed it up somewhere.
yeah, the computer says
I think this
A4
rook
or
d4 was a
H4.
very rook d4 was a bad decision. Remember, we were talking about a4 in after king c6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he
No,
missed his way
A4
here.
was
Yeah.
very powerful. He goes rook
Yeah.
D4, rook went to
The problem
H6.
with rook d4 is there was no need to exchange a rook and go into this
Hmm.
ending. That's the problem.
Yeah, now it can be a race unnecessarily. King goes to D3, King C6, and now he is going rook A5 there, making quick moves.
Okay, one encouraging thing is this is not a simple draw. This is a very complicated draw. So Arjun still has a lot of chances to win this position. But obviously he has to step up his game. I mean, we saw that the rook ending so far, his handling of the ending hasn't been very perfect. But at the same time, he still has a lot of chances to win the game. So let's see how it goes, and let's see how it goes for us, because we are in for a long night again once again.
Oh, by the way, it is, I never realized the time, but you can, at whenever you have to leave, please.
Sure, nice of you.
I hope
Nice
you
of
are
you.
sleeping well.
I am sleepy, but it's okay. I'll hold my fort as long as possible. I'll try to tag along with you as long as possible. Let's see.
Okay, so tell me something. If rook f5, like for me,
Uh-huh.
okay, I won't say I'm very good in endgame at all. So I'll
Yeah.
naturally start with h pawn because I just know that I have to start. Yeah, I don't have time to waste. So what are you going to do here? Natural
See,
moves, if you say.
the point is, black will push up to h7 and then keep it to his h1. I'm sorry. So
Huh.
black will push up to h2, keep his rook on h1.
Okay.
At that point, black will be able to trade his h pawn for one of white pawns
Yeah.
on e3 or c3.
Yeah.
Okay.
E3, no, because I will, like, I know this is a draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw
Exactly.
even without this pawn.
Exactly. So the trick is white shouldn't give up his e pawn.
Mm.
So this is the first principle that we should arrive at. So which also means that white shouldn't over push his e pawn. So you should get the king to somewhere around c5 or so. So, see, for example, for h5, you go king c4, king d4 first, for example.
H4
And then if
I'm
black
going.
plays a5, you go now rook f6 check, for example.
Okay.
So you
Let
should
me make
just
some
keep
natural
pushing.
moves without, what is
No, king
natural? King
d5 will
b5
give me, no,
c4
king
check.
d5 will give me
So king
c4. So
c7.
king c7, yeah. Now go c4 first. Keep
Okay,
the pawn on
I go rook
e4.
h1.
Now that rook h1 has gone, now go, let us say, e4 now.
Okay, h3.
h3, rook h6.
h2.
h2, rook king e5. This is the ending that you should aim for. This is perfectly the ending.
So you are saying that now if I go rook c1, suppose, and you take the
This
pawn
has,
on h2, rook
yes, this is
c4.
some chances of a win for white. Exactly what I'm saying.
Got it.
Some chances of a win. I'm not saying it's a win. So this kind of ending you should aim for, but of course we are analyzing too fast. There will definitely be more nuances in this.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what white as well as black should aim for. See, once again, chess is very simple if you can apply the principles correctly.
Yeah. So most probably we will land up into this, and where black will have to show patience, keep this intact. Let's say king b7 and oops, sorry.
Which is blunder, rook d1 check. Yeah, you have to be careful there. That's why I went king e5 hiding. Here, for example, if you want to analyze more, no, don't go king e6. King e6, rook e1 is a draw.
Still, this is.
So now, yeah, so this is difficult. So let us push c5 here, for example.
I do nothing.
King c7, yeah. Now we have to look what to do because it has already become very difficult.
Can you not go a4, a5, a6?
A4, this is what for a4, I suspect black will play a5 here.
Oh.
See, somewhere here to create a zugzwang is going to be difficult. Say, let us say c6, let's go c6, okay? What do you want to do? King b6?
Oh, looks a little scary. Yeah, but what else to do?
King b6, and now king e6, I think is the only move.
But now rook
We're
e1 is
analyzing
not a
too
problem.
fast, but anyway. Yeah, rook e1, rook a2, rook h2, rook e4, king d5. Okay, this unfortunately rook
I
into
can't.
a4 is coming. So earlier a4 was a mistake. We shouldn't play a4 in the earlier position.
Yeah, it's not so that already is showing.
We are reverse engineering, but anyway, this
Yeah.
is basically. But as you can see, it as I suspected, white has an advantage. He may not have a win, but somewhere in this position, we are analyzing too fast. Somewhere in these positions, we have to find a nuance of pushing better than this. But yeah, all said and done, it must be a draw.
Unless
I mean,
Savannah also.
from
I mean,
what we have analyzed so far, it looks to me that it must be a draw. That's what
it's
I
easier to draw with black, like with patient
tend
play,
to win
than to
with
win
white.
with white. Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well put, Amruta. That's a very correct way to put it, actually. For those who are watching this, I can also suggest something. You know, Wolf Anderson is a fantastic chess player of end games. Recently, there was a chessable course made by Mihail Marin, Grandmaster, veteran Grandmaster, who makes very good courses and very good books. He made a course on Wolf Anderson's end games in chessable. Sheer joy to go through that course, especially. I mean, complex endings like this explain nicely. Very nice way to go through instructive endings. And of course, Mihail Marin wrote this very good book, which I would suggest to everyone, recommend to everyone. Learn from the legends. What is it?
That is Yasser Saravanan, no? Learn from legends.
Mihail Marin on legends of the game. Yeah, learn from the legends. Correct. Learn from the legends by Mihail Marin. Now I think
Yasser Saravanan?
Learn from the legends. Yasser Saravanan, is there a book? I'm not sure. Yasser Saravanan is that takes my rooks and instructive. What is it? Take My Rooks is one book, and Dynamic Middle Games, Dynamic End Games, those are two books. Learn from Legend, I don't remember any chess books actually from Saravanan. Or you should put that. Play Winning Chess was one game. I mean, Saravanan book titles are a little weird generally. Chess Duels, No Regrets, 5 Crowns, Take My Rooks. These are some of his books. Learn from Legends by Mihail Marin talks about specific aspects of very strong players. See, for example, Rook versus two pieces endgames of Mihail Tal. Middle game to end game transitions of Alexander Alekhine. Such things, you know, and Tigran Petrosyan's exchange sacrifices with all those sacrifices which are not very famous. He has written in this book. So he has written a chess table course on Wolf Anderson's complicated, complex rook endings. So such endings, if you want to analyze and enjoy, these books can be very, very helpful for you.
You were right, Mihail Marin. I thought Yasser Saravanan, but it is Mihail Marin. Yeah, that's an amazing book. Shared such wonderful stories there.
Mihail Marin is a grandmaster from Romania, a good instructor, a good author. And yeah, I spent some time with him in 80s and 90s and 2000s. Very enjoyable person who loves chess.
Is the woodpecker method good for 600 LO? Yeah, well, of course, I guess. I mean, you can
will be too much. At 600, I think you
love to. No, but it can inspire through the, you know, many people don't right now don't have the patience to go through the whole classics and all. But then when they go through the tactics of the world champions, like Magnus Carlsen, you know, and all the tactics, that can inspire you in a different way. In very psychological true. Sense, I would say. No,
in essence, I agree with you, but only thing I find that woodpecker method may be a little bit too much for a 600. 600 may do better by going through chess exercises in Play Chess or chess.com or Lee Chess. I think that will be much more useful for them. Woodpecker may be a little higher for 600. I don't know. I'm not trained 600, so I'm not able to say it with authority. So, why is no one making their moves fast, Amruta?
Because they are all saying that, okay, how long can Sarah not sleep? Let us
They're making our nights longer.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
Nakamura
game.
has won.
Yeah,
Aryan Chopra
Nakamura
has
has won.
9. So what's our
So
man?
Vidit is going to think we'll keep guys. What? Why don't you just tell us when Vidit makes a move and then we come here? Okay, that is the easier thing to do. And just to have a very quick look because the pairing is very interesting. Shiro Abdusattarao. Shiro is really beating Abdusattarao. Now that's an amazing. I mean, Shiro playing like this, crazy, yeah. But Abdusattarao, until it's over again, like Gukesh, yeah. He's
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
resourceful, and with Queen and
Very,
Knight on the
very good
board.
defender.
Mhm. So yeah, Arjun's game remains the most important one because if Arjun manages to win this, he can become the sole leader. So
Give me a
H5,
second, Amruta. I'll
yes
be
please,
back.
yes
Yeah.
please. H5 has happened on the board. This as what we were discussing, and Arjun does give Rook F6 check. The king does go to B7. Arjun is thinking right now what to do. Please explain woodpecker method. So Anthony, basically the book has every chapter is based on a world champion and all the tactics positions from his game. So you will see only positions are there. You can open the book, you can solve from the diagrams, and would like the woodpecker method. It basically is said that you solve the book once, then you solve it again, and you keep solving it again and again, like the woodpecker method, and that has helped. Uh, uh, According to the author, it has been very helpful. So yeah, you could definitely give it a try. Vidit moved. Arey guys, thank you. You are very sweet. Queen b2, bishop d1 was played, stops the c pawn there. And finally, the knight is like, ho gaya vacation. Let me come back to the town and see what's happening. He has attacked the e5 pawn, but I don't think you can really take because queen d4 and f4. So, oh no, very interesting. Just to understand, if I go a move like a5, the question, my curiosity is, can I? Oh my god. 12 बजे तो मेरे भी ब्लंडर इतने ज़्यादा हो रहे. मीट 95 का f2 मर रहा है भाई. Knight g4. Good, you were not here in the last 1 minute. Oh, he doesn't have the earphones yet. It means we need to solve all the positions with less time. Naturally, once you solve it while you're solving again, the patterns go into your mind. You won't remember the exact position, but exactly it will help you to develop your tactical intuition. Yeah, for 1200, that's 100%, Aditya.
Basically, we had a player named Mitrakant who became an international master in 80s. He developed his chess mainly because he solved this encyclopedia of middle game combinations twice, thrice, 4 times.
Oh.
The same woodpecker method, now that I look at it, I understand that he perfected the woodpecker method without knowing that it's the woodpecker method in 80 days.
Nice.
So when you solve a book like that, a voluminous book like Encyclopedia of Middle Game Combinations, by the way, much tougher than woodpecker positions, you actually make those neuron connections in your brain with patterns, tactical patterns. So essentially, this is the method of getting solid skill in your brain, developing a neuron connection by repetition. This is basically a known method. I don't remember the author's name, but I have read Cognizant's books which talk about developing particular skills by repetition. So, in chess terms, that is the woodpecker.
Nice. There is another book called Forcing Moves.
Yes,
I have not seen.
A very good book, yeah.
Okay, so
And
Vidit, goes knight g4 over here. This is the threat. As I said when you were not here, it was good that you were not here. I blundered. I played a5, and I'm like, okay, what if happens if knight takes e5, but I missed a mate into.
You are sleepy as well. That means.
Yeah, no, I'm
Nice.
not sleepy. My mind today has been a
You're
little
tired.
hectic, so a little
Yeah,
tired.
sure.
So yeah, King B7 has been played here. So Arjun, what is your general intuition about this game? Will Sarana be able to defend this staunchly?
He should be able to defend, in my opinion, because this is not a very difficult rook ending from what I can see. See, I told you, right? It's just a question of just preserving one e-pawn for white. And for black, it is about exchanging that one e-pawn. So I don't think it's very difficult as such.
No, I really liked one thing which is very clear, that you cannot give this e pawn for the h pawn. This is draw. So then I like king e4, king e5, but black
But
needs to go wrong. Yeah, black needs to make that one inaccurate move, because otherwise it's very tough. This moment where Arjun had this a4 idea which you mentioned, I think it was here, yeah, rook h6. No, here. Where he went rook d4. And here you mentioned he had a4, right?
Yeah, a4.
Because if
The
you
point of a4 is
if you go
to
a6, let's say I don't take, if I go a6, are you going to
yeah.
take here on
Now I
b5?
go with the king up. I go king b3 now.
Are you ignore?
B3.
Oh, sorry,
B3.
king b3.
Yeah.
King b3.
I'm now going for pressurizing the position now. I'm going king b4 next and all that. The point is I played a4 so that black cannot play a5 himself. I thought that was the idea at least.
Okay, but now let's say I go rook h6. Do you have...
Now when you take the rook away...
And attack this.
Am I winning with rook f6 check first?
Yeah, even I was wondering.
So rook f6, rook into f6, rook into f6. See, now king and pawn ending should be easily won. So black should go king b7. This I should definitely
but
be
then
winning.
this is very weak, yeah. Because
a5. a5 is a very clever move.
Got it. Yeah, that here the rook exchange favors white.
So maybe now black has to play for rook f6 check. Black has to play rook d6, I think. Rook h6, rook f6 check, rook d6. Okay. Yeah. Now rook into d6, king into d6, h4. No, this may not be a winning ending. Yeah? Maybe then play h4. Don't play rook f6 check.
Here? No.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, before rook f6 check. Don't play rook f6 check.
Rook f6 only.
Yeah, now play h4.
And what if I get my other rook also attack the from d3?
No, if you play, no, that's a blunder. That's a blunder because of rook f7, rook f6 check, which we saw earlier also.
Correct.
Not a blunder,
no,
but okay.
Rook d3 might be. But if I go rook e7, now if you go rook f6 check, I have rook e6, right? Like last time.
Okay.
So you might have to go
instead
e4,
of,
no?
Hold on. Instead of, no, let me go king b4 here.
Oh. But if I
so the point is, if you take rook e3, I have rook c5 check. See, this is what I said. a5 check.
Oh.
This is what I said. I'll start harassing your king. Rook f7 check. Yeah, something like this looks very attractive for me. Maybe I still have to work out.
I mean, I don't even know how it is equal, but it is definitely scary to have such a king here.
Yes, that's what. Something like this, but the computer is not impressed. So maybe we'll have to find something else. But okay, intuitively, I felt, I didn't check with the engine. Intuitively, I felt that this is the way forward for white in this.
Yeah, h4 definitely keeps much more things in control. Like right now, after h5, rook f6, king b7, he goes king d4. Arjun is gone, king d4. But we were looking at rook h1, remember? Like just a natural move. But it seems that rook h2 is even stronger there, attacking this a2 pawn.
So let me go a3. I mean, it's just instead of a1 going a2. I don't think this.
And then rook a2.
This is
Oh, it's a direct
I
draw,
thought this
yeah?
is a much better ending for white after rook
Huh?
h6. Rook h6, yeah.
Takes
Yeah, I thought this had better chances because e pawn
e4.
and c pawn. No, take h5, right?
Okay.
Take h5.
E5,
I thought this is a much better chance for white. Let's say e4,
rook a1,
king c5,
a4,
rook h7.
king actually is
King a6.
king a6 forced, yeah. King c8 would be lost, I believe. No,
I
it's
don't know.
fine.
You have to. Why don't you just check with
Yeah, yeah.
ChessBase? We should get a table base which gives us the easiest solution.
I don't use table. I mean,
Oh, table base. Oh, you don't know this technique.
no.
Table
I
base
know the
comes
technique. I
in.
don't use table base. I mean, I don't know how
Nahin,
Sagar would.
table base nowadays comes in let's check. You need not have a table base anymore in ChessBase.
Oh,
It's
acha.
a very easy technique nowadays. See,
Okay,
the let's
okay,
check
sure.
analysis, right?
Hmm.
So if you go to any six pieces endgame and you do let's check, immediately the table base is loaded there.
Oh,
This I found
wonderful.
2-3 years ago, this technique. So I deleted all my table bases immediately. 6 GB to 10 GB is saved on my hard disk now.
Oh, lovely.
Human mind is a criminal one. It always finds a shortcut to anything and everything.
So if I go to, maybe you have ChessBase on, no? Maybe
Yeah,
you
I have
can
one.
check.
Yeah, I'll find out. That's what I'm going to do.
Because I'm
That's
for
exactly what
two
I'm
two
doing.
things. I am not even if you click on let's check, it's in the board. Yeah,
Yeah,
once I open the
yeah,
board,
yeah. Okay,
Sagar
I'll
is gonna
just
kill
put
me
it
because I
in.
am asking how to use let's check. I don't know how to use it. I've never used table base. I'm like, chat, what is going on? What is table base saying? And you just sit here, you relax. That's what you do.
Okay, it's a
Oh,
draw. According to table base, it's a draw.
yeah. So in that case, we won't have any soul leader if that happens. By
Okay.
the way,
It also means that, Arjun messes up a better ending.
yeah, he really played well actually. Even today, the quality of the game, just no doubt
Sriram
about
is
it.
asking me whether that's the Mitrakant you are referring to. Yeah, it is PS Mitrakant. We both belong to the same place. We both come from Coimbatore as our native. So Mitrakant was the first international master from Coimbatore, and I was the second. So he was my senior from Coimbatore. Very, very nice gentleman. Very simpleton. Very nice guy.
Nice. What does he
He
do
was.
now?
He also reached the Indian team at some point. He reached the top 6 of Indian chess. He has defeated in his time many prominent players, including Praveen Tipse. So very he belonged to this Neyveli Lignite Corporation team, which at some point were number one in the country. They had Murugan, international master, Lanka Ravi, international master, Mitrakant, international master, and then Pavanasam and Ganesan, two very strong chess players from Tamil Nadu, who could have become even international masters, even grandmasters in current scenario with opportunities available. And they were my seniors, and I learned a lot from both of them, Ganesan and Pavanasam. So they all belonged to that. In 80s and 90s, they were one of the dominant teams in the country. Now they are all retired from chess, and they are coaches, but they're not like let's say professional coaches. They are not in Chennai. They are based in south of Tamil Nadu. Very what to say. This was chess and people from another era. Real chess lovers. These.
Yeah, chess of that time. I mean, I don't think they would have imagined where it was supposed to reach now. It's a very interesting journey. Tell me something, a big result. Levon Aronian, Sindaro beats Levon Aronian. That's a big result.
I love Aronian's play.
But then Sindaro playing very solidly. Actually, even in Qatar, he played well. So
Yeah, Levon didn't do well in US Championship also. He was one of the
mm,
championship contenders. So yeah, Levon maybe not having a very smooth run of late.
mm. Oh, Vidit wins another pawn here. So two
Uh-huh.
pawns. No, he's won only one pawn. Sorry, because he lost this a7 pawn. No, so this is a passer, and he is a pawn up now. Okay, how is the drawing chance here if you go queen b5 and try to exchange the queens?
Of course, you won't exchange. So go queen d4 back. Or
That
can I
gives a chance
play?
with a5, the rook pawn
Yeah,
against the knight.
then can I just play ruthlessly queen into b5 and knight c4 and win the game?
To queen b5, ab5, and then?
Knight c4. No, no. Okay, let's not give the bishop. Let's not give the bishop or the knight. What else instead of that?
There's a good move for black here, actually.
Queen d5 check.
Queen d5, because if you take, then you get another guy
Yeah, that's
for the
just
support.
d4 d3 runs through.
And if you don't take, then the king is, of course, in a little bit of a mess there. So knight e5, and with it intending queen d5, I guess. Also right now, yeah, queen c6, this has to be defended. With it, this is winning, yeah. I mean, you can't mess this up, for sure.
Hopefully.
Again, one important factor for this event, guys, let's do not underestimate, but it is really a difficult thing to play such long games. Towards the end, a lot of thing is also dependent on not just your chess. I mean,
Not
at
only
least this
playing,
tournament is showing that. At least this tournament is showing that. Oh, he's
being a
equalized.
commentator for the tournament. This tournament also is a difficult game.
Oh, this is, by the way, equalized. He did go Gukesh. This exactly same thing has happened, and there is no chance now for Arjun. So,
I thought White had chances in this endgame, but the table base says it's a draw. But anyway, White will not just give up. White will still try his best, but ultimately it may be a draw. I think Black's best thing is to just push the pawn very fast. A5, A4, A3, A2 very fast. Then again, by the strength of that A pawn coming to A2, capture one of the pawns, C3 and D3, and the resultant ending should be a draw. I think this is basically how Black's road to equality works out here.
Vishal asked Saravanan sir, will you try to become a GM one day?
Well, now it's extremely difficult, but basically this year and next year, I have to make a choice whether to continue playing or not. I'm seriously thinking very hard. I've not played much in the last 3, 4 years. So I'm thinking very hard whether to play at all or give up playing. Let's see. I have to make a decision one of these days. Actually, I have to make a decision within weeks or months now. Let's see.
And one other question is, how did you train in those days in Coimbatore? Vishal asks.
Well, those days there was no training at all. Honestly, in 80s and 90s, 80s basically, you didn't get many of chess books, and I just trained by just playing everyday blitz games with local players in Coimbatore who are all my contemporaries and
Guys,
my
not
friends.
online. Internet was not there.
Internet, there was no telephone also. There was no calculator, leave alone a computer. No
Just
calculator, no
reminded
telephone.
him.
Television was not yet invented. No, even televisions, if they were invented, there were no color televisions. You're thinking about a completely different era. Yeah. So basically just play every day, and I couldn't afford books, and when I bought books I just read them from cover to cover. That's why I told this many times. Kasparov was my first idol because I read his Fighting Chess. Wonderful book, very first time. So just read whatever you get in hand, and that's about it. Very primitive way of improving chess by today's standards, I would say. Imagine in 1980s, if you have to prepare an opening variation, you spend 5 days to master it, which can be mastered in 3 minutes today. This is the kind of preparation you're talking about. So these are completely different times. Those were completely different. Okay, on that note, If you don't mind, I'll retire for the day.
Yes, absolutely.
Really sleepy. 12:30.
Thank
So
you
see you
so
again
much
tomorrow.
for being here, and tomorrow waiting for you to join. Bye bye, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Amruta.
Amazing.
See you guys. Good night and have a good evening. Bye.
Guys, that was International Master Saravanan for us, who is also a very well-known trainer. Recently, his student Pranav Anand became a grandmaster. So, very strong trainer, huge amount of knowledge, wonderful stories, wonderful memory to recollect. So many nice incidences and quotes. A lot of fun there, guys. So, yeah, let me just make. Guys, how was the day for you today, and which was your favorite game of the day for today? Let me know. In fact, there have been so many exciting tactics. I think for today, tactically, uh, it was amazing. A lot of questions also were asked. E4, this is a draw. Please switch to Vidit. Okay, let's go to Vidit then. It's always good to see how to finish the game. It's because you always need to be alert. Queen c5, he takes the pawn. We saw the queen b5 did happen. Oh my god. Oh my god, he didn't play queen d5. Oh, is it going to give any drawing chance? Oh my goodness. Okay, there's still, it should still be winning, but firstly, what if a5, because the pawn is pushing? The pawn is being pushed here, so what do you do? Guys, can you suggest the moves for black? Very important position we are at. Vidit took how long to calculate this? He had 20 minutes. No, yeah, he had 20 minutes and he just didn't think, because maybe while his opponent was thinking, that was just 5 minutes. I think he just feels that, come on, this is winning. So, what is the thing he's calculating for a5? What is Vidit's plan here? Vidit making us nervous like yesterday. But guys, come on, suggest black to play. Thoda jaldi. No, it's not yet a blunder. Let's try to understand this before giving any conclusion. Black to play. What is your suggestion? Quite an obvious threat. Oh, look. Nobody's answering. All are sleepy. Nafis says queen d5. Matlab, abhi if you go queen d5 with the pawn on a5, it's not going to work. You're one move late. The knight will be, actually, you have to be still very much on your toe. The pawn goes to a6. You will go to d4, but the king comes here and you don't have time to advance the pawn there. But he goes knight g4 very quickly, instantly, clearly. He is sure that this is winning for him. He's gone into it with, very mindfully. So, oh, a lot of moves happened. Yeah, what happened? After knight g4, queen b6, a massive mistake. But queen e2 was a way to defend the pawn, which was needed. Because if you try to say, what do you do now? A6 is the threat. So what do you do? Black, how does he progress? This pawn is blocked. You don't have anything like queen d2, because takes, a pawn will queen. Your knight is just too far away. So once again, you had to give a check. And there was a move, important move, because a5 will be lost. And you cannot just give up the pawn. So f3 would be important, so that if you take, you lose your knight and you cannot take there. The knight would have had to go back f6, e5, and at least, there is still work to do in this position for Vidit. With this pawn on a6, for sure, he needs to do work. But queen b6 was played. He plays queen b6, and what is the winning move here for Vidit? Two moves. Oh, Vidit is not giving you guys any chance. He's very quick. This was somehow he expecting queen b6, that he just went queen d2, and he says if you are thinking by chance that you have time to get this rook pawn going, you are wrong, my brother. I have queen e4 and I will stop you, and I have c2 as well. So I'm just too quick. So queen d2 by Vidit, and he's completely winning now. And last two moves, he made very quickly. Vidit 2 out of 2. If he wins this, yeah, after the first loss, he has striked back. And every win in this tournament is so hard. Players are tired, it seems. Says, I'm an Indian engineer. For sure. I mean, you are playing, this is your 7:15, the game started for us. So it's been 5 hours, 15 minutes, no? Arjun's game ended in a draw. Wait, let me update the bar. Oh yes, Arjun's game ended in a draw. Actually, Arjun played so amazingly. Would have loved if he would have converted that. But never mind. He did play a great game. So yeah, just the third round. सप्तर्षि says basically विदित को 40th मूव संभाल के खेलना है. वो बेस्ट खेला तो जीत जाएगा. Analyze Lasvik versus Wojtaszek. Isaac versus Wojtaszek. Queen d2, and it seems that Dmitry would now have realized that things are completely out of his control. Arjun is on 2.5 right now. Guys, did you see the playing hall? It was very nice. I think I had put up this video here for you to just get this feel. It was about today's round there, and side by side, maybe I should just keep it on. Yeah. Nightbot says, Dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. Arey, Nightbot, don't forget to remind me to say like and subscribe. Guys, if you have enjoyed the stream, do like, do subscribe, so that it reaches more people. And it's a long event till 5th November. So let's have more people supporting. 20 Indians playing in this event out of 164, and fighting for 2 spots in the men's section, 2 spots in the women's section for candidates. It can be only epic if we get any of our Indian guys to qualify for candidates. That's Divya versus Goryachkina over there. That's Eline Rubers versus Koshenuk. Let me also go. Oh, if I change the window, it doesn't play, huh? Wait a second. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. He plays bishop e4. Dimitri plays bishop e4, and now Vidit has a number of ways to continue here. Shashwat says 25 something points for her to become a GM. Yeah, Vaishali, by the way, win one today, and she is inching closer to her GM title day by day, even in this tournament. C2 should win. No, what's the problem there? C2, you have to take, you win the piece here, and if A6, whoa, I mean, there are a number of ways, but just take this guy here, because if you try to go A7, your king is going to get checkmated. Oh, my blunder. You know what? I should definitely not even try to think right now. I should only look at the engine. So let me only look at the engine, check here, and that's how I am going to give you a checkmate. If you queen over here, queen f1 check. If king goes to h2, mate in one, guys. Final mate in one. Are you in the same state like me, or can you easily find this checkmate in one move? Black to play checkmate in one move. I'm not about very quick. नाइट बॉट लग रहा है वो, नाइट को एकदम एक्टिव. सीडी, मिस्तादम, नफीस, अंकुर, जोवियन, डार्क राय, हार्दिक, संकेत, नोटेशन चिराग, एंथनी, अनीश, प्रवीण, नफीस, मिशाल. प्रागवंश G2 बोले तो नहीं है, G2 पे कंट्रोल है, तो वहां पे मेट नहीं है. वही देख रही हो कौन ब्लंडर करेगा. नेहल, निशिता, आनंद, कबीर, विनय, गुंताज, वैभव, और एक आया G2 पे, मिस कर दिया. जीतू नहीं जीत रहा है क्योंकि वो कंट्रोल्ड है. सो नाइट G4 एंड दैट्स द मेट इन वन. Okay, but yes, some of you are awake, unlike me. So bishop e4 has been played, and c2 should just win. For Vidit, he does play c2. Oh, that's Abhijit Gupta there. If you were able to see the video, guys, on your right, that's the tournament hall. That's today's round. This is Abhimanyu Mishra. You should be by now able to guess all the players. Hari versus Murli Karthikeyan. Their nameplates, of course. Anthony says one sleep stream. Bishop takes c2, queen takes c2. It would be nice if we get the mate on the board. Guys, if you're watching the video, one nice idea is to try and guess the people in the video and quickly type all the names. Gopal says if Shirov wins, pairings on top board will be Fabi versus Sindaro, Pragg versus Arjun, Sevian versus Shirov. Okay, sure, kya? Did you check through the software or it's your guess? Vidit. Oh, there we have Vidit. And that's his opponent, Dimitri Collars. Wow. Guys, did you see that? Oops. Over here, maybe let me just quickly show you again. Nihal, that's Artemiev. Here we have in the video Vidit versus Dimitri Kollars. Oh, that is Vincent versus Idanipoya, Murzin versus Duda, MVL versus Ponomaryov. Tabai. Okay, he does play knight f2. Vidit goes for that tactic. Knight f2. Would love to see that mate. Go a7, Dimitri. Just for our spectators. That's Aryan Chopra versus Hikaru Nakamura in the video. He gives queen d4 check. Here. Queen f2 is asked by Guntas, and there you give a check and you win this pawn. And then yeah, with these two pawns, your king will stay safe here, and this pawn will, it's winning. So queen d4 check. I think eventually he might take the knight there. Oh, Gukesh there we have on the video. Guys, are you enjoying watching this video? This is starting moments of today of the playing hall. Do you get the vibe of it? How do you find it? Sagar is there in UK and Ishita says yes, amazing. ठीक है, बोल देती हूँ सागर को, रोज चाहिए इसे. Adiban game, please. Oh, Adiban is playing it. What about e5? Yes, Akshay, you're very, very awake. And that's a good move. You can play that because if check, I think your king can go to h7. There is no check. And the same way, you don't have time for a7. You always have this knight g4 idea. So it's possible. Good suggestion, Kuntas, because I am live streaming from here and like it here. Is Sagar enjoying there? I'm sure he would be loving to be among, so many amazing players there and such a vibe. I'm sure he would be. Amruta, can you invite Srinath? Of course, I would love to. Only thing is, he would be very busy. That's what I generally think, but I would love to. If he's free, invite Samay. Let's do it. We'll invite everybody one by one. If I feel lonely, I'll also invite my family. How is that idea, guys? I'll ask my mom to find the best move for white. That should be a lot of fun. Okay, I might be blabbering, but queen d4 check. And by the way, somebody mentioned Adiban is playing, so that's a long game for Adiban as well. And he is, as Saravanan had pointed out, this bishop in the long run can definitely cause trouble. And you can see the knight on a5. Oh man, it's such a sad knight, man. I mean, literally sad knight. It's a knight and it's sad. I do think that somehow Adiban should be able to manage some resources कुछ तो करके. Also, he's a higher rated, and somewhere the resistance will be there stronger. So it's not going to be. But amazing that Olbus is actually trying to press. Black is a piece of strategically. He needed a pass. The only good advantage is that this pawn is defended. So whoever attacks this pawn, like if the let's say the knight had to come and defend it from here or anywhere else, it's anyway doing a job. It's not like completely useless on the edge. It is definitely useful. And then this it defends this, and this pawn controls a square which can attack this pawn, and this file is in white's control. So you cannot really attack both the pawns. Also, the king is controlling these two squares. So my question is, can bishop d4 and bishop c3 would love, but then the d4 square is controlled. So if you just try to see that these are the double isolated pawns, बहुत ही weak लग रहे हैं यार, पर attack कैसे करे? मतलब पेड़ पे कच्ची कैरी दिख रही है, पर गिराए कैसे उसको? अच्छा, सिंपल ही है, बाजू में पत्थर है, ले लो. नहीं, इतना भी सिंपल नहीं, ये भी तो स्क्वायर नहीं है. एंड टू रीच हियर यू माइट दिस इज देयर. बिशप f4, बिशप h6, किंग f7, बिशप f8. but a little more moves ना. तब तक तो ये rook b8, knight b7, knight c5 also could be there then. No, Adiban is holding. Yeah, Adiban will hold this. Rook 8 says the computer, attacking the a6 pawn. Okay, ठीक है. Adiban खेलने वाला है. We'll come back here again. Let's go to Vidit, because what happened after Queen d4 check was actually given, and Vidit does play e5. Arey Akshay, well done. Fabiano drew with Erwin Lamy today. Well done, well done. You see the long games, guys, we might miss it, but imagine this is which control. Yeah, 56 moves they have played. Just to let you know, if you are not aware, they need to complete 60 moves. So here there is no real time pressure because 4 moves, 8 minutes, position is winning and all of that. But you will get an additional 15 minutes after 60 moves are over. Each 15 minutes each. And that does change a lot with such a long game. Imagine your stamina. Like, tell me, on a stretch, let's say if you're studying, if you're working, on a stretch, at a stretch, it's not like you are having a dinner break or anything like that. How long can you stay focused? Like intense focus, okay, not just a focus, intense focus on a single thing. What is that time for all of you? How long? 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour? Like somebody will say every 1 hour I need some break, and I can sit every 1 hour intensely. But how long? The intense focus. अरे कबीर 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes के बाद 10 minutes break. ये है कबीर. पुरंजय से 7 hours. पुरंजय, दिल पे हाथ रख के, नहीं, गीता पे हाथ रख के सच बताओ, कसम खाओ, 7 घंटा. You don't get up, like you don't take any break, yeah? And there you have, after e5, Dmitry Kollars resigns. Vidit wins this game, goes to 2 points after the first round loss. On 40th move, he'd blundered. He played an amazing game, and then he's managed to win the last 2 games. And amazing. 1 minute, 1 hour. Jnaneshwar looks realistic. Nishita says 4 to 5 hours. Very nice, very nice. Smith says 3 hours. Anish also 3 hours. Very decent actually. Because imagine after 3 hours you take some break and then you again are able to get going. So similarly, we are talking about like 6 hours at a stretch. You might say, oh, I'm walking or something like that, but you're even thinking. You can, once you're so much involved in the game, the intensity is so high. It's like, imagine a speed of Wi-Fi speed of 1000 MB, and then so much data being uploaded and downloaded. And imagine a speed of 5 minutes पे break लेना है, तो imagine a speed of 1 MB, and कोई डाटा ना अपलोड हो रहा है, कोई डाटा ना डाउनलोड हो रहा है. So you see, you get my point. Coding is very, very particular. 2 hours, then 30 minutes break, and can repeat this 4 to 5 times only in a day. Wow. Very clean and clear. क्या बात है. VDOP हो जाए. Okay, so going to so Vidit managed to win. Going to Adiban's game here. Rook A8, Bishop E5, Rook. He did go Rook 8. Well done, Adiban. Bishop E5. He takes the pawn. Rook goes to C2. King will go to D3, I think. और किंग E3. Does it really matter? मेरे को बस इसके पास रहना था. Let's say I go king D3. One question is, what if rook G2? Am I anything to worry here? But my knight gets free. The knight which was there with all the hope, and now that it has changed its department, इसकी transfer हो चुकी है. There's another guy here doing the same work. So yeah. So king F1, he goes king F1. Adiban says, I don't want to allow you rook G2. So he goes rook. Out of 20 Indians, I think one Indian is definitely going to say 7 घंटा तो खेलना ही है. The mistake was to sacrifice a bishop, right? For Dmitry, correct. No, he didn't sacrifice. I mean, that was already losing towards the end. All the mistake was on 40th move, where he played queen e4, and it wasn't very obvious on the surface. But what happened was queen went to c3. You see 2 weaknesses here, and the queen attacking both of them at once. If you go queen c4, you would have lost this pawn. If you would go bishop c4, this is where it is possible to miss. That knight would come and attack this pawn, and you don't have f4 because g3 is hanging. That was the power of this queen on c3, keeping an eye on the, even the g3 point. So yeah, that was the 40th move. So what happened with it on day 1 happened to Dmitry today. And going to Adiban's game, yeah, he gives a check, king f2, rook c3. Are they going to repeat? Let's see. Praveen says, which book is the best for beginners to advanced? We actually have a list of even beginners books on ChessBase India shop. You should check that out. Silman's books are very good, both the endgame one and the reassess one. And tomorrow we are getting a lot of new books tonight, so keep a watch. We'll make a beginner's hamper, like a pack, which is the recommended books. What are the standings in the tournament? Yes, we will definitely. I'll definitely show you right now. Why didn't Vidit's opponent take the knight, exchange the queens, and convert into the pawn into a queen? Kahan pe? Where? Why didn't Vidit's opponent take? Can you tell me the move number? Okay, yes, they have repeated, and it's a draw. And oh my god, in comparison, all Indians have finished their games. And Shirov winning with Abdusattarov in this queen endgame. That's going to be a big result actually. Then there is another game going on, Hikaru versus Nijat Abasov, if you all remember from the World Cup. So Rook E3, he lost with Magnus Carlsen. What's happening? It's Nijat is in trouble. There's this Rook and Knight, and oh, but to convert this for Temur, is it possible or is it a fortress? Because Rook E3 has been played. If Black goes King G7 there and does nothing, how are you progressing? Well, that's I'm not sure if this is actually converting or not. Then there is Duda versus Murzin. Ah, look at the king, crazy man. Duda is winning, Duda is beating Murzin. And Hans Niemann is playing with Bukidov Shamshiddin. Queen E4 has been played, but Hans Niemann is winning with the queen and the 2 pawns, clearly winning. Donchenko, same colored bishop. Very interesting bishop in game. This is also winning because the current move F5, that's the move. Okay, shall we look at the standings? And F5 on the board. There you go. Let's look at it. Also, we'll also have the results pairing already for women's. No pairing yet, because normally they are already up. But this is the women's section. There you have Vaishali, who goes to 2.5. So that is important. But in women's, there are 2 players, Tan Chongi and Anna Muzichuk, on 3 out of 3. So they will be paired against each other. And then for 2.5, we have Elizabeth Pace, we have Bibi Sara, and we have Vaishali. Oh, only 3 players? Yes, only 3 players. So Vaishali will be playing with either Bibi Sara or Elizabeth Pace. Okay. Then we have today Divya lost with Goria Chkina. Harika drew with Sophie Millet. Tania lost with Marcel Efroimsky. And Vantika drew with Monica Soko. Savita drew with Anna Hushenina. So that's the standing for India today. Yeah, there you go. Going to the open section. For round 3, here we go. Arjun drew with Sarana. He goes on 2.5, and all the leaders. There's no sole leader on 3 out of 3. So it's all 2.5. Lot of players, in fact. It's 6 of them. 7, 8, 9, 10. No, actually 6 of them. 6 of them on 2.5. 7. Yeah, Javokir also joined them. And Shiro also joining the leader. Okay, lot of players. Oh, काफी जनता है, काफी जनता है. So 2.5, maybe 10-12 people there. Narayanan drew with Vityugo. Arvind drew with Tabatabai. Aryan lost with Nakamura, but Aryan really was right there. He missed an important chance on move number 41st. Otherwise, it would have been a draw. Gukesh had an amazing opening preparation, but still, finally, it ended in a draw. Ronak, Pragg versus Ronak. Ronak also played very well. It ended in a draw. Vidit is winning, going to 2. Nihal drew with Durarbeli. Leon lost with Fedosiv. Hari and Karthikeyan drew their game. And Abhijit Gupta also drew. Adiban also drew. The results will get updated. Yeah, the results will get updated. So I'm only surprised. Normally the women's pairing is out by this time. So, okay. Fine. What's this standing? It's not updated. That's it, guys. That's it. The pairings and everything. If I guess you would have understood. Kaustubh says Vaishali needs now 25 points more. So how much is she actually gaining from this tournament? 7.6. She is gaining 7.6. And she already has a live rating of. What is her live rating? Not sure, but yeah. Can Vaishali become a GM by the end of this year? Yeah, she could. If she continues in such a form, she could become a GM in that. I think 2 tournaments would be enough. Such a form, but normally the rating is like goes up and down a little bit. So that's where people have taken. Some people have made their GM norms, and the rating has taken like years and years. So but Vaishali is fast on this journey, so I'm sure that she will do it. Yeah, just 700, but let me just check Vaishali's live rating if at all I am able to. Not finding women's because they have not finding women's. Do they also have women's? Vaishali? No. Shivakumar Sundaram says 2475.3 is her live rating. So that does mean 25. Updated with the third round. Okay, thanks. That's cool. That's a very good information. Mohit says bye ma'am, आज थोड़ा जल्दी free हो गए. Yes. Okay, guys, that was wonderful having you. Do watch out a lot of other videos on ChessBase India channel with the games and with the interviews and lots of stuff happening there. Do check it out. Also, do read the articles on chessbase.india by Shahid Ahmed. He writes some wonderful articles there. And tomorrow is the chess club. So on Saturday, we have the chess club. Make sure you go there. There's a tournament as well. Plus, there is also something interesting happening. Solving competition. So, yes. Okay. So, have a good time. Bye bye. Tata. See you. Today we did not have Sagar dropping in, saying hi. So, hope he's doing well. Thank you, Beluga.